balls. This one is high, hard, handsome, and 6.
Butler makes sure that it's 6, number 23.
Here's Mark Wood again. Balls
Down the ground, over mid-wicket. That again has gone the maximum.
Rashid will bowl to Hope, who decides to get after him, and he does it beautifully.
I'm looking forward to it. Just about getting out there in the park and doing what we know to do best.
runs in now and balls to Curran, and Curran is stealing away and is bowled in. Oh, that's a 5 for O'Shea Thomas.
Final ball of the over. Livingston's come down the pitch. It's gone high, hard, and handsome over square leg.
It's nothing that a couple of grand can't sort out, Manners. That's all you need to do. Get yourself off to Barbados, a wonderful, wonderful place.
Welcome back to TalkSport 2, ahead of the first one-day international, live and exclusive here from Antigua as England take on the West Indies. You can get in touch with us on Twitter at cricket_TS or at TalkSport2 to have your say. England led by Jos Buttler after their disastrous World Cup campaign. Buttler needs 39 runs for 5,000 ODI runs and has played 178 ODIs between them. The rest of England's squad have only 122. Talk about a brand new start. He and Matthew Mott have the chance to set the agenda perhaps for England in the absence of some of their mainstays of Owen Morgan's victorious side in 2019 as they build towards the Champions Trophy in 2025, and of course the next World Cup in South Africa in 2027, where they're going to need to get some caps into some of these England promising players. We got 3 one-day internationals for you from the West Indies. The first, of course, here at North Sound in Antigua, the second at the same venue on the 6th, and the third and final one moves to Barbados, the home of Phil O'Wallace, on December the 9th. And then we have a 5-match T20 series for you in the lead up to Christmas. Some lucky people out there are going to be enjoying the countdown to Christmas Day, watching England play white ball cricket. Now we have the captains out there in the middle with Samuel Badri. They'll be ready for the toss.
Here's Shea Hope of the West Indies, Jos Buttler of England, and the match referee Sir Richie Richardson, hometown hero, will oversee proceedings. Shea, you've got the coin. Why don't you give it a flick?
Heads.
Heads is the call, and heads it is. Jos, you've won the toss. Just what are you going to do first, and the reasons for that?
We're going to bat first. Looks a pretty good wicket. I think it'll stay the same pretty much throughout the 100 overs. So yeah, we want to make first use of it with the bat.
And how significant is this series for you, Jos, in particular, and also for this England team, given the disappointment of that recently concluded World Cup?
Yeah, I think it's a really exciting series for us. Lots of guys, a bit new to the ODI scene and haven't played too many games, so eager for their opportunities. So much talent in the group and lots to look forward to.
And what would be the priority then for this team, given what you just mentioned there in the series?
Yeah, I think so. Exposure for those guys, an opportunity, and to play a brand of cricket we want to play. We want to be really positive, get on the front foot, be able to adapt when the conditions require us to, and have a lot of fun doing it.
And just with that team then, that 15-man squad, it might be easier just to name the 4 that are out?
Yeah, so the unlucky guys today are Ollie Pope, Tom Hartley, Maddie Potts and John Turner.
Very good memory. All the best today, Jos.
Thanks.
And if we can get Shea Hope here. Shea, having to bowl first, what would your preference had been had you won the toss?
We were the ball first as well, actually. So it looks a pretty decent wicket, as Josh said. But it's pretty fresh. And I think that it's early moisture. It's going to work in our favour.
Yeah, this series, I guess in many ways, presents an opportunity for a fresh start, a reset, if you will, for the West Indies team with an eye on that 2027 World Cup. What would be your specific objectives for this tournament as a group?
We have to take every game as serious as we can. We understand that every game has points to play for, and that's our main focus. Obviously, this is our first hurdle, and we got to look ahead, yes, but this is the main priority right now.
And the preparations leading into this tournament, the Super 50 tournament recently concluded, a camp you guys had. How have that been?
That's pretty good. I think the guys are ready to go.
And you're playing 11 for this game, perhaps some of the combinations that you have?
Well, we got 2 spinners today, and Rutherford is making his debut, so we got a few changes.
Debut for Rutherford. All the very best, Shea.
Thank you.
And there you have it, folks. The news from out in the middle. England, they've won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Thank you very much, Samuel Badri there with the captains. England winning the toss and batting. Pope, Hartley, Potts and Turner will miss out for them. It's a debut cap for Shafane Rutherford. West Indies not going into it in great detail, Shea Hope, but they're going to play 2 spinners. England have left out one of their 2 spin options, but do of course have Livingston and Jacks to complement Rayan Ahmed in the spin department. I'm happy to say we can head out to the Sir Vivian Richards ground now to speak with former West Indies all-rounder Stacey Ann King to give us her thoughts on what are the conditions like out there at the ground at the moment. Plenty of people coming in the ground in Bermuda shorts. I'm guessing they're the England fans. How are things out there for you right now, Stacey Ann?
Hi guys, thank you for having me. It's very warm. That's normally how the Caribbean starts off, pretty warm on mornings, but it tends to get really hot as the day goes by. So yeah, a lot of shorts, a lot of umbrellas, a lot of tans being taken, but a lovely day for cricket once again.
Beautiful. What are your views on the West Indies squad, or England's decision at the toss to bat first? Is that what you'd have done?
Definitely. I would have had a bat first because... So I've been talking to the groundsmen here a bit because there hasn't been any international cricket or any cricket on the whole on this surface for the past literally 4 months because they redid the surface, from what I understand. They had to redo it again 2 months ago. So there has been no cricket being played here. So it might just pose to be a bit of a tricky pitch at start. Having the option of batting first would possibly give you the chance of just seeing things out, and spending time would be important as well. But it will be interesting to see how the pitch plays. I think it might be a bit slow at start. But again, yeah, batters will have to dig in and spend time in the middle.
Okay, and the 2 spinners, 2 specialist spinners for West Indies, that I guess is because they're not entirely sure that there is going to be a lot of pace and bounce in the surface.
Yeah, those 2 spinners, Moti and Carrier, Yannick Carrier, but I think seeing Ocean Thomas and Alzari Joseph, who did pretty well in the Super 50 for Leeward Islands, and they're literally from around these parts. Having them bowling that new ball end to end as an opening partnership, I think it might be interesting as well, because Ocean Thomas, while he's been working really hard on his fitness, he's been in and out of West Indies teams, but what they did in the Super 50 was really interesting, and I think that they're going to be a force to be reckoned with at the first start. So these England batters, they'll have to dig in really deep to try and make something happen and set up the game.
Pleased Phil O'Wallace, who sat next to me, no end to hear that those 2 will be taking the new ball for the West Indies. I mean, that partnership is kind of what West Indies cricket has been built around over the years, and the glory years of cricket in the Caribbean, is having a really strong, fearsome, quick opening ball, new ball partnership, and those 2 certainly have the attributes to do that.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Sir Kirtley Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they'll be very happy to see these 2. And I mean, Ocean Thomas, he can become an X factor. To me, it's just how many overs will you get out of him? Can he maintain and bowl that 10-over spell? To me, that's just what will be important. How many overs do you bowl him at? Because he's now coming back into things. He may struggle a bit. He has struggled with those no balls. Like, how much of a risk or a chance are you willing to give him, and how many overs as well?
What about the West Indian view on this England side? Obviously, quite a lot of the marquee names missing from it, but they should still pose a real threat to the West Indies at home.
Yeah, I like what I've seen from this England team in terms of giving these young players a chance. A number of them have played red ball cricket and now transitioning or getting that opportunity to play white ball Super 50 over cricket. I'm pretty much interested to see how they go about things, because even though it's been said that it's a new era of English cricket, I think these guys, you've worked really hard on your careers thus far, and getting an opportunity now, it's literally, I want to seal my spot. I like the use of young Ahmed. I'm definitely looking forward to see some of the pacers, especially Sam Curran. Like, I really want to see what he can do as an all-rounder, because I think he needs a good game. He needs a good series to get himself, just to boost his confidence and get him back into things. And I think this might just be the series that he's looking for.
Okay, great stuff. Well, Stacey Ann, we look forward to you joining us on commentary throughout the course of the day. Thank you very much for your update on the conditions. We're all extremely jealous, and we will catch up with you later. Thanks, Stacey Ann King. So just to reiterate then, that England have won the toss and have decided to bat first. The players not included, perhaps easier to go through because there are numerous changes from England's last 11 in the World Cup. The players not playing out of the 15-man squad: Ollie Pope, Tom Hartley of Lancashire, Matthew Potts, and Big John Turner misses out, meaning that England have gone in with plenty of all-rounders, and Atkinson and Bryden Cast as the two out-and-out fast bowlers, but they will be batting first. It looks as though Will Jacks will open the batting with Phil Salt, reprising the role that they performed quite spectacularly in the one-day international series that was blighted by rain at the back end of the English summer against Ireland, and plenty of excitement as far as England's batting lineup is concerned, with Josh Buttler, we think, posted to come in as low as 6 behind Harry Brook, Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley at number 3.
Josh, you won the toss, chose to have a bat. Tell us the reasoning behind that and how you expect this pitch to play today.
Yeah, I think it looks a decent wicket. It's been relayed, so I don't think there's been too much cricket on it. But it looks okay, and I think it'll probably stay the same throughout the 100 overs of the game. So we just want to get out there and have first use of it.
First game post disappointing World Cup. To give us an insight into what the last few days of training have been like, and are all the boys sort of looking forward to a fresh start, I guess, almost sort of go again now?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really refreshing. A few new faces in and around the group, which brings a lot of energy and excitement. Those guys eager to impress and get their opportunity, so lots to look forward to.
Yeah, it's a slightly new look bowling attack. You got a couple of exciting guys at the top of the order with quite a few familiar faces back home. As a captain, is it so pleasing that you look at this 11 today and think, wow, we've got some real strength and depth in this country?
Yeah, we do. Something we've had for a long time, and that's always pushed on the standards with that strength and depth. And yeah, like I say, there's plenty of guys here who weren't playing and they're excited to play, and I'm really excited to watch them go about the business.
All being well, win today in Shirley Heights this evening.
See you there.
Josh Buttler there, England captain, with Sam Ellard. Well, now with so many new players and players who have played relatively little in terms of ODI cricket, there are going to be a lot of stats, or perhaps a lot of holes in the stats. So a good time to bring in everybody's favourite Victorian, Jared Kimber. What have you got for us?
I think it's interesting because you've got two things going on. One, you've got a World Cup in 4 years, so there's a lot of projecting forward and where everyone's going to be. But you actually have a T20 World Cup in this place in a little while, so you're going to want to see how Bryden Cast and Gus Atkinson and Phil Salt actually handle these conditions, right? And it's the same for both teams. They, the whole Bravo thing of we don't want him because he's going to be too old, but he might not be too old in was it 8 months time? 7 months? We just had a World Cup. We seem to have them every 8 minutes.
The T20s come around every couple of years.
And the other thing that you have in modern cricket, which is most of these young guys don't play any list A cricket anymore. So when they play ODIs, it's so much more important than the old days. You might bring on a young player at the end of a tour, give him a couple of games. Now it's better to give them all 5 games and see how they go. So I think we'll get a bit of an idea perhaps of a little bit about the T20 World Cup, but England will be succession planning, right? They'll be thinking about the Champions Trophy in 2 years' time and the World Cup after that. The West Indies just probably more thinking about the T20 World Cup because one-day cricket, they almost seem to have forfeited that form of cricket of recent times. So my guess is that England will be having a little bit more of an eye on the 50 overs nature here, but they'll still want to know how their players do in these conditions, whereas the West Indies will be like, who are the guys that we might be able to get some experience in here and will be useful for us in 7 or 8 months. I was going to say at home, but some of the places in the West Indies are no longer wanting to actually host this World Cup, so it's getting a bit weird. Wherever the World Cup ends up being,
it'll be west of the UK. We can know that for sure. You get typing there and figure out some numbers in terms of what decent first innings scores are at North Sound, and we'll head back out to Sam Allard because he's got another interview for us.
Shay, England won the toss, chose to bat. What would you have done, and how are you expecting conditions to play today?
We were going to bowl first as well. I thought that the freshness of the surface might play in our favour, so I'm still pretty happy that we got to bowl first.
Obviously a tough couple of months for the West Indies not being in the last World Cup. What do you have to do to try and put that right over the next couple of months and even looking a little bit further forward?
We just need to build, man. We can't really look too far in the past, and we definitely can't look too far ahead. We have to focus on the present, and right now I think that the fellas in a great headspace. Just got to find our brand and make sure we can play good cricket and win some more series.
Might be a couple of new faces in this team that maybe some people back at home in England might not know too much about. Just give us a little flavour of the team today, and anyone in particular we should be looking out for today.
Just look for everyone.
Yeah,
yeah. We hungry. We're playing in our own backyard. We have to protect home turf. And the guys are ready. We've been preparing well, so we just need to execute today.
And I guess post the World Cup, there's probably no better places there on home soil, Antigua, to get things going against a pretty strong England team.
Yeah, well, I'll be a bit biased because I'm from Barbados, but yeah, anywhere in the Caribbean.
Second best place, yeah?
Yes, we're going to the next best place. The best place next game. So I just think that we got to start well. Antigua's fans are really looking for some cricket, so give us some wins to cheer and give them something to enjoy.
You seem a very
Christmas.
cool. You seem you got a serious win first before Christmas. But you seem a very calm, cool guy. You seem like everyone's in a chat some of the lads before the game. Everyone seems in a really good headspace ahead of this series.
Yeah, most definitely. That's one thing. I think that as long as you prepare well, the rest will take care of itself. You don't have to focus on too many negatives. Right now, we just need to play proper cricket, and as long as we do that, I'm sure we're going to get the W today.
West Indies captain Shea Hope perhaps foregoing any chance of being an ambassador for Antigua, considering he's very much looking forward to get home in Barbados. England have won 4 out of 5 matches at North Sound, so it hasn't exactly been a stronghold for them. And England, in the last 2 series that they've played in the West Indies, won 2-1 in 2014 and 2-0 in 2017. So the whip hand has been with England in recent times.
If you have a look at this ground, we know England are going to want to go hard. This is actually a fairly low-scoring ground. So the highest score ever was 322 for 6. I think that was with Matt Hayden absolutely demolishing the West Indies in 2007. So generally, the runs are scored less than 5 runs and over, just less than 5 runs and over. And the average total in the first innings is 239. So, a lot of those numbers are deflated a little bit because it was a few years ago. So you would expect something to be around 260 as par until we have a good look at the wicket.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because a lot of England's issues with the bat in India seem to stem from having a set method of going hard at all costs and not perhaps reading the conditions properly in order to put what was a winning score on rather than a huge score.
Well, I think there's this theory that England go very, very hard. All the time, because especially with the Bazball thing. But I think when they won the World Cup, they were the best strike rotating team in the world, in that they could do it at a run of ball without losing too many wickets. I think they were averaging something like 30 rotating the strike, whereas India was at 80 and New Zealand was at 75. It's like they lost that one skill, and that's the thing I thought was their superpower. But that was Root, Morgan, Stokes. Stokes was half of Stokes, I suppose, in this World Cup. Root couldn't even get started, and Morgan was commentating, right? That was a hugely successful middle period. They won't be able to recreate that here.
Okay, well, England have a very different looking middle order. They have a very different looking total order, in truth. We're just about to get ourselves ready as the flags are fluttering. The cross of St George is being brandished by a young fella looking very natty in what I would describe as sort of Michael Jackson Thriller era, black shoes, white socks, black trousers. England alongside Josh Buttler lining up. We've got Sir Richie Richardson, the match referee, taking his position out on the field, sun beating down upon his shaven head. The West Indies, the flag of the West Indies, maroon, is also fluttering in the breeze. You get very strong winds later on in the afternoon in Antigua. Both teams and the umpires look as though they're just about ready for the national anthem. So I shall be quiet and let's have the strains of God Save the King.
us here through this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
David Rudder's rallying cry for the West Indies rings out around North Sound. Darren Sammy on the coaching staff for the West Indies, hoping a little bit of his magic and stardust rubs off upon the players from his region in this 3-match series against England. All is set. England have won the toss, just to reiterate to you, and will bat first. No place in the side for Pope, Hartley, Potts and Turner. Will Jacks and Phil Salt will open the batting for the visitors. And opening the batting for us here will be Alex Tudor and Andrew McKenna.
Thank you, Butch. Well, here we go then. I suppose Owen Morgan's restart with England in one-day international cricket was probably England 2.0, so this is probably England 3.0 that we're getting underway now. And England have won the toss and will bat. Will Jacks, Phil Salt, Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Harry Brook, Joss Butler, Liam Livingston, Sam Curran, Bryden Cars, Rayan Ahmed and Gus Atkinson, the 11 on duty. For the West Indies, it will be Brandon King, Alec Athanase, Casey Carty, Shai Hope, Shimron Hetmeyer, Shafane Rutherford, Romario Shepherd, Yannick Carrier, Alzari Joseph, Gudakesh Moti and O'Shane Thomas. Only 4 of the entire squad that the West Indies have put together have played against England before. It is a new group, it is a starting group, in much the same way that England are. So England have won the toss. They are going to bat, and now we find out what the future's going to look like. Alex Tudor, it's going to be quite entertaining, this.
Good afternoon, Macca. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, it is. It's a new era. It's a new start. As you said, World Cup's done and dusted, all forgotten about, and we move on. And Butler moves on with a new, fresh-looking side, young side, not a lot of experience, and they got a good start, I think, against a very, there's not a lot of experience in this West Indian side.
Thank you.
So they can go out there with no fear. There's a lot of ability in this England side, and go out there, express themselves, and I'm sure that's what we will see, Macca.
So Phil Salt and Will Jacks opening the batting. So there you go, straight away. Different from the World Cup, neither of them involved in that. If we go back to the Ireland warm-up games, Salt made 28 from 21 balls at Trent Bridge and was 61 from 28 at Old Trafford. Will Jacks 39 from 21 at Bristol and 94 from 88 at Trent Bridge. So it is going to be Alzari Joseph, who is, by the way, the vice captain of this West Indies squad. He is going to open the bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Got a pair of knights. And we've got an umpire, Gregory Brathwaite, saying, let's play. So here we go then. The reset for England is underway as Alzari Joseph goes in. It's an inside edge off the bat of Phil Salt onto the pad and dribbles out on the offside. Well, I suppose anyone hoping that the first ball clattered away to the boundary? Not on this occasion. Big chunk of an inside edge and not really anything happening there, Toots.
No, good start from Alzari Joseph, just hitting that back of a length, not giving a lot of width. As they feel short, just looking to see, just got a thick inside edge onto his pad.
Joseph is on his way. There's 2 slips in place, solidly forward, pushing back past the bowler is Salt on this occasion, and there is no run. So Salt's 17th one-day international, 549 runs so far at just a touch over 39. He's played 9 of those away from home, averaging 42.4, a strike rate of 127. But it's the first time that he's played against the West Indies. There's a point, square cover, straight mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket, all inside the circle. Joseph in once again, takes Salt on the pad, out on the offside, no run. It is, of course, one-day international cricket, live and exclusive here on TalkSport 2. I'm Andrew McKenna, he's Alex Tudor. Jared Kimber is trying to knit with the microphone cables, it would appear.
I knew you were going to call on me the minute I started fiddling with his thing. Do you want Alzari Joseph's new ball stats while I'm here then?
Well, since you've bothered to show up, you might as well do something.
I got here eventually. He averages 35 in the first 10 overs of one-day cricket, but I'll explain why that's relevant in a second.
Joseph is in. Oh, that's a hit ball, and it's disappeared over long off, and it's one bounce 4. It landed about half a metre inside the rope, but that was firmly off the middle of the bat chute.
Yeah, that's a fantastic cricket shot. The 3 balls previous by Joseph were fantastic. Back of a length, he got a little long, and that's what these batters want to see. Just got long in length, just up and over with ease over long off. Fantastic cricket shot.
What's his comeback ball? Running away, in he comes. Oh, it's an almost half volley again that Salt throws his hands out, gets a big inside edge, and it disappears down to fine leg, and Carty can't cut it off. And it's back-to-back boundaries, and all of a sudden England are out without loss after 5 balls.
Yeah, and that's how the game goes now, doesn't it? This modern game, 3 very good deliveries, and then the 4th delivery back over his head. That one, a good delivery, thick inside edge. Carty unable to stop it down there at fine leg. As you say, 8 off 2.
Finish the over then. Joseph in past umpire Brathwaite. This time just slightly pulls his length back. Salt's in behind it, pushes out on the offside. End of the first here on TalkSport 2. England 8 without loss. Jared Kimber, continue your point.
Yeah, so he averages 35 with the new ball. So if you compare that to someone like Hazelwood, who was 28 in the first 10 overs, you can see that, there's a long way away. Matt Henry is probably the best in the world. He averages 23 in the first 10 overs. But the thing with Joseph is he's bowled a lot of deliveries in those. And basically, West Indies have had constant flux, especially in their ODI side of players coming back from T20 duty and trying out youngsters and everything else. But the 2 things that they've been most consistent with has been Shai Hope and has really been Alzari Joseph. So they've really tried to make him into a very top-class new ball bowler. It hasn't quite worked. 35 is probably a little bit too high from someone, who you want to get more wickets. He's only going 4.5 runs and over, so he's not getting smashed. But they've invested a lot of time in Alzari Joseph. We all know how talented he is. He hasn't found that next level yet, and that's the issue. If you compare it, and Hazelwood and Henry are the next level up. That's where the West Indies need him to get for him to be a constant threat.
Romario Shepherd with the second over. Comes in, right arm over, it's down the leg side, and Will Jacks can't catch up with that one. And Chris Brown doesn't raise his arms, which is interesting because pretty much anything that goes down the leg side in a one-day international gets called. Now, is he saying it brushed the thigh pad? Generous, let's say generous. First ball, a legal one then. Shepherd Big frame fast bowler goes in once again, brings Jacks forward, pushes out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, we've seen Shepherd, he's been around for a while, even though he's not played a lot of games. I remember when he first burst onto the scene, he had pace, but everyone said he needed to get fit. A little bit round arm for someone of his size, not quite using that height. That's why his ball sometimes is not always where he wants it to go.
In he comes past umpire Brown, turned on the leg side by Will Jacks, so he'll be underway. It'll just be a single out to deep square leg, and England go to 9 without loss here on TalkSport 2. So Romario Shepherd, 29 years of age, he is another of those players who haven't actually played against England before, despite this being his 26th one-day international. The recent Super 50 competition in the West Indies, played 4 games for Guyana, took 7 wickets, best of 3 for 35 in that tournament. If you didn't follow it completely, basically the side played 8 games and then there was a final. So Alzari Joseph, for instance, played 8 games and took 13 wickets, although 9 of those came in 3 games. He took 3 lots of 3. So in the other 5, he was somewhat quieter. Now, Chris Brown and Gregory Brathwaite are just coming together to have a conversation with Shai Hope, the West Indies captain and wicketkeeper. And because they're away from the stumps at the moment, our stump market isn't picking up that conversation. I genuinely have no idea what that's about. We'll do some digging on that one. No, I'm at a complete loss.
Yeah, I can't help you with that one either, Macca.
Well, thanks very much.
No, that's all right.
You've gone early.
Maybe Sam Ellard on the ground may be able to help us out.
Sam Ellard. Right, well, Shepherd's back at the end of his mark, and we'll come in for the 4th ball. Slightly back of the length, and Salt is trying to get it through points. Won't beat the fielder there, and there is no run. Shimron Hetmeyer is the man stationed at point. And England underway. If you are just joining us, keep reminding you, England have won the toss and will bat. First of 3 one-day internationals. The second is on Wednesday, and that is a 5:30 UK time start. So we'll be on air at 5 o'clock for that. So we've got different times. Shepherd is in. Oh, that's a shortest ball that Salt has got underneath that. Helped all the way over square leg for 6. He's got 14 from 8 balls. England are 15 without loss, and Phil Salt has 14 of them, and that a beautiful pick-up off his hip.
Yeah, Phil Salt pouncing on anything. It's just short in length. It's a swivel pull, and picked it up beautifully over deep square leg, flying into the crowd. He's 14 from 8 deliveries.
80 metres that flew. Shepherd to complete the over. Oh, it's a drive ball outside off stump. Someone's going to be fetching that one as well. Along the carpets, over the boundary rope, and 6-4 to finish the over. England 19 without loss here on TalkSport 2. Salt 18 from 9. Will Jacks has got the best view in the building. 1 not out from 3 balls.
Yeah, that's great batsmanship really from Phil Salt. You pretty much know after big fast bowler's dropped it short that he's been looking to pitch it up, but he's pitched it up with a little bit of width and he's just eased it through the offside. Really good shot. 10 off the last 2 deliveries, and Phil Salt looks like he's in the mood. 18 from 9.
Don't forget, of course, Jeff Stelling has joined the TalkSport team. You will hear him on TalkSport Breakfast every Monday and Tuesday from 6 o'clock alongside Ali McCoyce. The first show tomorrow morning. So great to have Jeff along. Be great to get England underway with a win so we can talk about an England win in his first show. Right, Alzari Joseph.
No!
This occasion, Jacks just from the crease playing out on the offside as Joseph gives him No width on that occasion. Jack's 1 from 4.
It's just nice, Macca, looking at the two different bowlers. You've got Azari Joseph, obviously played with a lot of experience, played a lot of cricket now. Beautiful action, comes in nicely, high action, not trying to give the batters any width. Romeo Shepherd, on the other hand, you know, he's had a few problems through injuries.
We're down to 1 slip already as Joseph comes in, brings his man forward. Jax just pushes towards the gully and there's no run.
And just watching his action, it's not one that's consistent for me. As I said, a little bit of round arm, not really have the control he would want, especially when you're bowling with that new ball, bowling against a pair here in Salt and Jax that will be looking to put you under pressure. Phil Salt's started this innings beautifully so far. So here where he's down at fine leg, I think he's gonna have to just get his mind right.
Joseph in for the 3rd ball of the over. Jax again is playing from the crease. I'm sorry, Joseph fields in his follow through and there is no run. It's interesting actually, Alzari Joseph made his one-day international debut in October of 2016. So over 7 years ago. This is his 64th one-day international. Shai Hope made his one-day international debut in November of 2016 against Sri Lanka in Harare. So after Alzari Joseph, today is his 119th. Joseph is in, and Jax gets up and underneath that, over extra cover for 6. On his toes, launches the big quick, over extra cover for the maximum. It's 25 without loss, and Jax has now got 7 from 7.
And that's why he's sought after. This is his area. As I said earlier when I was on with Mark Butcher, anything over sort of cover, extra cover, long off, long on, near his areas. Again, Azari Joseph just getting a little bit long in his delivery, and the England players are pouncing on that, just elevating that beautifully over wide extra cover. Fantastic cricket shot.
You're going to see photos of that shot over the internet. The follow-through position, he just held beautifully. Bat totally up in the air. This occasion he's taken on the pad, going down the leg side. There's half an appeal from slip, but there's absolutely no point to it whatsoever, so no run from it. Yeah, it was a beautiful follow-through that ended with the bat horizontal to the ground. It was just a beautiful, beautiful shot, and it sailed off 89 metres.
And as a new bowler, Macca, you know, you've got a brand new ball in your hand, you want to pitch it up. These England players are pouncing on it.
Joseph to finish the over. This occasion, Jax is just pushing out on the offside, and that will do it for the 3rd over. So England are clattering along, 8.3 and over, 25 without loss here on TalkSport 2. Salt 18, Jax 7. They've both faced 9 deliveries. So if you want to get in touch with us, of course, well, it's all the normal ways. At cricket_TS, at TalkSport2, and we'd love to hear from you, because we've got 3 one-day internationals, as I say, and then there's 5 T20s coming your way. And if you think the one-day internationals have odd start times, check out the T20s. Barbados for the first game, 2 in Grenada, and then Trinidad for the final 2 games, and each different location has a different start time. New over starts Shepherd, he's down the leg side. Salt turns that one away. Carty will do the fielding out at deep square leg, and it is just a single. So yeah, the one-day international in Barbados starts at 10 o'clock in the evening UK time. The 2 games in Grenada are 5:30 UK time, and then the final 2 games in Trinidad are 8 o'clock. You might need to write it down. Make yourself a post-it note or something. Shepherd in, whip, and Jax has square driven that away. Square cover, almost point region. That he's just ridden the bounce, played it with high hands all along the floor, and nobody moved. It was an absolute cracker of a shot. He spotted the gap, and it was gone.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Elegance from Will Jax, just using his height, riding the bounce and just punching it. Had a little bit of width, was able to just open the blade, pierce sort of that cover point region.
Shepherd on this occasion is full and straight. Jacks is pushing to mid-off. Alzari Joseph can't get around and cut off the single. Good cricket. Takes the boundary, follows it up with a single. Get yourself moving. 31 without loss the total here on TalkSport 2.
And I can tell you, Macca, they love that in the West Indies. There's nothing better when you crush a boundary. The next one, either a full solid defensive shot, or you just get off strike.
Cool, this will break your heart. We're in the 4th over of the innings. There's not a slip in place. Shepherd is in, leg side-ish. Turn to deep square leg. Kesikati will do the fielding for a single. Salt's got 20 from 11. Jacks 12 from 11. England are going at a smidge over 8.7. But Mr. Fast and Nasty, we're in the 4th over of a 50-over innings, and there's no grabbers. I mean, that tells you all you need to know, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be a long afternoon for these bowlers.
Shepherd in. Working it from round about middle and off to mid-on is Will Jacks, but there's no run there. Yannick Carrier, the man doing the fielding, and no run there. We'll be seeing Yannick Carrier in a bit. Bowls leg breaks. He's taken 12 wickets at just under 39 in his 11 one-day internationals so far. Shepherd coming in to finish the 4th over. Outside of off stump, Jacks just drops it into the offside. There is no run, so 8 and over the rate for England. 32 without loss after 4 here on TalkSport 2. Jared Kimber.
So first 10 overs in Antigua, generally the ball swings more than it does in the UK. So it almost swings 1 degree on average, whereas in the UK it's 0.72. It doesn't seem at all in Antigua. Just does not go off. I don't know if Andy Roberts just thought bowlers had it too easy for too many years and just killed the pitch, but it doesn't seem here at all. And what you have here is probably 2 bowlers who want to seam the ball. One's bowling a wobble ball and it's going absolutely dead straight. I'm not really sure if Romario Shepherd is trying to swing it or trying to seam it. That might be more one for Tudes, but this is probably a pitch where you need traditional. You probably need someone like Kemar Roach, someone who can hoop it around a little bit. And unfortunately, Joseph, who's a skillful bowler, he's now completely wobble ball dependent, and he's just getting nothing off the pitch at all.
Joseph to start his 3rd over. Well, there's some bounce there. Salt rides that, pushes it into a wide gully, backward point region, and there is no run. Yeah, the West Indies, this is their 17th game here at North Sound in one-day internationals. They've won 6 of them, lost 10. They have actually won their last 4 games, though, on the ground. 1 against India in 2017 and 3 against Sri Lanka in 2021. But of course, this is a new look side, relayed pitch in recent times as well, so we quite often throw a lot of these stats out the window because we just don't know how it's going to play. Now, Joseph's got to slip back in, and Salt swings at this one to try and whip it through mid-wicket. It brushes off his chest, or thigh pad maybe, as he was trying to swing it around. Goes through to Shea Hope, the keeper, and there's no run, and more importantly, no appeal either.
It didn't just quite get up, as Phil Salt said, as you said previous, where Zari Joseph got that extra bounce, then that one didn't quite get up, as he said, and that's the inconsistency. As you said, a new relayed pitch, not quite sure how it's going to play. That's why England won the toss batted first.
In comes Joseph, and Phil Salt just stands with a minimum of effort, takes it on the half volley over long on for 6. And I reckon the back plane went about 90 degrees at the most, about 45 degrees back and 45 degrees through the shot. There was no follow through at all, and it sailed 76 metres, and it's 6 of the very, very best.
There's just, I don't want to say arrogance, but the disdain in that shot, Macca. Just like, get off me. Over long on for 6, 76 metres, see you later.
26 from 14 Phil Salt has got. Joseph is inside edge onto back thigh, dribbles down to that wide slip. And there's just a little something there to keep the bowler interested at the moment. Not everything's hitting the middle of the bat, and just the way that nipped, and actually, I think it might have even potentially hit Phil Salt on the back arm. The way he's sort of having a wander down now to have a chat with Jacks, just to take a second or two.
So it was a good delivery, Maka. Just nip back. You know, he's got a good action as Ari Joseph stays nice and high, close to the wicket. Just a bit of nippage.
In he goes. Oh, now that one doesn't get up, and Salt is swung completely through that, and it's hit him basically on the tummy button. It goes away for a leg by. He's trying to swing that to Grenada, I would suggest, and it didn't get up, and it takes him on the body, and they take a leg by, and both batters wander down to the middle of the wicket to have a conversation with it. He was, I'm not joking, he was nowhere near. We often use that phrase in commentary, he was nowhere near hitting that one. Genuinely, he was nowhere near hitting that. That ball did not come through as he expected at all. Joseph is in, short ball. Now that one did bounce for Will Jacks, and he pops it through mid-wicket, 3 bounces, and away for 4. And Alzari Joseph turns in his follow through and says to himself, it's going to be one of those days. Is it? Joseph has got 0 for 24 from 3 overs. England 43 without loss here on TalkSport 2. Salt 26 from 16. Jacks 16 from 14. 3 fours, 2 sixes for Phil Salt. 2 fours and a 6 for Will Jacks. Well, this is perfect building block territory, Alex Tudor.
Yeah, great start, and as you say, Salt and Jacks just jumping on anything that these West Indian bowlers are giving them at the moment. They're not really finding that consistent line length which you need to on the wicket. That's a little bit indifferent. Not all the balls are flying through as they like, but they're getting enough bad deliveries to put away, and they're putting away nicely and with ease. A little bit of disdain as well, Maka, when they're hitting these deliveries. And as you said, Shea Hope, the West Indian captain, is going to be under pressure. He's going to have to change his bowling lineup because these England players are enjoying these bowlers at the minute.
Shepherd to start a new over. Salt getting very interested in that one, and he's actually managed to beat the backward point fielder and goes away for 4. It might actually have been a back of the hand delivery from Shepherd there. There's something about it looked a bit different. Yeah, he definitely came down the side of that one. It stood up a little bit. As a result, Salt played that 2 feet off the ground as he was sort of jumping to get some extra height. Still got the power in the shot, and it goes through wide, 3rd and away for 4.
Tell you, wherever he's trying, Maka, it's not working.
Well, what's that phrase you used to use on a previous tour? What's he bowling? Runs.
Yeah, 47 from 5.1. A lot of discussions going on as Ari Joseph trying to help out Romeo Shepherd there. His first delivery going for a boundary. How's the rest of the over going to go?
Under pressure already. Shepherd is in. 47 without loss for England. Salt coming aggressively forward, but can only hit it back to the bowler in his follow through.
And what I like about both these batters is that they keep their shape, and what I mean about that, they keep their base. Not trying to be too fancy, just getting on their base and just playing really good cricket shots. They're getting enough bad deliveries to put away, and putting away they are with ease at the minute.
Shepherd is in. Down the leg side, it's off the pad. Very well taken by Hope, diving away to his left-hand side. He's about 3 yards down the leg side to take that ball. He holds it up to show it to Chris Brown, but Chris Brown is almost waiting for him to, are you really appealing? And then they decide not to, as it was clearly off. But now that again, just seeing the replay, is another one that is come out the hand almost as an off break, or almost like a side spinner.
It's a cross seam, that
cross
one.
Seam of that
yeah.
one.
So he has trolled leg cutters as well, and now he's just going in. It tells you that they don't feel. You can see the way he's holding it.
This one's going to be cross seam.
Yeah.
Yep. You can see on the monitor he's lining up this one cross seam.
I think that's from when they hit the body of Phil Salt before.
Here he comes. Oh my goodness, Salt's not going to get hit on the body by that one. He's taken half the pace down the pitch, takes it on the half volley over mid-wicket. It lands in the stands with the England fans. I'm doing rhyming couplets apparently. And England, with that 6, a 53 without loss after only 5 overs and 4 balls. And Phil Salt is seeing it like a watermelon.
Well, how do you explain that? He's just shuffled to the offside and just dispatched him over deep mid-wicket. So really, with disdain, Maka. Honestly, there's an air of arrogance when he played that shot like, you're not troubling me, fella.
Right, what's Shepherd got now? Outside of off stump, off the back foot, still manages to punch through. Beats the first man in the covers, the second man going around, what's that, 10 metres, 15 metres inside the boundary edge, will pull it in, and it's 2 more. And England are clattering along at almost 9.5 and over. 55 without loss. Jared Kilmer.
Just on the crossing ball, the idea is to hit the pitch quite hard. It's not to bowl a length ball on the stumps. So he's got that a little bit wrong. I've got some stats about the List A cricket Macca for the end of the over here to show how weird it is now with how cricket is played.
Shepherd is in. Salt staying leg side of the ball. Finds the gap between the 2 cover fielders. It's 4 more. Shepherd has now bowled 3 overs, so 18 deliveries, 18 legal deliveries that have gone for 34 runs. 6 overs gone, 59 without loss here on TalkSport 2.
Macca, I appreciate good batsmanship, and that is an elegant shot. Not hit. He's hit it with tremendous power, but timing. They just placed the ball there, and it's hit the middle of his bat. And as you say, Romeo Shepherd under immense pressure, going for well over 10 and over. And he's just not bowled with any consistency. He's bowling, every ball's different. And you say these England players are not allowing him to settle. And Phil Salt's jumped to 42 off 22. I mean, that's fantastic batsmanship. Really looking dangerous and enjoying his work out here in Antigua.
Yeah, I think we'll have a bowling change as well.
You reckon?
After that, but I think at this end as well.
No, keep going.
I think they might be doing it at both ends. Just on the experience thing, so coming into this game, if you look at all List A games, as Moti's coming on for his left arm finger spin, West Indies have played 731 combined List A games and England 634. If you take away the internationals and you just look at domestic, West Indies have played almost 100 more domestic 50-over games than England. And you've got players in England who have, Cast has played 7 List A games, Ahmed 7, Gus Atkinson 7, Salt 16 and Brook 15. It shows you how different it is now. In the old days, England players always had the most List A games.
So it's Gurtakesh Modi to bowl his left arm spin around the wicket. Jacks will turn it through square leg. They've taken 1, and it was a pretty deep fielder. Oh, that's a horrible throw in. There potentially could have been a second. There is just 1 taken.
So you can see how different it is. These guys, if you look at Cast, he's played 7 domestic List A games, but 14 ODIs. And a lot of these guys have played more international 50-over games than they have domestic.
Moti to bowl to Salt. That one turns, grips in the surface. Salt was thinking about leg side, hits it down to Shepherd at long off for a single. Well, I'll throw another name into that for you, Jared. Ollie Pope. The last List A game that he played was for Surrey against Durham in August of 2021. So, it's not a format that England players play a lot of. Moti is in, bowls around the wicket. Jacks pushes to long off and takes a single.
Yeah, it just completely changed. Like, if you look back at, let's just pick a random old cricketer, Mark Butcher. 191.
But there's no more random than him.
Just a random old cricketer. 191 List A games, right? And this is someone who wasn't thought of as a white ball player.
Short ball from Moti, hammered by Salt down to Romario Shepherd on the long off boundary. 2 bounces to him. They take a single, 63 without loss.
And now it's just about the format. And the West Indian players famously would come in with very little experience before, but they're actually still playing the Super 50, so they're still getting that experience. Where the England players are coming straight from T20 comp.
Down the leg side, Jack swings at this one. It's going to be a wide, and it's probably going to be 4 of them, so 5 all together. Yeah, Gregory Brathwaite raises his arms, and 4 singles have now been followed by 5 wides. Left arm around the wicket, and it was always going down the leg side. It was just a case of could the batter catch up with it. Jacks couldn't. So England are 68 without loss. This is the new look England playing same old England, pretty much. Right. There are 7 fielders in the ring, 4 on the offside, 3 on the leg. Moti comes in, and that actually stands up and takes Jacks gently on the outside edge, drops it down to third, because that is going to be a chase for Yannick Carrier, and they will take a couple. So 1 ball left of this over. If Moti was brought on to try and pull things back in, well, certainly the first over hasn't happened. Final ball of this one. Jacks a little bit French cricket there, a little bit squared up, guides it down to backward point. So that is 7 gone. Salt 44 from 24, Jacks 20 from 18, England 70 without loss after 7 overs only of this first one-day international here on TalkSport 2. Alex Tudor and myself, Andrew McKenna, are done for the time being. Stacey King and Nikhil Uttam Chandani take you through the next half an hour here on TalkSport 2.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Live on TalkSport 2 from the Caribbean. We are here in North Sound Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and it has been an onslaught, really, as you guys would have mentioned earlier. What a start for this New England team. I call them new relatively. Obviously, we would have seen majority of this group in that Ireland series earlier this year, but this will be a different challenge, and it's a massive challenge for Shea Hope, the way that the innings has started. So we've seen Zari Joseph from that Sir Andy Roberts end. There's going to be a change of ends for him now, as he's bowled his 3 overs, none for 24. Here he is over the wicket, bowling to Phil Salt. This one is just short, and it's played down to deep third to just be a single. Alongside me is former West Indies all-rounder Stacey King, who played in 75 one-day internationals, 86 T20 internationals. Stacey, hello.
Hello, Nikhil, and hello to everyone that's tuning in to what it's turning out to be a very exciting match for both teams. England, of course, leading the way with 71 without loss at present, and really looking good with this new era of cricket.
Yeah, still inside the power play. Here's Joseph past the umpire now, this time again wide, and it goes past that point fielder. Work to do for deep third, who does know he doesn't. Gudakesh Modi got a hand to it, had to run around to his right, but in the end can't cut it off from being a boundary. And this, I think, Stacey, tells you about a sign of some panic, the way that Joseph has been brought back into the attack.
Yeah, change of ends, possibly looking at O'Shane Thomas coming from the other end, probably prefers that end, which is good for Zari Joseph that he can bowl from either end. But I just think that they've been really struggling with the lines or the lengths and the areas in which they're trying to bowl. Too much runs has been scored thus far on that offside.
Yeah, we are still in the power play. 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Deep third, backward square. Here's Joseph again. This time a touch straighter, but still on that 4th stump line, and Jax is going across it and can't hit it into the onside. Stacey, talk to me about this partnership. 75 for none. We are halfway inside the 8th over.
Yeah, Phil Salt really taking it to these West Indian bowlers. Will Jacks on 24, Salt himself on 45 from 25. But just look at those 6s and 4s that have been hit. 8 4s and 4 6s. So really playing an aggressive style cricket display.
Here's Joseph again, past the umpire, still over the wicket. Again is outside that off stump. It's nicely driven into the offside by Jacks. Down to a deep third fielder who's come a lot wider, possibly for that cut shot that Jacks play as well. But it's not really something new we've seen from this partnership. It's the 3rd time they've done it now, Jacks and Salt, in one-day international cricket. We saw them twice in that Ireland series. They got 46 in 4 overs in that series, and then the second game, 87 in 7 overs. So they've gone at over 10 runs per over usually, and here they are again. What a start this has been. West Indies need a wicket and need it now. Here's Joseph charging in past the umpire, still over the wicket, and this time a bit shorter. It's defended into the offside for no run.
I really haven't seen a lot of variations from the West Indian bowlers. They've really just tried to hit the deck quite hard, but they just haven't been rewarded. Just wonder, especially for Zari Joseph, who has been one of the leading wicket takers for West Indies over the years, as well as in that Super 50 regional Super 50 competition. Just when is it going to happen? When can something be created?
Here he is now, still looking for that first wicket, the West Indies. Joseph full again. It's driven to mid-off, cut off by Romario Shepherd, who's at that position. It ends the 8th over. We are live on TalkSport 2. The score, 76 for none.
Yeah, just 6 runs coming from that Zari Joseph over. So possibly that change of ends really working for him. But they've been expensive. Shepherd has been expensive. 3 overs, he has bowled for 34 runs. Moti 1 for 11. Question for West Indies, do they continue with Moti or do they bring O'Shane Thomas? Do they go with pace or do they continue with spin?
Yeah, it will be an interesting challenge for Shea Hope at this juncture, I should say. After 8 overs, again, the score is 76 for none. Joseph has bowled 4 overs, none for 30. Shepherd has bowled 3 overs, none for 34. Haven't seen O'Shane Thomas, who's playing his first one-day international since 2020. We all saw what he did in English conditions at that 2019 World Cup. So he could be possibly into the attack from this end if Shea Hope doesn't go back to Alzari Joseph. He is going back to Moti, who's bowled his first over for 11 runs. And again, we are still in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. That's long off and deep square leg. Here's Moti from around the wicket. It's tucked into the onside for 1. Just continuing on this opening partnership, Stacey, there's been a lot of talk about Jackson Salt being like the next Roy and Hales for England, with all the success they had in that 4-year span. Do you think it's possible, given what you've seen so far?
Yeah, I don't like comparing players to other players, but I definitely think...
Here's Moti, this time short. It's lofted and taken. First wicket for the West Indies. Trying to cut in that offside. Phil Salt going over deep cover, short cover, but instead picks out Casey Carty, who takes a good catch, running to his left. And finally, the West Indies have their first breakthrough. It's 77 for 1.
Yeah, really tried to play uppish to clear that inner field, that inner ring. But a good catch from the player, didn't quite get sufficient bat on it, and spin makes the breakthrough for West Indies. Phil Salt, he goes for 45 from 28. Very well played knock, but he'll know that he missed out on another half century, and I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, this has been an area of frustration for Phil Salt, because he's gotten off to blistering starts as we've seen this year. You think about that Bangladesh series earlier this year for the English fans, also that Ireland series. It's now the 6th time in 6 ODIs he's got into double figures. Only once has he been able to kick on and go past the 50 mark. So that will be something to build on. Nonetheless, though, he's given England the platform needed for Zach Crawley, the test opener who's going at number 3. This is a huge series for him. He's just played the 6-1 international so far, has the 2 half centuries, got that unbeaten 58 in that Ireland series. What can we expect?
Yeah, and the foundation is set. Present run rate is over 9. So not too much pressure on Zach Crawley. Will Jacks is still there as well. He's on 26 from 22. But an opportunity to get in the middle and show his pedigree.
Move from Shea Hope to go to Moti early in this power play has paid off. Doesn't usually bowl the new ball Moti, but needed to get a wicket. They've got it. Here's Moti still around the wicket to the right-handed Crawley. There is a slip in place, and this first delivery is full. It's hit back to Moti for no run. Another full delivery as Crawley looking to ramp this one into the leg side. Misses, and somehow it's missed the stump. So maybe the West Indies wrestling some of that momentum back.
Yeah, things just turning a bit for West Indies, or towards West Indies innings. This was a really good delivery from Moti. Just wondering, how did that miss?
Here's Moti again, this time much shorter. Crawley's on the back foot, trying to go in the onside instead. Just pats it back to Moti. Just sense maybe some pressure can be applied to Zach Crawley. 1 delivery left in this over, just the 1 run and the wicket. Here's Moti still around the wicket, this time wide of the crease. It's a full delivery, bringing Crawley forward. He defends it into the offside for no run. Finally, the West Indies have taken a wicket. It's 77 for 1 after 9. You're listening to us live on Talk Sport 2.
Current run rate has now dropped under 9. From a West Indies perspective, they want to get that down a lot more, but good breakthrough from Moti. Getting the wicket of Phil Salt for 45. Well, Jacks, he's still there on 26 off 22.
Yeah, we've spoken about the importance of Alzari Joseph, who is going to return into the attack. Remember, this is his 2nd spell. First spell he bowled a 3-over spell, was very expensive, Joseph, uncharacteristically so. He went for 24 runs in the 3. Now he's been switched ends. And the West Indies, Shea Hope, still searching for wickets, still searching to be aggressive. Here is Joseph trotting in past the umpire now over the wicket. It's back of the length, just defended by Jacks.
Yeah, shade colours up just a bit more. You're hearing a lot more support from the fielders. Let's go, boys. Sometimes one wicket brings another, so in this case Alzari Joseph will be searching. Will take Crawley some time to get in, but Jacks is still there and he's set.
Maybe eyeing up that extra cover region where he's so strong. Here's Joseph again. Beautiful delivery, and has it got bat on it? Yes, it has. West Indies go double strike in 2 overs. It was a good length delivery, just took the outside edge. Jacks trying to defend off the back foot in the offside. Instead, it's snicked, and Shea Hope makes no mistake. Scramble seam, crucial breakthrough for the West Indies.
Yeah, you just wonder, where was this bowling before? Very well from Alzari Joseph, maintaining that 4th, 5th stump line. Will Jacks, well, he goes for 26 from 24, fishing at a delivery outside the off from Alzari Joseph. He's had 3 4s and 1 6 in his innings against start, but not being able to continue from another England player.
Very important breakthrough now. You just wonder how that impacts England. You've got 2 new batters at the crease, and yes, they've got the platform. Current rate is still over 8 and over, but in walks Ben Duckett. So you've got the England Test opening partnership in the middle now. And credit to Shea Hope, because it was kind of a gamble, Stacey, to go to Alzari Joseph for this 5th over. Usually is that enforcer in the middle overs, but Shea Hope understanding the importance of getting Jacks out even after they remove Phil Salt. Duckett's had a good start to his career. 9 innings so far, he's averaged over 40, couple of half centuries and that 100. So big series for him, trying to cement his place in this New England top order.
What middle? Are you on off?
Yeah, now 2 new batters out in the middle. This time left-handed batter.
One arm over, 4 to come.
Just a few field changes. Left and right combination now. West Indies will think that they have the momentum, but let's not underestimate this England batting team. They've got depth.
Here's Joseph bowling to Duckett, this time full, and brings Duckett forward, who's defending into the offside for no run. They've just got that in that Ireland series, 107 not out from 78 deliveries. First 50 was just a raw run of ball, then showed us the gears he can go through when he got 57 from 32 deliveries. So West Indies need to continue to take wickets. Duckett is important as well, because he's really the only left-hander England have got in that top 7. Slip still in place. Deep third and deep square leg are the 2 fielders outside the circle. Here's Joseph past the umpire, this time much fuller. He's driving. Tricked me there, bump ball straight to cover. No run.
The spectators catch there. You should have heard the crowds as well, just going up thinking that it was a catch. Yeah, but recovery needed from this pair. They've gotten a really good start in 77 from the opening pair. Run rate has now dropped even further to 7.97. Previously it was 9.
Here's Joseph going across the left-handed Duckett from over the wicket. He's wide. Duckett driving this one to point. Casey Carty's there, stops it, no run. Stacey, what is the importance of this series for West Indies specifically?
Yeah, a lot is on the line for this West Indies team, especially the players who are now in the setup, because a number of them may not have, or would not have played for West Indies for some time, as well as West Indies being in ODI cricket. It has been a challenge for them over the years, so being able to play these 3 ODIs and get a good start.
There's Joseph again, this time straighter to the left-handed Duckett, who just tucks it into the onside. Hetmeyer, who's at backward square, does well to run around, cut it off. It's the end of the 10th over, the first power play. It was dominated by England. The West Indies have pulled things back nicely in the last 2. It's 78 for 2 after 10. You're listening to us live on Talk Sport 2.
Yeah, just to continue my point, a number of young players coming into this West Indies team and getting the opportunity now to showcase their talent and to showcase what they've been doing, the work that they've been putting in, especially at the recently concluded Super 50 regional tournament. So Alec Atonez, Casey Carty, Yannick Carrier, a number of young players who are getting those opportunities that, West Indies is now saying that they want to invest in youth coming up to that 2027 World Cup. So it's interesting times. We've got to back these young players, but they've also got to back themselves and put the performances that are needed out there.
Well, we've seen proactivity today from Shea Hope, the West Indies captain. He's tried a few things, a couple of short bursts for his bowlers. We've seen one for Gudakesh Moti, who's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 12, the left-arm spinner. The fact that they've removed the 2 openers, and maybe that Ben Duckett, the left-handers at the crease, he's now gone to O'Shane Thomas, who's making a return to international cricket. Here is Thomas over the wicket to Duckett, and starts full. Duckett is hitting this one into the onside, trying to clip it in that straight mid-wicket region. Can't do so, finds the fielder, no run. And Thomas, this is a big series for him. He was part of that squad for the India series a couple months ago. Didn't play, but had a really good Super 50 Cup, which is our regional tournament for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and also a very good Caribbean Premier League for the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots. So he'll be hoping to build on the back of that. Seems to be in really good shape in terms of his fitness, and he's done some work to refine his run-up. Here he is past the umpire, again straight to Duckett, and hits a straight mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, definitely one of those bowlers who can really clock and over 90 in KVH. So it's always a good addition to have him in a team, O'Shane Thomas, but also to have him fit and ready, because he can be an X-factor player. Just the pace in which he presents at times. That'll be interesting to see just how many overs will he bowl in his first spell, because obviously he's now coming back into things.
Here he is then, the tall man, this time shorter length, and bowled 2 straight deliveries. This one went fully across Duckett, who was fishing at it outside the off stump but misses. There is a slip in place for that edge if it's found. But Thomas has got decent numbers against England. His only 5-wicket haul in ODI cricket came against them back in that 2019 series, as many England fans will remember, was an enterprising one. So we'll hope to build on those good memories that he's had. He dismissed Joss Butler on that day. That was back in 2019. He's also got the 1 4-wicket haul to his name as well. That was in England at the World Cup. Here is Thomas still over the wicket. Duckett drives nicely, but doesn't quite time it as well as he would have wanted. Mid-off does well. It's Gudakesh Moti to save it, just keep it to 1.
I think his pace is just challenging Duckett a bit, and the length in which he's bowling, because it's quite fuller from O'Shane Thomas. He's mixing those deliveries. A few deliveries before was short, beating the bat on the off to the wicket keeper. This time around, Crawley will be hitting up for the first time.
Yeah, so right hand on strike. Now we are outside the power play, so Shea Hope is allowed to have 4 fielders deep. Currently he has backward square, deep fine leg, deep third, and has now employed a deep cover as the 4 fielders outside the circle to the right-handed Crawley, who seems to be very dominant against shorter bowling. Here's Thomas as he starts to Crawley. This time he's pretty much going to that hard length as Crawley defends it into the offside for no run. It's been a good start by him. Great to see as well the English support that has come back to the Caribbean. It's been a long time. Obviously we had that white ball series at the beginning of 2022. The turnout was great. They just come in their numbers, the Barmy Army.
Yeah, really good to see a number of fans, and most of these seats in the stadium being filled. A lot of umbrellas are out as well. It's almost midday, so sun is in its peak.
Quite hot conditions. Here's Thomas, best delivery he's bowled of the over. It's on a good length outside the off stump and narrowly misses Crawley's off stump. It's the end of the 11th over, 79 for 2. You're listening to us live on Talk Sport 2.
It's just 1 run coming from that Thomas over. He really did bowl some good lengths. Asked a few questions of the batters. Really looks to be in fine form, but let's just see how long he can maintain this for.
Yeah, ironically, he's done a lot of work in England itself. He, beginning of the year, went to Frocester in West England Premier League and would have worked on his fitness there in English conditions. Put in a lot of work with the coaches there to refine his fast bowling, his run-up specifically, and so far so good. We've had 3 tournaments and domestically, and now some international cricket. He looks the part. And now we've talked about the proactivity of Shea Hope. It's going to be a change of ends for Gudakesh Moti. First spell, 2 overs, 1 for 12. now coming from the southern end. So not afraid Hope to bowl Morty to the left-handed Duckett. He's gotten a few left-handers out in his time. The left-arm spinner, here he is from over the wicket to Duckett, and is full and flighted outside the off stump, which Duckett is trying to drive into the off stump, can't make connection. Offside.
Yeah, good delivery from Moti, and as you mentioned, that change of ends, left-hander to left-hander, bowler to batter. Moti continues.
Here's Duckett playing a reverse sweep and playing it nicely, just over that short, fine leg fielder, all the way into the boundary for 4. First boundary for Duckett.
Yeah, I think the short leg fielder anticipated, because you can see him or his reactions, or we can see his reaction just after that shot was played. Might have been to his left, where he might have been anticipating moving to his right.
Just went over the head. It's a shot that Duckett plays a lot. Both sweeps, the reverse and the conventional sweep. Fine leg and third are in the circle. Here he is again trying another reverse sweep, and he's got it fine enough to go past the fielder. It's back-to-back boundaries. Good start for Duckett, good start for England.
Yeah, this time around, ensuring that he has much more control over the shot. He played it much finer. That fielder had absolutely no chance. I like the fact that he's not afraid to play these shots, because it's good shots to have within your artery.
Chess match unfolding. Shea Hope has employed another fielder into that third position. So you've got a very squared short point and now short third for that reverse sweep. Here's Moti, this time again outside the off stump, but Duckett smartly just tucks it into the onside. Off the front foot, he'll get a single. Big over so far. What do you make of the move, though, to continue with Moti, even though the left-handed Duckett is at the crease?
Well, a few overs ago, he got the first wicket, that breakthrough for West Indies. So Shea Hope just thinking that maybe keep him on for a few more overs, try to create that pressure, because he hasn't been scored off a lot, Moti, in terms of runs coming off his overs. Just 20 runs from, well, he's into his third over now.
There he is, around the wicket to Zach Crawley, the right-hander, who's tucking this wide of long on. The call is 2. Duckett turns quickly. That's a bit of a slip, actually. It may have been tight if the throw was better, but in the end, they get home safely for the 2. And Moti, in terms of the international career so far, he's only played 7-1 internationals, but he's bowled well to left-handers. 6 wickets at 18 apiece and an economy of just 4.
I think this will be the challenge for Crawley. How does he face up Moti?
There he is around the wicket again, and Crawley, similar region this time, straight to the fielder at long on. It's Sherfane Rutherford who's making his one international debut. It's a good over for the English. That is 13 runs from it. It's the end of 12, 91 for 2. Listening live on Talk Sport 2.
Yeah, good foundation set from the opening pair. Phil Salt and Will Jacks 45. Phil Salt falling 4 and Will Jacks 26. So a really good foundation set for Crawley and Duckett. He scored 91 for 2 after 12.
It will be Thomas continuing from the Sir Andy Roberts end. The crowd continues to build here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. First one-day international we've had here since 2021 when the West Indies played Sri Lanka. Here's Thomas over the wicket. Again goes for that shorter length against Crawley, the taller man, trying to work it into the onside. Unable to do so, it's no run.
He did ask a few questions in his previous over. O'Shane Thomas, just 1 run scoring from it. Crawley will be thinking possibly just to get a single and get on the other end. So bowler is giving you that sort of trouble. You really just want to get on the other end and see what's happening, have a better look.
Here is Thomas still over the wicket as Crawley again looking to play that shot into the onside. He's coming wide across his stumps and trying to go across the line. Last couple of deliveries he's missed.
And Thomas hasn't changed that line. He's persisting with that off stump line, that 4th stump line, which is really troubling Crawley. A few deliveries are shaping into the right-handed batter.
That last one crashed into the pad, but Crawley was so far outside the line that didn't really matter in terms of an appeal. Mid off, mid on, into the circle, deep cover, deep third, fine leg, backward square. Here is Thomas. Again goes a shorter length, but Crawley trying to drive this one into the offside, finds the cover fielder. This has been a good start. 9 deliveries ball from Thomas so far, just 1 single run conceded.
Yeah, most definitely. I just wonder why didn't he share the new ball with Alzari Joseph. But he's doing well. He's doing just what his skipper needs during this phase.
There's Thomas, bowled well so far. This time again, consistent on that 4th stump line. This has been a new level of consistency from Oshane Thomas. He's had problems with his control in the past, but so far so good. Crawley's 3 from 12, Duckett 11 from 12, 91 for 2. We're 4 deliveries into the 13th over. And that rate, which was once touching 10 and over, has now decreased to just about 7.
And Crawley will be thinking, how does he maneuver, how does he play these deliveries from Oshane Thomas?
Mid off, much wider now in the circle. Here's Thomas again. Goes short this time, and Crawley looking to pull, comes off the toe of the bat. Again, can't score. So some pressure building here. This is good from Thomas, good from the West Indies since they've taken that wicket. Been able to just pull things back, and obviously went with that double strike, getting Salt in the 9th over and then following it up with Will Jacks's wicket in the 10th.
Yeah, just 1 delivery remaining.
When will Shea Hope go to the leg spin of Yannick Carrier? That will be another question, as this time again Thomas hitting that good length, but again on 4th stump, and he's able to just tuck this into the onside. Zach Crawley. It's the end of the 13th over, 92 for 2. Time now to go back to the studio, and it's Mark Butcher as well as Philo Wallace.
Thank you very much, Nikhil. Good fight back this from the West Indies outside of the power play. Picked up the wickets of Salt and Jacks, who had got off to a rollicking start for England, much as they had done in the ill-fated series against Ireland back in September in the UK. But both of those guys are gone now. 45 for Salt from 28, 26 from 24 from Jacks. 92 for 2 now in the 13th over, and West Indies just about managing to wrestle back some semblance of control. Moti in, left arm spin round the wicket, fires one in towards the pads of the right-handed Crawley. It's nicely gathered by Shea Hope behind the stumps, wide called by the umpire. Just perhaps, Philo, a sign here that the pitch is relatively slow. Left armour in once again, then Crawley works this one into square leg and they pick up an easy single. Perhaps the lack of going off the ball gripping a bit more now.
Yes, obviously, and Stacey said it is a reliant surface, and obviously we're seeing the effects of not playing a lot of cricket on it, and that is why Moti has been introduced so early, the leading left arm spin in the region. But you can see that there is a bit of turn and lack of pace, and the English batters looking to get pace on the ball to execute their shots.
Gunakesh Moti is over the wicket, and Duckett tries a really extravagant reverse sweep. It is a speciality of his, and the ball was fired way down the leg side. If he had been standing as a left-hander, he'd switched almost entirely into right-handed mode, but wide called. Moti in this time just drifting the ball in towards the stumps. Is nudged backward a square on the leg side by Duckett, and again they pick up a single.
Duckett continues to show that he wants to get bat on ball, looking to execute a reverse sweep, but Moti fired it at the right line, and obviously he missed that ball. Then the next delivery just stuck it into the leg side, playing an authentic shot. And these two guys are the test openers, and this period of passion of play is going to require that kind of batting.
Dragged down this time by the left arm spinner, and that has been crunched to the left hand side of extra cover inside the circle, to the right of the sweeper out there on the boundary, and will pick up a boundary for Zach Crawley. He moves to 9.
That would please Zach Crawley quite a lot of balls just outside the off stump, just standing his ground and executing a lovely shot off the back foot and across the wonderful outfield at North Song and down to the boundary for 4.
A real gimme from Moti, who now gives this one a little bit more air, attacking the stumps. Crawley lofts it back over the bowler's head. It's fielded by the man running around from mid-on, and again they pick up a single. 100 comes up for England. 13.5 overs bowled of the 50 here. And England off to what looks like a very good start on a surface that we think will become more tricky as the match goes on.
Yes, it's a very good start for England, obviously losing 2 quick wickets, but then we see a consolidation here between Duckett and Crawley. Crawley just chipping that ball down to long on, picking up a single.
Moti and again attacking the stumps of Duckett, who unusually for him plays it in orthodox fashion off the back foot to mid-wicket. That is the end of the 14th over. Crawley is 10 from 17, Duckett has 12 from 15, and England are 100 for 2, and it's time for a little bit of well, I don't know, is that soca? What are they? It's certainly not dancehall anyway, definitely not Lovers Rock.
No, that's soca. Antigua is big for soca, and the current run rate is 7.14. That would please the English dugout. They will feel comfortable knowing that they have a reasonable run rate going in after 15 overs. The first 50 was in 34 balls. Obviously, the second was in 49, a little slower, but consolidation is the key here.
Shane Thomas, who has started well, 9 for 2 from 2. As that ball has come off the inside edge of Zach Crawley's bat, off the thigh pad into the mid-wicket region. They scamper through for a single. Shane Thomas looks a little bit surprised perhaps from 1 or 2 that he didn't take the new ball with Alzari Joseph, but it looks as though they've earmarked the middle over period for him.
Yes, obviously during the Super 50 he would have opened the bowling with Alzari Joseph, but playing for West Indies they've decided they're going to use the fast ball in the middle overs when the batters are looking to score. He's bowling a good line, a good length, and he's getting the ball to nip back into the right-handed Crawley, which is causing some concern.
Thomas in, that gold chains bouncing around his chest, and that is a quick delivery, flashed away from Duckett. Not entirely sure where he was intending to hit that, but it's come off a top edge, flown over where first slip might have been, and has gone all the way down to third man for 4.
So Duckett was a little late on that delivery, a short of a length delivery with some pace, looking to maybe hit it through the leg side, getting the top edge. And Mark, we know these modern day bats now, there are no edges, so he come off that take outside edge and down to the boundary for 4. But another thing we're going to be very careful with is the captaincy in the field placing by Shea Hope. I thought that let him down in the Super 50, and he needs to be very careful at the international level of getting his fielders in the right position.
Duckett again faces up, diminutive left-hander. Shane Thomas, powerful run in and delivery stride, short and wide, and Duckett doesn't time it. Again, just a sense there that the ball is coming off the pitch at different paces, and a diving stop at point means that there is no run.
Yes, a wide short ball. Duckett eyes would have light up there, but Alec Anthony's at point, young man, fit, very enthusiastic, diving and saving what would have been a certain boundary. But Thomas again just showing that, continue to show consistency, which is what you want, a good grouping of delivery just on about the off stump.
Thomas powerfully into delivery stride. That one is really wide and he gets away with it. Ben Duckett can't believe that he hasn't made contact with that attempted cut shot. The ball flew through to Shea Hope, but that is a dot ball, and one that Duckett will feel he should have put away to the boundary.
Yeah, very lucky there. O'Shane Thomas, a ball wide and asking to be hit to the boundary, but Duckett not long enough. I know he's not tall in stature, and that ball just finished through the wicketkeeper Shea Hope.
But he's certainly not built like you, Philo.
No, but he's a fighter.
A man, well, yeah, but I wouldn't accuse you of not being one of those either. Shane Thomas starts with 2 hands on the ball and then gets into his run-up. Again, it's short and wide, flies through to Shea. Ben Duckett has the look of a man who cannot believe that the umpire hasn't stretched his arms out to signal wide, but he doesn't, and it's another dot.
Yeah, Duckett just needs to stay focused, let the umpire do his job. Yes, the balls will appear to him to be wide, but to the umpire who has to make that decision, he's saying no. But you have to give credit to O'Shane Thomas. He's bowling a consistent line of length just outside the off stump. As people would say in Bajan parlance, he's teasing Ben Duckett.
And a plethora of white butterflies just dancing around Shane Thomas as he starts his run up in. This one's tighter to off stump. Brilliant stop by Athenaeus, backward point, diving away to his right. The ball kicked up off the playing block, and he pulled off a brilliant one-handed diving stop to bring 4 dots in a row off that Thomas over. He has none for 7 from 3. West Indies in a really good period here. 15 overs gone, 105 for 2.
Yes, a good tight over there by O'Shane Thomas, and well supported in the field by Ali Antonez. That ball was short, a little tighter onto Duckett, but he managed to get a lot of bat on it, and Antonez just going to his right. Young man, enthusiastic, and just saving what would be a certain boundary. And that is what you need to see from West Indies cricket. They haven't been having a good time of it of late. And when you get this kind of energy and performances by the fielders, it gives them a little bit more up, a little bit more lift that they can do things.
Yeah, might not be the best batting or bowling side in the world, but there's certainly no excuses for not being optimal in the field. As we have a bowling change, Yannick Correa, the leg spinner preferred to Hayden Walsh Jr. in this West Indies squad, is into his 12th one-day international now. Had a really good time of it in the Super 50.
Yes, he had a very good time in the Super 50. His batting as well has come on quite a bit. He's a batter, I believe, who can bowl like bricks.
In he goes, slip in place, nicely rolled out leg spinner. The pitch is on off stumps, full of length, and Crawley rather miscues it off the outside half of the bat. It goes catchable height through mid-off, down to the man who's on the fence at long off, and they pick up a single.
Yes, Correa obviously is buoyant, a lot of energy, full of confidence coming off a very good Super 50. That ball was just flighted, and Zach Crawley obviously looking to hit it down the ground, not getting a lot of bat onto it, and just dribbling out to long off where Shepherd picked up the ball and got a single.
Now one or two conversations in terms of the field for Ben Duckett. He is a nightmare as a spin bowler and as a captain, because he hits the ball in very unusual areas. Slip has stayed in place. Duckett is surveying the ground behind square of the wicket on both sides, looking to unleash those sweeps, but that one just tucks him up a little, hits his thigh pad, runs away. They don't pick up a single as the ball is gathered by Shea Hope, and there is no run.
Yes, Duckett likes to score. He keeps looking around for the areas in which he thinks he can score, which is good for him as a batter, but obviously it keeps Correa on his toes, because if he's offline, Duckett is going to punish him. But two good deliveries so far.
Correa, bustling leg break bowler. It's a reverse pull, shall we call it, from Ben Duckett, who absolutely smokes it in front of square on what would have been his offside, but it turned into his leg side, and he's played that as a right-handed sweep in front of square for 4. Absolutely brilliant, and a nightmare, as I said, for captain and bowler.
Well, we saw this in the World Cup with a guy called Glenn Maxwell. Obviously, these are things that these are shots that are practiced daily, and Ben Duckett has executed them very well so far.
Right, tossing himself a couple of catches, sweat pouring off his face. It's a slower delivery, he's got him. He's bowled him round his legs. That's a brilliant piece of bowling. He wasn't fazed by the reverse swipe through mid-wicket. He just took a bit of pace off it, looped it up in the air. Duckett went down to play a fine sweep in traditional style as a left-hander, and it beats both his pads and careers into middle and leg stump. That is a brilliant delivery, great piece of bowling, and an excellent breakthrough for the West Indies.
Very good execution there by Correa. The ball full of a length. Duckett now looking to just play the authentic sweep, missing the ball on the full, and it crashes into the middle and leg stump. It's a good wicket for the West Indies. Unfortunately, Ben Duckett has to go back for 20. He only faced 23 balls, but a very, very good wicket. He was the one that was going to obviously offset the bowlers with his variations and shots, but a good wicket, a good confidence booster as well for Yannick Correa.
Yeah, quite superb. He took his time, making sure that he knew exactly what he was looking to execute after being bashed through mid-wicket by Ben Duckett. And that, just the lack of pace on it really, was what did Duckett. He was looking to try and use the pace from the leg spinner to try and run it down fine towards that fine leg boundary and on an orthodox sweep. But the lack of pace just meant that he got through the shot too soon. His body weight was going towards the offside, left his middle and leg stumps exposed, and that is the end of him. Brilliant stuff from the West Indies as everybody takes a drink out there at North Sound.
Yes, it was a very good break as well for West Indies, and a good comeback over there from Correa, looking to obviously get wickets, which is very, very important at this stage. The more wickets you get in the middle passage puts a lot of pressure on that lower middle order. So that wicket of Ben Duckett would have really given the West Indies hope.
Yeah, don't forget that you can get in touch with us here at TalkSport 2 on our watch along on the Cricket YouTube channel, or on Twitter at cricket_TS or at TalkSport 2. Jared, what have you got for us?
So in the Super 50s, I was just looking up O'Shane Thomas's figures. 7 games, he took 2 wickets at an average of 83. But he only went at 4.5 runs and over, so he was very economical, but just couldn't take any wickets there. But again, has looked economical here. Yannick Correa now has 10 wickets from his 12 ODIs, and Crawley averages 15 against leg spin in ODI internationals. He scores at 86 strike rate, so he's still trying to score off it a lot. But he struggles when the ball spins away. He's got an average of 28 against left-arm orthodox, although he played Moti okay today. But when the ball's spinning away from Crawley, that's when he have his biggest issues.
Yeah, I suppose that backlift of his that takes the bat slightly outside the line of the ball and then across down towards mid-on makes the ball turning away a little bit of an issue for him. In fact, that the only delivery he faced off the leg spinner, he was trying to hit it through mid-on and got a leading edge all the way down to long off. So that illustrates that particular issue. But a really good start for Yannick Correa. Excellent stuff from O'Shane Thomas. And I suppose if you think back to England's successful period under Owen Morgan, the partnership of Plunkett bowling hard into the pitch at one end at good pace and the leg spin of Adil Rashid was an area where England picked up a lot of wickets through the middle period. A problem that they'd had for years and years in white ball cricket was trying to get anybody out outside of the power play. And West Indies have got a nice combination going here as Correa is in perfectly pitched leg break to Harry Brook, who has to adjust at the last second, steer the ball back with a point, and there is no run.
Yes, this is going to be a big time for Harry Brook. I'm a fan of Harry Brook. I think he's one of the few. He's the future actually for England batting, but he needs to spend time at the crease. If you look at all these guys who have batted before him, they've only batted 20-odd balls.
Yeah, it's a serious problem for England during that World Cup as Brook plays forward defensively. The slip is still in place for Correa. That's a really good opening over. 5 runs from it, just that one boundary, the reverse sweep from Duckett, but he was dispatched soon after. 1 for 5 for the leggy, and England are 110 for 3 and in need of just being careful not to lose any more wickets in the next 10-15 overs or so.
There's going to be various patches of play here for England, particularly with the spinners in operation. Correa first over brought him a wicket, so that is some confidence and success. Obviously, England will have to look to consolidate even more here. 110, 3 wickets down, so they still need to bat deep into the 50 overs. There isn't a lot to have Jeff Butler to come, but you need to give him a better platform in which he can express himself. You don't want him to come back under pressure.
Yeah, Butler in at 6, next man in as Thomas goes in, and again the line and length is absolutely superb. Nothing Crawley could do with that, but fence it towards backward point, and there is no run. And it was an issue, it was an issue that England found during the course of the World Cup, Philo, whereby there'd be 3 or 4 down, they'd have their hitters in Butler and Livingstone and perhaps Moeen Ali in at the crease far too early. No platform laid for them then to do what their real job is, which is to explode in the back 15, 18 overs or so. So this is a really important period for England here in Crawley and Brook. As Thomas is in once more. Tall, athletic. Ball is nudged away off the hip of Crawley for a single. Will bring Harry Brook on strike. He's yet to score, none from 2. Crawley's 13 from 21. And the West Indies just having the better of the exchanges out of the power play.
Yes, I think Darren Savvy will be quite happy with what he's seen so far. But obviously, Mark, there are two new white balls, one at each end. So if you're batting and then you're losing wickets, you still have that new white ball, that newish white ball to come at you. You don't want Butler and Livingston to come with that ball still new. You want to get some mileage in that ball. So it's important now for Crawley and Brook to build a partnership.
Again, the ball angled in towards the hip of Crawley, who allows it to come into him and just uses the pace to guide it around backward a square for another single. It's an area in which England famously now, this squad and the squad that was there in the World Cup played very, very little 50 over cricket. And the thought in the English game at the moment is that they don't need to, that they'll get all they need from 20 over cricket. But this is the area right here and right now whereby there are 33 and a half overs left of the game, and those quick fire starts from just 20 odd balls haven't really done the opposition any damage, as Crawley again is tall, up on his toes, knocks it off the back foot into the covers, and they scamper a single.
I agree with you, Mark. When you look at the scores of the batters who have gone before, none of them has batted 30 balls. So this is just quick scoring. But the team still find themselves in a problem. 113 for 3 and only 16.4 overs have been bowled by West Indies. So West Indies will feel quite happy to know that they've pushed England back by getting wickets. Yes, they had a very good start, but the West Indies have pulled them back by getting those wickets. And it's going to be very interesting to see Crawley, who's the test opener, how he goes in this middle passage.
Thomas, the sweat dripping off his shirt and off his brow. And Harry Brook just allows that ball to come alongside him and just glides it off the back foot in front of square on the offside for another single.
Teague is very hot.
Yeah, it looks like
very hot. Correa has his face painted with the sun cream, but the water is dropping off his bald head. Obviously, he's hairless like us, but it's good to see that. Obviously, it's hot. The guys are enjoying it, and it's going to be hard work, and hopefully they'll be up for it. Because England are not going to lay down and say beat us. They're going to put up a fight. They want to put the World Cup behind them and really start a new chapter on a winning course. But this is a good bowling effort so far by West Indies.
Thomas, who looks a lot leaner than the last I saw him, is in. That one is a little bit wide, and Zach Crawley has just smashed it. Half on the front foot, half on the back, half horizontal, half vertical back, and blazed it through extra cover for 4.
Martin Bajan parlance, we call that half rice, half pie, with a little bit of beef stew. And the sound off that bat was awesome. You can see that Crawley really enjoyed playing that shot. He stalled, he just got his hands out to it and executed a perfect shot through extra cover and beating Casey Carty to the boundary for 4. But a good, confident booster for Zach Crawley.
Yeah, really fine shot. Shades of the opening boundary of the 2023 Ashes, where he smashed Josh Hazlewood through extra cover for 4. And Shane Thomas, for the first time really, just giving a little bit of width to the right-hander, who smoked it through the offside. Into the over then. 118 for 4. Correa into Brook, who plays slightly against the spin, or into the spin as they like to say in India, down to mid-on for a single. 119 for 3.
It's a good looking shot there for Harry Brook. A full toss, but dealt with it in the appropriate manner. Not looking to hit it too hard. I'll be seeing that replay there from Zach Crawley, just standing up and crunching it quite nicely in the ball, just rushing across the outfield at North Sound.
And there's that angle back. Crawley looking to nudge the ball into mid-wicket against the spin, against the outside half of the bat, or the outside edge really, and ended up in the hands of Point for no run. Sitting next to you here, Phil, always reminds me of one of the best fields I've ever seen in Test match cricket. Get to that in a minute as Correa's in. That's another beautifully pitched leg break. The ball drifting in towards the stumps and then just holding. Crawley can only defend it. I think it was 3 slips of gully, long off and long on. You against us, against England in Barbados. Dean Headley bowling with the brand new ball, and we had 2 men back on the fence, both back long off and long on.
Mark, the pitches were good.
Oh dear. Try in another perfectly pitched leg break. It's really impressive stuff.
Yes, Correa obviously is showing a lot of control here, a lot of discipline as well. He's beaten Crawley in a few deliveries, but he's consistently in the business area of the pitch, asking Crawley questions on his technique. Crawley looking to go leg side most of the time, but this one is just pushing to the offside in the authentic manner and picking up a very easy single in the offside.
Yeah, single is very important at this stage of the innings for England. This Correa again, just a little bit over pitch this time, but Brook unable to guide it past extra cover, and again it's another dot ball. 120 for 3.
Yes, annoying leg spinners, they like to see dot balls. The more dot balls they can string together, it gives them more confidence. He's only gone for 2 runs so far in this over, Correa.
Yeah, Trinidadian, 32 years of age, with the tuba grip around that right arm, protecting the elbow. Shorter delivery, and Brook swings it away. Half pull shot, half sweep, straight to the man, the deep backward square leg, and again they pick up a single. Into the over. 18 gone, 121 for 3. Crawley 19 from 26. Brook just to the crease, 4 for 7.
So I got Gemma at Crickviz to have a look at O'Shane Thomas's bowling in the Super 50s, because as I said, 2 wickets got me a little bit interested. So they're using that first change. They want him to be Liam Plunkett. We all get that. We can see it. It's working fairly well for them here. In the Super 50s, he bowled 162 balls in the power play and about 50 balls outside the power play all the tournament long. So what great preparation they gave him for this role coming up. He bowled 18 balls in the death in the Super 50. So he basically just bowled power play, occasionally a little bit in the middle, and bowled a couple of overs or 3 overs at the death. So it's not exactly what they want him to do in this team. That's what we're talking about, preparing players for the next level. Not sure that has prepared him at all.
Not at all, but he's doing it pretty well, as he's been replaced by Romario Shepherd, the man who did take the new ball and was given an absolute hiding by Jacks and particularly Phil Salt. So he has the figures of none for 34 from 3.1. First delivery was bang on the money, however, and defended by Brook for a dot.
Yeah, Shepherd obviously had a bad start, and knowing Shepherd, he'll be the one to look to come back and look to get wickets and tighten up those figures that don't make good reading at the moment.
In he goes, slightly slingier action, shorter man than Thomas, and it's punched off the back foot through the fielder at short extra cover, and they pick up a single.
But it's good to see the West Indian fielders diving around, actually. They're putting the effort in the field, which is important. Need to support the bowlers. You don't have a lot of bowling in stock. You only have Alzari Joseph, the real international bowler. All the rest are now feeling the way into international cricket. So fielding and supporting is going to be very important.
Shepherd in wide on the crease this time, gives Crawley enough room to get his arms through the ball, punches it out to the sweeper on the offside, and again they pick up a single.
Yes, I thought it was a brave move this morning to open the bowling with Shepherd. I thought they would have used pace at the top in Thomas and Alzari Joseph, and maybe keep Shepherd when the ball is a little softer, because he's the one who will use the variations coming in later into the innings. But it went for him at the top, and he was knocked around. But now he has the opportunity to just tighten his figures up with the field, placing obviously a little spread.
Brook allows that shortish delivery just to come alongside him and runs it down to third man for a single. England just happy to take whatever singles are on offer at the minute. Jared?
So Shepherd played 4 games in the Super 50, and he bowled 30 overs, 7 wickets for 150 runs, so a fairly good record, just going at 5 runs and over. Outside of him, we got Athanazi, who bowled 11 overs, and so very, very part-time, and Shafane Rutherford, who bowled 22 overs but went at 7.5 runs and over in that tournament. So they don't want to go too far beyond their 5 bowlers.
No, I don't think they can. When you look at, if you get to Sheffield Rutherford bowling, you know you're in problems. If you get to Alec Anthony's, you're in deeper problems.
Well, they'll be very happy that the main bowlers are just starting to get a grip on things out there at the moment. England 3 down. English supporters enjoying the sunshine out there, perhaps just dozing off a big night in English Harbour out there in Antigua. That ball is short and wide from Shepherd and has been cut ferociously backward a square by Zach Crawley. Again, that bit of width, and Crawley is absolutely nailing the ball through the offside at the moment. 4 more for him, 24 for 29, 128 for 3.
And one of the impressive things about Zach Crawley is that he's waiting on the ball, and he's just punching that ball quite nicely. Any bad delivery he's looking to pounce on, and that ball just rushes across the outfield, beating Carty to his left, and again another boundary. That would give Crawley a lot of confidence. Shepherd obviously expected Carty to put in a better effort, but unfortunately he did not, and it's a boundary for Zach Crawley, and Zach Crawley continues to look good. He's gone 29 balls so far for 24, so he will be the one that you're looking for to bat deep into this innings.
Yeah, Zach Crawley prior to this encounter, 148 runs at 37 from 5 matches. This will be his 6th ODI, but a strike rate of 114, so he, along with the rest of the England batting lineup, not interested in going at less than a run a ball, as Carrera is in again into his 3rd over. Wide ball leg break that Brooks steers out to the sweeper on the offside for a single.
So just to go back to your point before, Philo, about the new ball bowlers, right? So Shepherd was bowling in the Super 50s with the new ball as well. He bowled 96 balls in the power play, had a bowling average of 28, took 3 wickets, but went at 5.3 runs and over.
Carrera in flighted delivery wide of off stump. It gave Crawley enough room to free his arms and sort of half sweep, half drive the ball to the right of long on. He pulled off an excellent piece of work to keep it and himself inside the boundary, and they pick up 2.
So yes. I would say if you've got an average of 28 and an economy of over 5, you probably bought a couple of wickets in that power play. So Shane Thomas only takes 1 wicket in the power play from 162 balls, but goes at 3.92.
Right, and again, that one is lofted once more, and Crawley has seen enough of that flight to be confident enough to bang it straight back over his head, pick up another boundary.
It's a beautiful shot there by Zach Crawley. And the key to it is that he obviously hit straight through the line of the ball. His bat wasn't going across the ball, hit straight through the line over the safest part of the field is over the bowler's head. I'm a big fan of hitting the ball back over the bowler's head and down to the boundary for 4.
You're kidding me. You didn't like it. You didn't hit the ball there, did you?
There's a lot of 90s kids just laughing at that, aren't there?
Driving wide. This time Crawley hits across the line. It's off the top edge. It's in the air. Oh, it's been put down. Would you believe it? Moti with the simplest of catches. All he had to do was make the ground. That bit he did. The hands unfortunately let him down. That is a big, big let off for Zach Crawley, and perhaps a warning to him to play with the full face of the bat against the leg spinner.
Yeah, Zach Crawley this time. Look at the hit against the spin, getting the top edge. Moti coming in a long one, only a few meters, and just bending on his knees and catching the ball too low. And hitting very high on the hands and down onto the ground. A big drop, a big miss there. And Correa obviously will be very, very disappointed. Could not believe that Moti dropped such a dolly.
No, I know we might have lip readers here on our stream on YouTube, but it didn't take a degree in the skill to work out that Correa was not very happy. That was a dolly. He's in, and Brook watchfully pushes forward. The ball is picked up at extra cover, but that really should have been 4 down for England, and perhaps not learning the lessons of their elders and betters from the World Cup at this stage, whereby risk-free run gathering is just as good as going hard, playing big shots and giving away more wickets. This should have been taken.
That's a dolly. That's picking cherries off a cherry tree.
Stop it.
I don't have many of those around where I live, Philo. That delivery just knocked it past the bowler for a comfortable single. Brook moves to 8 from 13. Crawley 31 from 32, and he should be gone. 137 for 3. 20 gone.
Yeah, so just to get back to that new ball thing before Crawley started doing all sorts of things in that over, is if you watch the two bowlers, there's nothing really in the way that Shepherd bowls that tells you he should be a new ball bowler. Whereas O'Shane Thomas, we know that at his best could move the ball, right? And he has pace. It probably makes more sense to at least give him 2 or 3 overs up the front. If he doesn't do anything, then you rest him and you use him in that Liam Plunkett role, because we know that Shepherd is actually quite a clever cricketer. He's not very skillful, but he's got a lot of tricks.
Shepherd in, the aforementioned. Delivery straight, maybe stayed down a little bit on Harry Brook, who defends to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
That's very good. I like what you're saying. It's called common sense. But not everybody. Common sense is for everyone, but not everybody.
It's a minister for that now over here.
You point out, you show me one single human being who doesn't think they have common sense. Everybody thinks they have it,
but it's not always common.
Well, indeed. There's Shepherd is in. An underlayer on underneath the maroon West Indies shirt, black underlayer, wide of the stumps, and that is run down to third man for a single. Brook just seems to be happy just to play himself in here.
Because our success in West Indies cricket is pairs. Our fast bowlers hunted in pairs. So you have Alzari Joseph, O'Shane Thomas successful in Super 50. They're in a West Indies squad, but you split them rather than allow them to feed off of each other. Okay, England not too far ahead of the game. They're 138 for 3. But with O'Shane Thomas at the top, maybe it could have been 138 for 4 or 5. So you have to give him the opportunity to bowl that new ball. Shepherd can always come back into the middle.
And here is Shepherd, this time back of a length on the hip of Crawley, who again knocks it backward a square for a single. 139, 140 for 3.
I'm also pretty sure if West Indies do qualify for the next 50 over World Cup, that Romario Shepherd won't be taking the new ball, and that the other two guys are much more likely to be actually taking it.
Yeah, I agree. So it baffles me sometimes, the decisions that are being made. We're here sitting and we're watching this and saying, but why isn't Thomas bowling the new ball? Why is Shepherd? And the think tanks, and I don't know what they're thinking.
Again, delivery on leg stump. This time it's Brook that knocks it to Hetmeyer. Picks up and throws in a poor throw really to keeper Shea Hope, who has to back off about 10 yards from the stumps in order to collect it on the bounce. England go to it is 140 for 3 this time. 4 balls gone in the 21st.
So Moti dropped that catch, and now the physio's out checking his hand.
Smart man.
I should say that physio also is the former captain of the Cuban cricket team.
Yeah. Short and wide, Crawley drills it at extra cover, no run. I mean, you've got to hand it to him. If the ball really didn't come down far enough or hard enough to have damaged his hands.
But something called shame.
Yeah, exactly. You have to sell it, don't you? Because if you just shake your hand a little bit like Bairstow does sometimes, no one takes it seriously. If you get the physio on, you must be hurt.
There must have been something really bad. Razors in the ball as it dropped out of the sky, perhaps. Scan around the field. Plenty of support for England, as you'd expect in December. People looking to get out of the old dart and go and find some sunshine. Ball worked away on the leg side in front of square this time. For a single by Brook, 1-4-1 for 3.
This is good bowling by Shepherd. He's come back in the middle after taking some tap in the first 3, but he's actually dragged it back. He's gone for 4 singles, but he hasn't given the England batters any opportunity at all to free their arms. So he's obviously realised that he needs to bowl wicket to wicket and bowl a proper line and length, which he's done so far in 2 overs.
Yeah, 9 for 45 from 5 for Romario Shepherd. He was responsible for the flying start that England got, really. Salt and Jacks put him to the sword, but 3 wickets from the West Indies. 1 from Moti, 1 from Alzari Joseph to get rid of Will Jacks. And the latest, Correa getting rid of Duckett. Just put the West Indies back in the driving seat here. Still attacking, slip in place to the leg spinner from Trinidad. He's into Zach Crawley. Beats him outside the off stump. Shea Hope with an inquiry, shall we say, to the square leg umpire for a stumping. And again, a really nice piece of bowling. And again, Zach Crawley just not sure on and around off stump to the leg spinner.
I like the consistency here with Yannick Correa. Just bowling the ball just inside the off stump and the leg break, spinning away and beating the outside prod of Jack Crawley's bat and through to Shea Hope. But good bowling from the leg spinner.
Shuffles in once more. Oh, that spun sharply. And again, Crawley trying to hit a ball, pitching off stump, spinning away from him through mid-wicket. Not sure if he got a little touch on that. There was a dive from the slip. Slip had to dive to his left. The ball spun sharply, or has it taken the edge, Phil O'Wallace?
It's taken the edge. Mark Butcher hitting Shea Hope, and then Brandon King going to his left at the slip and not being able to haul it in. In Barbados, we say they got the drop seeds. But again, Crawley looking to hit against the spin. And Correa said, man, take the catch. And another disappointed look on Correa's face.
Or words to that effect, yeah. The Trinidadian version of man, take the catch. He's bowled beautifully and should have 2. Should have 3. Brook leans forward, knocks this one to the left of extra cover. And again, they take a single. Crawley seems to be absolutely determined to hit the ball through mid-wicket from outside off stump with it turning away from him, and it's only going to end up one way if the West Indies catch the ball.
Yeah, it's amazing how you can play the same shot twice and not learn of a senior guy like Zach Crawley. Just hit the ball where it's going to the offside, hit the ball through the offside. You might not rate Correa as a leg spinner, but he's actually doing a decent job.
He's bowling beautifully, I would say, better than a decent job, as he's in again. Again, a little bit of drift onto middle and leg this time, and Crawley is much happier to present the full face of the bat. The bowler picks the ball up and is follow through, no run.
When he keeps looking to the leg side, the ball is bowling leg spin, which means the ball goes from leg to off, and he's still eyeing that leg side looking to hit the ball there. Needs to be careful, Zach Crawley. Needs to respect the good deliveries from Correa and look to score off the bad deliveries.
Correa again wheels away. Something of the Imran Tahir in his bowling action. That ball stayed down and is off the inside edge of the bat, drops at the feet of Zach Crawley. And again, there's no run.
There's a little inconsistency in the bounce there. Ball just pitching on about off stump, not full length, short of a length, and Crawley looking to hit it through the offside. And because of lack of pace and bounce, just drag it onto the onside. So again, that should be telling Zach Crawley, you need to play the appropriate fashion on this pitch. If you go against the grain, you're going to perish.
Final ball of the Correa over. Given a lot of air, this time Crawley is able to smother the spin, drills it down the ground. Bowler gets a piece of it on the way through to long off. He will pick up a single and keep the strike. England move to 144 for 3 from 22. Time for myself and Philo to vacate. In my place will be Andrew McKenna and Alex Tudor.
Thank you, boys. I think they may have done an extra over there, Tude, which is nice of them, because what they don't know is the lunch has just arrived in the bag and they've been letting theirs get cold. You know, I've never seen 2 men exit a commentary box quicker. Welcome along, it's TalkSport 2, first one-day international of this 3-match series. England winning the toss of this first game in Antigua, and after 22 overs, 144 for 3. Phil Salt, the first to go, made 45 from 28. Will Jacks, 26 from 24 to make it 77 for 2 after 77 for 1. And Ben Duckett, 20 from 23, 110 for 3 when he was bowled leg stump. Shepherd to continue, and he gets one to Zach Crawley. It's round about middle and leg stumpish. Turn through mid-wicket as they will take a couple there. And England move on. Remember, we are live here on TalkSport 2 for this series. You can get in touch the normal ways, cricket_TS at TalkSport 2. But you can also watch on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, and you can also send us a message through there if you want to join in on the watch along. So a whole host of ways you can enjoy the cricket. As we bring you Romario Shepherd coming in, bowls a straight drive ball to Zach Crawley. Crawley does do exactly that, drives it back, but the bowler gets a big left hand out and stops it, and there is no run. Well, we were on earlier and we got 70 runs in our first stint. I don't know what the others have been playing at since, Jude, but it has slowed down.
It has, and that happens when you take wickets. That's what West Indies needed.
Shepherd in, it's Crawley using his feet, back over the bowler's head, 1 bounce 4, over long on, and that brings up the England 150. 22 and a half overs. The 50 came up, 5 overs and 4 balls. The 100, 1 ball short of 14 overs. That one was an off-speed delivery. Well, it was when it left the bowler's hand. It disappeared at a great deal more speed, Tudes.
It is, fantastic shot. They're definitely targeting Shepherd.
51 up for Shepherd. There's a caught and bowled chance because Crawley gets in a little bit of a tangle. A lot of the time, we heard it in the last over when he was facing the leg spinner, he's looking to work to leg. That again, he's looking to work to leg. Took him high up on the bat on the stickers on a cross-seam delivery, and it almost went back to the bowler in his follow-through. It was 1 hand, 1 bounce, but that doesn't count in international cricket, only in the back guard. Crawley's 41 not out from 44 balls. This one he almost plays on. Now that's an off-cutter from Shepherd that did not get up. It will go down to fine leg for a single. Crawley goes to 42. England 1-5, 1 for 3. But that didn't get up at all, Juice.
No, we saw this with the new ball, which was harder. And there's a little bit of inconsistency, as Macca rightly said, a little bit of an off-cutter there from Romeo Shepherd. And Zach Crawley, with the way he's seeing it, I mean, just be able to get the bottom portion of the bat to it.
Harry Brook stays in the crease, drops it at his toes. Zach Crawley says, that's gone about 4 feet, and that's enough for us to take a single. Hope comes round from behind the stumps, throws at the non-striker's end, and both batters are safely home with a brilliant single. It sounds daft to say a brilliant single, but that's exactly. That went no more than 4 or 5 feet from Harry Brook's toes, Crawley's toes, and they take a single out of it. 23 gone here on TalkSport 2, 152 for 3.
Yeah, listen, that's fantastic batting, and that's what he does extremely well. Anyone that's seen young Brook back, that's what he does. He can hit the boundaries, but he also, the rotation of the strike is vastly important. And when you've got Zach Crawley striking the ball, I mean, that ball off Shepherd over long on just had an air of, you can't bowl to me, disdain, just hit him over long on, couple of bounces to the boundary. Really good cricket shot, and again, these England batters are playing really good cricket shots from a really good base. They're not trying to get too fancy, just playing really good, strong shots.
So we will continue with wrist spin. Yannick Carrier, 1 for 20 so far from his 4. Harry Brook is the man on strike. In goes Carrier. Brook goes immediately on the reverse and hits it for 4. Through what was originally backward point, became deep backward square leg. Doesn't matter. Harry Brook is ridiculously talented. It pings off the middle of that Gray Nichols bat, and it's away for a boundary 4.
Am I wrong in thinking that was sort of middle stumpish there? And he said, nah, I don't care. Fantastic execution of that shot from Harry Brook.
First ball of the over as well. Now that gives him a little bit of licence. Carrier goes in, perfectly respectable leg break, pushed out on the offside, and there is no run.
Not seen a lot of him. Yannick Carrier is bowling really nicely. Nice flight, mixing it up. And he said these England batters are not trying to let him settle, trying to get after him, but I think he's been really good so far.
Waits at the end of his mark and then goes into a little bit of air on that one. Lands pretty full. It's clipped to long on for a single by Brook, who goes to 17. 157 for 3. He's 31 years of age, Yannick Carrier. This is only his 12th one-day international. Made his debut against New Zealand in August of last year. So relatively new at this level. Played for Trinidad and Tobago in the Super 50. This time he's outside the off stump of Zach Crawley, pushed to point, and there is no run. And actually he's handy with the bat as well. In 8 games, his highest score was 71 not out. That was his only 50. In 5 he batted 5 times. 4 of those he turned into not outs. With the ball, 18 wickets in 8 games. Best of 5 for 34, and he actually had 2 fifers. So handy old stuff. Yannick Carrier is in once again. Off the back foot is Crawley. No timing. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. And interestingly, all of those matches were played in either Port of Spain or Tarouba, the new venue in Trinidad. And of course, we will be going to Trinidad later on in this series. Carrier waits at the end of his mark for the final time this over. That's a little bit leg side-ish, and it'll be turned away by Crawley out to deep square leg, and there will be just a single as Roston Chase is on the field as 12ers. Not included in the playing 11 today, Roston Chase. Of course, we've seen plenty of him down the years on TalkSport 2. Remember that incredible performance in the Barbados Test match a few years ago, where 7 for off of memory. It might have even been 8 for, and he caused England all sorts of problems. I won't use the phrase Darren Goff used.
I was about to say that Goffey was going nuts. I remember that.
He wasn't a happy man. Essentially, and I'll paraphrase here, how is a man who's not turning the ball very much managing to get so many of the England batters out? I think that's essentially what Goffey was saying, wasn't it? Right, Moti will be back into the attack, the left armour, who, well, let's just say the England batters enjoyed his first spell. 4 overs, 1 for 32. He did get Salts caught by Carty in the covers to one that stood up, and he just slapped it straight to the fielder on the 30-metre circle. He's got 5 inside the ring this time, 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and Moti will bowl left arm around. It's a little bit short. He doesn't bounce a huge amount, and there is no timing from Crawley, and it almost underside of the bat dribbles back down the pitch, and the bowler gathers no run.
Sorry.
You can just hear Zach Crawley there saying sorry as he backs away as Moti prepares to come in. Something behind the bowler's arm distracted him. Crawley off the back foot on this occasion. Controlled. Just pushes out to Hetmeyer, the deep cover fielder, and takes a comfortable single. 159 for 3 as we're 4 balls away from the halfway mark of this innings. England winning the toss and batting. Oh no, Harry Brook. That was a short ball from Moti that gripped and stood up a little bit, and Brook didn't time it. You probably heard him go, oh no, because he felt he should have punched that one away and didn't. In goes Moti once again. That's a nice looking shot from Brook. Just an easy punch down to long. Oh no, it's an absolute shocker. Straight through the fielder at long off. It wasn't travelling at any pace whatsoever. It would have been the easiest short barrier, forget the long barrier, and Carty, I'm afraid, just had an attack of the glass back, didn't bend down far enough. It goes straight underneath his hands and trickles for a boundary. Horrible. 163 for 3. Brook pushes the next one to mid-wicket. As bowlers, you're not at things like that, don't you?
Yeah, there'll be certain bowlers as well you wouldn't want to do that against. I mean, that's an absolute shocker, that Macca.
It wasn't even travelling though, was it? It was just gently rolling. Final time this over, Moti is short and wide, but he's been helped out by his fielder on that occasion. Hit straight to point, and there is no run. So that is the halfway mark. England 163 for 3 at the 25 over stage. Crawley 44, Brook 21. So yeah, if you weren't with us right at the outset, the England 11 today: Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Harry Brook, Joss Butler, Liam Livingston, Sam Curran, Bryden Cars, Rayan Ahmed and Gus Atkinson. Those the 11 on duty in this first game. The second one will be on Wednesday, as I mentioned earlier. 2 games in Antigua, then on to Barbados. Wednesday's game, 5:30 p.m. start. So if that goes the distance, you may want to have a cup of cocoa ready for the last hour or so. So it could be a fairly late one. Yannick Carrier to start a new over. Shorter in length, is able to punch off the back foot Crawley out to the cover sweeper and take a single. He goes to 45 from 51 balls now, Zach Crawley. Zach Crawley's best in one-day internationals, 58 not out. He's got 2 50s. This is only his 6th one-day international. He didn't play between July 2021 and September 23. Zach Crawley. He's at the non-strikers end as Harry Brook drives out to Alzari Joseph, the cover sweeper, and takes a single.
If he bats the rest of these overs there, Macca, he'll be well past that, let me tell you.
Yeah. I saw that. You know how the TV companies put the graphic up if they go 8 and over here, 10 and over. At one point they said if they go at 12 and over from here, they'll put 438 on them. I don't think we're going to get that many, folks. 6.5 and over is where England are, and Crawley is swinging across the line from a foot outside of off stump, looking at mid-wicket and makes no contact on it. This was what Phil Wallace was saying earlier. Sometimes you've just got to play the spin that play inside out. If that's the necessary one, you might want to go leg side, but if it's not there, don't play it there. Crawley waits. Slip in place. There's air outside of off stump, and Crawley's got that to short fine leg. That was a full toss, but I think he's under edged to fine leg for none.
Like what I see from Corral. He's got a bag of tricks. That was a full toss, should have been dispatched, but the ball before, it's a really lovely wrong un. Not sure if Crawley really picked it, if he was just doing it on length more, that hard sweep. Really good wrong un. He's been impressive.
2 balls left of his 6th over. Turning on for 2 singles so far. He's in once again, coming forward, pushing into the offside is Crawley. He will go to 46 with that single. Carrier has got the shaven head and quite a big black beard, but was also got white sun cream all over sort of the nose and the cheeks, and he's got a good bead on at the moment as well. It's a warm day despite the breeze. He's working hard. Three singles. Can he finish the over from a West Indies point of view? Well, he does nicely. Again, it's a ball that's square driven out to the cover sweeper, Alzari Joseph, out in front of the fans on the grass bank, and that will do it for the 26th over. 46 to Crawley from 54 balls. 23 from 27 to Harry Brook. England 167 for 3 here on TalkSport 2. Alex Tude.
Yeah, Crawley looking good. And Brook with him, his partner. 23 from 27. Be calculating what's a good score. As you said, we're seeing an indifferent bounce. This England team will be looking in advance of 300 plus. It's a very inexperienced West Indian batting lineup. A lot of hopes would be on Shea Hope, who's a very, very good ODI player, and obviously the experience of Shimron Hetmeyer.
New over starts from Moti, left arm around. Harry Brook guides that to short third. There's another poor piece of fielding. O'Shane Thomas again, it was one of those. Crawley stayed very low and then just dabs it, sort of taps it on its head down towards third. And O'Shane Thomas didn't fancy bending down, tried to use his foot. I mean, wouldn't get a game for Notts County playing like that, and then had to go chasing after it, and they take 2. Not supporting their bowlers. Moti is in, left arm around. Brook pushes to short extra cover, and there's no run.
It was interesting. Earlier we were having a little discussion.
Moti comes in and bowls. Brook pushes to long off, takes the single.
Mr. Kimber, Mr. Butcher on worst fielders. I think they're putting a little audition in there. Some of the players. It's not been great.
Can I just say, that cheer is because Carty, one of the main culprits, fielded that one cleanly. And the camera's actually cut to Darren Sammy on the West Indies balcony.
Oh yes, Moti.
Crawley's coming down the pitch to meet Moti on this occasion, pushes back to the bowl in no run. The coach is smiling at the ironic cheers, which I suppose is one way of taking it, but I can think of an awful lot of other coaches that wouldn't. They'd be faced like thunder at that. Moti is around the wicket. Crawley pushes into the offside. No run.
I can think of a few. Steve Rickson, Andy Flower, there's a few. Nasser as captain. He would not be happy.
He'd have a double teapot on. Crawley down on one knee, trying to sweep away. Hard sweep behind square on the leg side. There's no run. 27 gone. 170 for 3 England as they continue to set this launch pad. Don't forget, of course, look, there's always live football on the TalkSport network. Live and exclusive Premier League commentaries every weekend. Next Saturday, Crystal Palace against Liverpool on TalkSport, 12:30. FA Cup final, anyone? Just mention that one. Wolves against Nottingham Forest will be the 3 o'clock game here on TalkSport 2 next Saturday. So a couple of Premier League games, and remember, of course, Jeff Stelling. He's joined the crew. First breakfast show tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock over on TalkSport. Jeff and Ali McCoist. Should be absolutely fascinating.
You reckon there might be some VR chat?
I'd like to know actually when the last day they managed to not have VAR chat. It's going to be Carrier who comes in, and Brook has played a reverse lap down to third. Now it did bounce a bit on him, and Slip was thinking of getting the dive out to Athanase and go after that. He got very high on the bat, very close, and actually, I mean, he's dived full length at it, but that would have been a worldie if he managed to pull that one off.
Yeah, it would have been a spectacular catch. Just cramped him for room. He went through with it though.
He goes away for a boundary 4, 174 for 3. Outside of off stump. Brook is staying low on this occasion. This time, Brandon King hasn't been able to stop it at backward point. They're going to take 2. The West Indies are going to be on a minus number in terms of fielding here. I know that the stats guys and the coaches keep a record of all of this. England are 176 for 3. Is it harsh to say thick end of 20 runs has been given away so far?
At least, Macca. I mean, in this modern day, this is one of the worst displays of fielding I think I've seen at this moment. They could recover, but at the minute it's not looking great.
Carrier goes in. Full and straight. Brook pushes back to the bowler in his follow-through, no run. Yeah, so they're not stopping it. Catches are going down. Unfortunately, Moti earlier dropped an absolute goober. Was actually half a metre short of where he needed to be. Ended up reaching for it at shin height. Carrier in. Round about middle and off on that occasion. Brook will turn that around to the leg side and will take a single. Moti's actually had 4 drop catches now in one-day international cricket. Yannick Carrier's dropped 2 of them. They obviously get on well. Akil Hussain, one of them, and one was actually a caught and bowled chance. And they always say if you don't take them off your own bowling, then no one will do it for you.
So that's all the spinners.
Yeah.
So it's like they're just dropping catches
the
for each other.
Spinners Union are like, no, actually, I'll fancy my spot back in this team. Full from Carrier for the 5th ball of the over. Crawley hits to long on. Shimron Hetmeyer does the fielding down on the boundary. and it'll be just a single. Yeah, no spinners union there, it would seem.
I will look up the fielding stats, but I'm not sure if cricketers have a would you be better off using fins than hands metric. Which at this stage, you know, I think it's a fair question. It's been pretty bad. You know, they say in T20 cricket you can hide 2 fielders. They've got about 4, I think they need to hide.
Well, the scary thing is, these guys are all pretty young. As Carrier finishes his over, Brook pushes out to the cover fielder inside the ring, and that is 28 overs gone. 178 for 3. If we look through the team, Shea Ober's the captain. He's 30 years of age. Alzari Joseph, vice captain, 27. Alec Athanaze, 24. And in fact, he'll be 25 on December the 7th.
He can field as well, to be fair.
Okay. Yannick Carrier is 31.
Can't field.
Casey Carty, 26.
Does not appear to be able to field.
Shimron Hetmeyer, 26. No inclination to field.
Can field when required, but not always.
Yeah. Brandon King is 28, will be 29 on December the 16th.
Neutral.
Gudakesh Moti, 28.
Cannot field.
Shafane Rutherford, 25.
I mean, he puts a lot of effort in, but he doesn't always seem to pick the ball up.
Romario Shepherd's 29 and O'Shane Thomas 26.
O'Shane certainly, I don't think he can bend.
You're missing Finn Allen, aren't they? Finn Allen, what a gun fielder he is. No, Fabian, sorry.
Fabian Allen.
Fabian, not Finn.
Hayden Walsh Jr. as well, a bloke who catches pigeons.
Maybe they have 2 of the best fielders in the world not in this team, to be fair. It's not ideal, is it?
There are clearly some discussions going on behind the scenes.
Even Puran, who's obviously not a great keeper, you put him out on the field and he's a bit clunky. He's not, you know.
Right, O'Shane Thomas is going to be bat for his 5th over. In he comes, right arm over. That's a sweet strike from Crawley, but it's straight to Brandon King at short extra cover, and there is no run. I guess the point I was trying to make with the ages is that these are all guys who are playing now. You know, they've grown up in this era when fielding, you spend hours working on it. Yet how can they be so lax?
I remember when I first got a job in the CPL, someone told me that the best way to win in the CPL was to get 4 overseas players who could all field. And it wasn't that they didn't think that the local players could field, they just didn't think they spent a lot of time on their fielding.
It's interesting. O'Shane Thomas in, passed umpire Braffin. Oh, it's been picked up off of his hip, flipped out to deep square leg by Crawley, just for a single though, so he'll go to 48. 179 for 3 England in the 29th here on TalkSport 2.
Sounding nice off his bat. I know there's that inconsistency. See with the bounce, he's timing it beautifully, Crawley. Really looks like he's batting for the long game, trying to so everyone else can sort of bat round him.
Thomas on his way, slightly back of a length, guided to point by Brook. Athanaze will do the fielding, and there is no run. Well, we were on earlier and the run rate was sort of 10 and over. It's now 6.3. So if we stay at this, then you're around about north of 300, so 310-ish, which frankly is what most international sides will be thinking about. But England have got some hitters to come. Joss Butler, Liam Livingston and Sam Curran all hit a very long ball. O'Shane Thomas is in. Brook turns it around the corner down to long leg. They've taken one. Are they going to take on the Romario Shepherd arm? No, they don't. 180 on the board for 3.
Brandon Carthy can strike it. Rian Ahmed, Gus Atkinson. I mean, there's not many teams now where even low down that the players can clear the boundary, so it keeps coming at you.
Well, you and Jared are going to have a conversation during the interval about great one-day international sides. We were talking about a few contenders earlier. Like 9, 10 and Jack, you wouldn't even bother putting your batting kit in the back, would you? Because you wouldn't get a bat.
No.
Crawley looking to beat mid off on this occasion. Alzari Joseph fields. There's no run. Crawley remains 48 not out. But you have to be ready for that odd occasion when you do get a knock. It's like the Indian 9, 10 and Jack. They'd probably get a like once a year, maybe twice a year. But you've got to be ready. O'Shane Thomas on his way. Big, heavy stride, comes in, bowls, takes Crawley on the punch. There's a half a field that looked from the naked eye like it was going down. In fact, O'Shane Thomas just makes that signal. If you just picked up something, the part of the discussion from O'Shane Thomas over the stump mic, we apologise. I think he was, should we say, a tad disappointed.
Thought he was talking about his truck.
Well, yes. They don't review, so both sides have 2 reviews to their name. 29 overs gone, 180 for 3 are England.
Just having a look at the fielding stats. Gemma sent them through from Crickfizz. So, of all the series that the West Indies have been involved in the last 5 years, now we're only, 29 overs in at the moment, Macca? But of all the series, this has the highest fumble rate of any West Indies series ever. So far, they're up to 94% of the time they're actually taking the ball, and about 6% of the time it's hitting them, going through them, and everything else. That includes, of course, the drop that pretty sure Tudes would have absolutely chewed out some of the kids at his school if they had dropped that. Maybe not the first, maybe not the younger kids, but the seniors. He would not have been accepting that.
Oh yeah. Speaking of fumble rates, don't forget, of course, TalkSport 2 and the NFL go together. Of course, I'm sure it'll be along later to guide you through all the action. Moti's going to start his 7th over, brings Harry Brook forward. He pushes back to the bowler and he's followed through. No run. Left arm around and he goes again. He's too near leg stump, enables Brook to just glance it to short fine leg inside the 30-metre circle, and they take the single. 181 for 3. Brook 35 from 39. Highest score in the World Cup, of course, was 66. That was his only 50. Crawley, 48 not out, drops it into the offside, sets up for a single, complete confusion, run out with Crawley genuinely not in the picture. Hope simply had to get the return throw, catch it and take the bails off, and Zach Crawley's walking off, cannot believe what's happened. He was on strike, he pushed it out to cover, Alakays gets the ball, gets rid of it, but the important factor is Harry Brook at the non-strikers has not moved. Crawley goes for 48 from 63, England 181 for 4.
Yeah, he'd be really disappointed with that. In his mind, he thought it was a single. Afanase was really quick in getting around to the ball really quickly.
Told you he could field.
You put your mouth on it, wouldn't you? But that was good. His anticipation was really good there, and as you say, Harry Brook said not having any of that, and Zach Crawley has to depart for 48.
But to be fair, Jules, if you are watching them all fumble every single ball, sometimes that is when you get those runouts, because you just kind of assume that the luck is in your way. Just on Crawley, it's really mackerel like this one. He's now scored 58, 0, 39, 0, 51, 48 in his recent scores. So he's anchored on 0 or 50, pretty much, as a total there for Crawley.
There's worse places to be. It's worse. Right. The skipper is on his way. He, probably more than anyone else, would want to forget the World Cup. A highest score of 43 for Jos Buttler, and only one other score of more than 25. He is so talented. He's got 4,961 one-day international runs to his name. He's closing in on 5,000 at an average of just under 40, a strike rate of 117. And he comes in 3 balls away from 30 overs being completed. Moti goes around the wicket to him, and Buttler is underway straight away with a long single to long off, 182 for 4.
He's also got a career strike rate of 123 in the West Indies, which is the highest of any England player. But I think a big chunk of that would have been when we were in Grenada with him.
Yes.
What was that? Was that 150 off 7? No.
Moti goes in around the wickets. Brook comes forward, pushes back to the bowler. No run. Well, I've just seen a replay of the run out from a slightly different angle. Brook does take a couple of steps, but then goes back. Brook pushes this one from Moti down to long on. and will take a single. So that's 30 overs gone. 183 for 4 is England at the 30 over stage. So maybe Zach Crawley thought Brook was coming, but he'd just basically taken a couple of steps and was never really coming. So there you go. Brook 36, Butler's 1. Jared, which take us through those incredible stats from Josh Butler.
Yeah, so the Grenada innings was 150 from 77, so my memory's not too bad on that one. But yeah, so 343 runs in the West Indies at a strike rate of 123. So I would say, Tudes, if you look at the way he bats, one of his big issues is sort of being caught behind and fiddling around a little bit. West Indies pitchers, outside of maybe St. Lucia and sometimes, Jamaica or Barbados, kind of take that dismissal away from him. More like UAE pitchers or Indian pitchers.
O'Shane Thomas to start the new over to Harry Brook. Drops it in at his toes, and there's no run.
So if you can't get Butler caught behind or fiddling in the slip score, there aren't that many other obvious weaknesses other than hopefully he gets bored and hits one to long off.
It's quite easily England's best ever ODI player for me. Absolutely world class.
Who's
I don't like to use that.
Who's your top 5? And is Alan Lamb in it?
He gets in for 1 over only. He doesn't need that over against Australia, Lammy. Thomas on his way past the umpire, bowls straight in towards the base of middle stump. Harry Brook pushes to mid-on, and there is no run.
Good question, actually. I mean, obviously KP would have to be in there. Kevin Peterson. Lammy.
Flintoff, I think. His record in one day is, especially as a bowler, and then you get a little bit of batting out of him, and it's a big plus.
Well, there was a period where he couldn't bowl, and he just played as a batter, and I think he got 300s.
Harry Brook waits, stays weight on the back foot, tries to punch through backward points. Can't beat the fielder station there, Alec Athanaze, and it remains 183 for 4.
You've got Roy, Bairstow, as well as the openers. As a partnership, they're certainly probably arguably the best we've ever had in one-day cricket. But I don't know if you split them up. Does Bairstow get him? And Alan Lamb, the reason I'm saying that is I think Alan Lamb averages almost 40 in one-day cricket in a period when no one was averaging anywhere near that, at a strike rate that was quicker than most people as well.
And some of the bowlers.
Absolutely. Thomas is in, and it's just played quietly out on the onside by Brook, and there is no run.
Yeah, some of the attacks that Alan Lamb had to face as well. Incredible, really. I mean, he loved playing against the West Indies. In the West Indies, he liked that. Obviously coming from South Africa, playing on the hard wickets, those cross-batted shots, he was fantastic at. Really fine player.
Botham's the one that has not a great record in one-day cricket, especially compared to his Test record.
Thomas in for the 5th time this over, and that one from Harry Brook beats mid-off, and it screams along the turf all the way for 4. Harry Brook goes to 40 from 46, England 187 for 4. He's played a couple of those and didn't quite get them. That one he got all of and a bit more.
Yeah, the balls before, he was just sort of bowling back over length. O'Shea Thompson just got long in his delivery there, and Harry Brook pounced on it, hit it powerfully down the ground, just wide of long off mid-off. Fantastic cricket shot.
21 4s and 4 6s for England so far. Power to add. Shane Thomas goes in. On the back foot is Harry Brook, expecting the ball to get up, but he didn't get up that high. So he ends up just sort of patting it down in front of him and says, thank you very much, that will be the end of the over. 31 gone here on TalkSport 2. Josh Butler has a single. Harry Brook is 40 not out. Alex Tudor has moved out alongside me. I'm actually going to get out of the way as well, because Mark Butcher and Phil O'Wallace are going to come in and take over the ball bowl.
Thanks, Macca.
Turns my microphone down. Push back to the bowl, no run.
thunderous noise in my ear, and it's not all coming from the steel drums, because I'm quite enjoying that. It was my own voice that was doing the damage. Moti in around the wicket to the right-handed Buttler, who plays on the front foot. Bowler retrieves in his follow through, and then got through a sticky period. 110 for 3 in the 16th, became 181 for 4. As Moti, he just got a little touch on that. Buttler trying to cut through the offside, shortish wide delivery. The ball stayed down, and there was a muted sound from Shea Hope as if to say, have I just let him go? And putting on that partnership of 71 for the 4th wicket. As Moti is in around the wicket to Buttler, who again inside half of the bat, just lacking a little bit of timing. Goes straight back to the bowler and there's no run. That 71 run partnership sort of saw England through a tricky point where another wicket falling between the 16th and the 30th would have left them exposed at the back end. As it is, they've given themselves a decent platform now, 187 for 4. Last ball again defended by Buttler into the offside, no run. Final delivery of Moti's 8th over. Buttler drills it to mid-off, and he will retain the strike. England 188 for 4 with 18 to go.
A very good platform here for England. Obviously that partnership of 71 runs. Again, we saw some indifferent running between Crawley and Brook, and it caused Crawley's wicket. But Brook now has to take the responsibility and look to bat deep into the 50 overs. We know what Buttler can do, but on this slow surface he has to get in and obviously then look to make the onslaught on the West Indies bowlers. So England still not out of it. They need obviously to consolidate here as well in order to make that last push to get over maybe 250, 260, maybe even 280.
Yeah, Brook and Crawley 48 from 63 was given at least one life. Moti dropping him at mid-on. Easy chance really that would have put England in much more bother than they are now, but it means that Buttler and of course Brook, who's 40 from 47, have a much less stressful time of things, just pushing that scoreboard along before the final onslaught in the last 10. Alzari Joseph back into the attack, short back of a length. Buttler on the back foot, defending to extra cover and no run.
I like this bowling change here by Shea Hope to bring his best bowler to bowl to the dangerous Josh Buttler. Buttler is this is the inside edge. Obviously that ball he tried to cut there, Buttler, from the previous over, and Shea Hope unfortunately getting the inside edge and not gloving it cleanly, and that has gone as a chance.
Yeah, we weren't entirely sure. We've just seen the replay. It was a drop catch, another one for the West Indies, and make that 4.5, 5, as Joseph is in to Buttler, pulling into the leg side again, not with any sort of timing. Comes off the bottom edge of the bat. Big backward square runs around to collect it in, and England will take a single.
Yes, that short ball, not a lot of pace from Alzari, but the ball tight on Buttler, and Buttler just looking to pull it through that forward of square ball, back twisting in his hand and getting a single down to Hetmar, who shovel it up and obviously get the ball back into Hope. But obviously Buttler now and Brook, they will be looking to bat the rest of these overs and giving it a very good total.
Joseph in, long-legged, nice rhythmical action. Brook allows the ball to go past his right hip and dabs it down to third man for a single. 190 for 4.
I like the look of Harry Brook. He's come in and he's played a very good. He's gone 41 on known runs on just 48 balls without doing anything silly, and that is good batting on this type of surface, just allowing the ball to come and just working it down to third man and getting a single. So I like the controlled innings of Harry Brook so far.
Yeah, actually in the World Cup when he got the chance to play, he was kind of a little bit all or nothing when he first came to the crease, looking for big shots. But I think he's learned his lesson. He's played really well, really sensibly. They're trying to build a platform. Back of a length delivery again from Joseph, and Buttler can only drop it at his feet towards backward point, and again there's no single. And in doing so, he's given himself a chance to then display the wild array of strokes that he has at the back end of the innings.
Yeah.
But he's given himself a chance to understand the conditions and get himself in.
Yes, obviously the surface is not an easy surface to bat on. You have to get in order to express yourself. Harry Brook has given himself as many opportunities and as much time as possible in which he can do it.
Yeah, strike rate up around 90, so he's not been slouching. That one stays down from Joseph. Butler was on the front foot, looking to try and use the pace to knock it into the offside, but it hits the toe end of the bat as the ball just died off the surface, really. And again, there's no run.
Yes, good tight bowling there from Zari Joseph on the money. But this is what you expect from the leader of your bowling attack, to come back into these tight overs and look to squeeze runs and obviously look to get wickets. Only 2 runs so far from this Zari Joseph over.
He's got a flashy pair of Nikes on, Joseph, almost the same colour as the maroon West Indies kit. Yellow flash, a big flash from Josh Butler. Comes off the inside edge. Shea Hope is forced into an acrobatic dive to his left as the ball bounces hard off the turf. He stops the ball going for a single, and again indications here as the ball's getting a little bit older that all of the pace is going out of it. Butler can't find the middle of the bat. End of the 33rd, 190 for 4.
Our producer Scott has asked me, and I phrase that very carefully, Butch, to ask you who your top 5 England ODI players of all time are, because I could see you over there quite happily not involved in the ODI conversation, but I was trying to trap tunes. Obviously Butler's in it. Who else has he got?
I'm not answering that question right now. I'll speak to Scott later. Butler's in it. Peterson's in it.
Root?
Goff is in it.
Yeah, Goff's a good one.
Root is in it.
No Alan Lamb for you.
Yeah, well, Lammy might sneak in. As Moti is in. Oh, that's a good delivery. It beats Harry Brook on the inside. The ball straightened a little. They thought about appealing for LBW, but think better of it. Both West Indies and England have 2 reviews remaining, but a little bit of purchase there. No, maybe it ran on with the arm. That's why it beat the inside edge. No run. Moti in again into his 9th over. Brook carefully, watchfully pushes forward and knocks the ball out to long off, and he will amble a single. 191 for 4.
It's very good bowling from Goodness Moti, showing why he's the leading left arm spin in the region. Good control. Made one blunder in the field, but when you look at it, the way he's bowling, he's put a lot of good deliveries in the right area.
Reverse sweep and gone. Josh Butler's stay at the crease was a short one. It was a tortured one. 3 for 13 deliveries for one of England's very, very best. But he could not find any sort of timing on this surface. Resorted to reverse sweep. The ball again coming off the pitch very slowly. He's through the shot early. It takes the glove, pops up to Slip, who has 2 goes at it, parries the first one straight up in the air, and then pouches it on its way back down. And that is the end for Josh Butler. His run of miserable scores continue, and England have lost their 5th for 191.
Yeah, it's not a good shot at all from Josh Butler, but good field placing by Shea Hope. He kept the slip in Alec Antonez, but looking to go over the reverse sweep. The ball bouncing a bit, obviously holding in the surface, taking the glove. Alec Antonez on the rebound, taking a rather easy catch at Slip. A good wicket for West Indies. There's some smiles there to see the back of the dangerous Josh Butler.
Oh, I reckon that's understatement of the day, that, Philo. The good wicket, decent wicket. I think that is an unbelievably good wicket at this stage. England have got themselves into a position whereby they could see the happy hour hoving into view. And Josh Butler, as I've said, just could not find the middle of the bat, whether it was off the back foot with pull shots or punches through the offside, whether it was attempted drives. Everything was coming off the inside half. He looked very, very uncomfortable and unbalanced, and in the end went for a big risk. Slip fielder was in. The ball ballooned off his glove to that slip. Athanaze taking the catch. Moti picking up his 2nd. And the West Indies here, if they play their cards right, could find themselves defending something around about 250, 260, unless the all-rounders Livingston, Curran along with Brook can get England up to something that they perhaps were aiming for outside of the power play of around about 300.
Yeah, but the average score here at North Song is 247. With Butler gone, you would think that 247 is not in reach, but you have Livingston, and I have a little time for him, not a lot, because I thought he should kicked on by now. But he has the ability to knock the ball away, but he doesn't do it often or consistently as he should. So this is still going to be a very interesting passage of play here by England. And as you rightly said, Mark, if West Indies can hold their own and continue to strangle deliveries and just polish up on their fielding, and particularly catching, they can put England under some pressure and restrict them to something under 250.
Might have been tempted in the dugout to have sent Sam Curran out right now with the left arm spinner on and overs from the leg spinner as well, but they've gone with Livingston, and Well, England is still a long way out from happy hour.
Josh Butler, he made 43 in the first game of the World Cup. Since then, he's made 29, 15, 8, 10, 1, 5, 27 and 3. It's not a great run from a player as good as him.
Well, I need you to send those numbers to me so I can place a lotto. It's very poor numbers for a quality player of Josh Butler's class. And you can see he's worried. He's batted 13 balls. He has a middle of ball, and then out comes the reverse sweep to a length delivery. So you can see he's still down on confidence, which is very unusual for him. He's very calm, but I believe he's an introvert. There's a lot of pressure inside that he needs to release.
Well, that reminded me of the one against Australia when he was facing Zampa, and he looked like he wanted to hit a shot, but he didn't really go through with it, did it? It was very similar.
Yeah, good from Moti though. Just kept the pressure on the England captain. Made sure the ball was always in line with or hitting the stumps, forcing him to do something high risk. That risk was taken and did not pay off by any means. So Liam Livingstone joins Harry Brook. Liam Livingstone, a man with a lot to prove, really, to England fans and perhaps to himself in this format. Has an opportunity here with 16 and a half overs to go to do something significant with an England ODI shirt on his back. England's run rate now down at 5.7 as Moti skips in, and again he's right on the money, bang on. Ball pitching middle and leg, straightening a little. Livingstone pushes forward, defends back to the bowler, no run.
That's a good first delivery there from Moti. Asking Liam Livingstone, let me see what you have in your defence. Bang on target, and Livingstone approved, mannered forward, no run.
And again, similar delivery, a slight fumble from Moti, who has feet for hands at the moment. But no run, no harm done.
Let's go West Indies cricket. You would expect all kinds of things to happen. You know what? Moti looking to field the ball with his hands. They ricochet off his legs.
Full toss, and Livingstone prods it to the left of short mid-wicket, out to long on, and he gets himself off the mark. It's the end of the over. It's a real good one for Moti and for the West Indies. Moti has 2 for 46 from 9. England 192 for 5.
Yes, from that Moti over the ninth of his spell. He's only 2 runs to pick up the very important wicket of Josh Butler, the dangerous Butler. So he will be happy to see the end of Butler, and obviously Captain Shea Holt will be happy to see his leading spin bowler actually creating pressure and getting wickets at crucial stages going forward. So this is still, West Indies are still in the hunt, and they're still looking good. They're looking cohesive. The bowlers are on top. The fielders, a little lapse in the field, but you can still see that they are eager to restrict the English batsmen.
You are listening to TalkSport 2, live and exclusive coverage from the Sir Vivian Richards ground, sound in Antigua. First of 3 one-day internationals, 5 T20s to follow, the last of which is on the 21st of December. Nice early Christmas present for you white ball fans out there. West Indies battling away. England got off to a flyer, 77 without loss within the power play before Salt and Jacks were both sent back within 3 or 4 deliveries of one another. Rebuild job from Duckett, Crawley and Harry Brook, who is still there with Liam Livingstone, who faces Alzari Joseph. Livingstone takes a couple of steps up the wicket outside the line of off stump. Alzari Joseph sees him coming, bangs it in, and the ball ricochets off Livingstone's hip, and there is no run.
Why would you do that? The first ball from the Premier West Indies fast bowler, and you're charging down the track. Alzari Joseph saw him and bowled a short ball into his hip. Well, that is not what you want from a Liam Livingstone. Just play the ball on its merit. Don't underestimate the bowler. Don't give him the opportunity to get more wickets.
Joseph in. Big yellow watch. It's almost a clock on his left hand. Short of a length. Livingstone again across his stumps outside the line of off stump. Nudges the ball off the middle of the bat. Nicely timed out towards the man on the fence just in front of square on the leg side. And he goes to 2 from 5. Brook is 42 from 50. Played beautifully. Just needs a little partnership here between himself and Livingstone, so England can safely get themselves into the last 10.
Well, Mark, it used to be white shoes. No, they're coloured shoes. I saw Lucky Ferguson from New Zealand. He bowls in black shoes. I wonder what colour socks they wear.
We used to get banned, didn't you? I remember David Gower being told to remove his lucky red socks back in the day. Brook tries to dab that delivery from Joseph, which was a quick one, cramping him for room outside the off stump. Brook trying to run it down to third man and almost got a very fine tickle through to the keeper, Shea Hope. The ball just stayed down a touch.
Yes, a good delivery there for Alzari Joseph. Hitting the pitch hard and the ball not really bouncing, but just holding that nice line and length and through to keeper Shea Hope. Harry Brooks just looking to run it down to third. Mike, remember, a guy who just passed away, Richard Stout, godfather of soul. He was playing some cricket and he gave the opening bowler the ball, and before he could get to delivery, he told him stop. I'll get back to it after this delivery.
Joseph in, a little bit of hint perhaps of reverse swing. Brooke happy to defend to O'Shane Thomas, who's inside the circle at mid-on, no run.
Richard Stout told him, the guy said, well, why you stop me, skipper? He said, you're going the wrong colour socks, you're going to affect. This is a cricket match. He had on black socks.
Well, you'll remember from your time playing for the West Indies in the late 90s, if you had sort of blue or red piping or something on a pair of gloves or a pair of pads, you were told to take them up or remove them.
That's right.
The game really had bigger issues, I thought, back in the day. As Joseph is in, and again Brooke tries to run the ball down a third man, but a lack of pace and a nice wide angle on the crease from Joseph, the ball moving all the time back into the stumps, cramping in for room, and again there's no run.
I like this fast bowling display here by Alzari Joseph. Not a fast surface, but he's just bowling good lines, good lengths. He's mixing his delivery. It's up very nicely. He's bowled 6.5 overs and only gone for 34 runs and picked up 1 wicket. So that to me is good bowling, good pressure bowling that is being shown here and applied by Alzari Joseph.
England fans adorning the grass banks at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as Joseph is in again slightly wider on the crease, ball angling back in, definitely into reverse swing to Harry Brooke, who can do nothing more than just punch it to mid-wicket. Alzari Joseph takes his cap from umpire Gregory Brathwaite. He's bowled another good over. West Indies really battling away here, and with 15 overs to go, half of England's batting lineup is back in the hutch and they are 193.
Yes, a good solid over there from Alzari Joseph. At the end of that over, his 7th over, he went over to O'Shane Thomas and he's pointing with his right hand. This is the line and this is the length to bowl. So there is that communication and trying to get O'Shane Thomas to be on the same page as him. And it baffles me why O'Shane Thomas didn't open the new ball, because these two guys seem to be working together.
They certainly do. They certainly do. I suppose if you look at it in terms of the restricted amount of overs that each bowler has in the 50 over format, that Alzari Joseph has only got 3 himself left. Thomas has a much bigger sack fall left as Moti comes in, if you'll pardon the expression. Moti comes in and his first ball is knocked away for 1 by Liam Livingstone, and with the ball just hinting to reverse swing a little bit, O'Shane Thomas might be just as valuable to the West Indies at the end as he might have been at the top. Yes. I'm not saying you're not right, I'm just saying that's the situation they find themselves in right now.
Yes, because of the consistent bowling, good bowling by the West Indies bowlers, O'Shane Thomas could be a trump.
Again, wide on the crease, left arm round. Moti can't pick that one up in his follow through. Harry Brooke just nudged it past him towards long on, and he will pick up another single. Brooke looks to, I'm going to put the mockers on him here, but he looks to have real control of his emotions at the moment, isn't allowing sort of lack of boundaries to unduly worry him, as Moti is in to Livingstone, who plays a very solid, very orthodox forward defensive stroke to a ball that would have hit his leg stump, and again there's no run. 35 and a half overs gone. 195 for 5. Moti with the slip still in place, takes the pace off a little wider. And that lack of pace meant that Liam Livingstone did not get the momentum to push it past extra cover for a single. And in stark contrast to Brooks' body language, he just looks to be a little frustrated at the lack of scoring at the moment, but that will make him feel a lot better. Pace on that time, he punches it out too long off and strolls an easy single. Another 1 to England, 196 for 5. 1 ball left in the 36.
Yeah, but Mark, the coach, will always say to the batter, if you want to score runs, you've got to be at the wicket. So Livingstone shouldn't get upset. He's at the wicket, so he has all the opportunities to score runs.
I love hearing that as Moti goes in, short and wide. Brooke can't get it past the diving Athenaeus at backward point. And that is the end of another tight over from Moti. He's done exceptionally well. If you scratch the drop catch of Crawley from your memory, his time in the field has been pretty good with the ball. 2 for 49 from 10 for the West Indian left arm spinner, and that'll be his work done with the ball for today.
Yes, a very good effort there from Moti, bowling 10 overs, 2 for 49, and looking the part, causing some problems for the English batters. But obviously he had one hiccup in the field when he dropped a catch, but when you look at his control as a left arm spinner, he's really showing good control on a surface that is rather slow, and he's showing good skills as well. So just now for the other bowlers to follow up what Moti has done and just try to restrict the English batters to a score that they can get.
Important spell here, you would feel. Shea Hope has not gone to O'Shane Thomas yet. He's asking Romario Shepherd to come in and back up the excellent work from Alzari Joseph. His figure's none for 53 from 6. West Indies only used 5 bowlers so far. And as I thought, England have decided they're going to go after Shepherd, because Livingston first ball dances down the track and has a massive mow towards mid-wicket, misses it completely, and it goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, unfortunately, Liam Livingston don't understand his role. There's no need to play that. Harry Brook is there, 43 from 56 balls. He's just come. He's only faced 10 deliveries, but he's played about 2 or 3 big shots, unnecessary big shots already. Just look to get yourself in, work the ball around, and then you can express. He's going too early and exposing himself.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more there. Field change, long on goes back, and the fine leg comes up inside the circle. England definitely thinking along the lines of taking Romario Shepherd down. It's an opportunity for the West Indies to take a wicket, you would feel, as much as it is for England to push that scoring rate up. And Livingston this time plays with a straight bat to long on and picks up a single.
Yeah, and Shepherd is that kind of bowler that against the run of play he always picks up a wicket, and England won't like to lose a Livingston or a Brook at this stage. There isn't a lot left in the hutch. Sam Kerr can bat, yes, but you need a guy like Liam Livingston to stay there with Harry Brook and try to bat as close as possible to those 50 overs. You need to get a total above 250 if you're going to stand a chance to really challenge West Indies here.
Yeah, I think even at the rate that they're going at the moment, that England are looking at around about 280 without doing anything crazy. Oh, Brook is the man in, and he does think that Shepherd is the man to target, because he has swatted that over wide mid-wicket for 6. An extraordinary shot when you consider the control that he's played with up to this point. But England fancy Shepherd, and he's going to have to go and find that particular sheep.
Oh, Mark, that ball hits so sweet from the middle of that bat. That ball just short of a length from Brook, just giving themselves a room outside, leg stump, hitting it 92 metres over the mid-wicket boundary for 6 runs. And this is what we expect of a Harry Brook. Get into a nice stationary position to execute big shots, and that was one that was perfectly played.
Harry Brook now one away from a third one-day international 50, and he picks it up with ease, dabbing the ball down to third man in a mode reminiscent of Joe Root at his very best. England fans in the ground applaud. Harry Brook waves the bat in the general direction of them and the dressing room, knowing that it's a job well done up to this point, but there's plenty more to do.
Plenty more for Harry Brook. Congrats, a 50, 58 balls, 27 dots, 4 fours and 1 massive 6. But the control in which he's shown so far in this innings, you can see that he's thinking, and he wants to bat deep and he wants to go big.
Shepherd in. That ball stayed very, very low on Liam Livingston. Livingston tried to drive it, drill it back past him, but it hit the toe end of the bat from just short of a length, and there's no run.
Yeah, Livingston looking to punch that ball from Shepherd, but again, because the low nature of the surface, the closing the bat face and just tugging it back to Shepherd in his follow through to his left, and a rare smile from Livingston. So I hope he understands how he has to approach batting on this surface.
Shepherd with an off-cutter. And again, Livingston, in stark contrast to Brook, just looks to lose control of his shape. Looks a little bit frustrated that he's unable to find the middle of the bat more often. But he survives. Dot ball from the final ball of that Shepherd over that yielded 8 runs. England 204 for 5 with 13 to go. Jared.
So we talked about before, Butch, that the fact that England have become very bad at strike rotation, and they started getting out a lot that way. So we've had a run out today. I can tell you that between the 2 World Cups, England had the best run out ratio of any team. So I think they were running something like 80 runs. No, sorry, it was like 300 runs without a run out. And whereas Netherlands obviously have a run out about once and over. So it's a little bit different, right? So we've had a run out today. That's a strike rotation skill. We've had a cut from a short ball outside off stump. We've had Will Jacks defending one. Then we've had a sweep and a reverse sweep. Again, I think if you looked at this score and you looked at what they were scoring at early on, the scoring rate, you would think that England has gone out because they've been trying to smash everyone for 6 all the time. But a lot of the skills that they keep getting dismissed, and this is following on from the World Cup, are just basically what they were really good at in the previous 7 years, really.
Correa back into the attack, and he is greeted with a wonderful, wonderful sweep shot from Harry Brook. Brook got down on his back knee. He had to reach for it outside of off stump, and rather helped it. He didn't roll his wrist down and over the ball. It wasn't a hit down on the ball. He hit up on it deliberately and sent it way over backward square for 6. Wonderful batting.
A lovely shot there from Harry Brook, just going down on one knee and just getting the perfect elevation to help him over backward square for 6. He didn't even put a lot of effort in that, so timing was perfect there.
Yeah, quite superb from Harry Brook. What does Yannick Correa have in response? Drags that one down, and Brook, has he found the man at deep backward square? No, he hasn't. Quite the contrary. He's missed him and hit a bin, which is about 10 yards beyond the boundary, in between the advertising hoardings. That ball bounced a couple of times before it reached the boundary. And that is 10 from 2 from Brook, and the leggy's under pressure.
Yes, he's definitely under pressure. That ball just holding up in the surface, bouncing a bit slower than what Harry Brook expected, but he managed to just help it over backward square where there's no fielder and down to the boundary for 4. So it's 6-4, Correa under pressure.
Yeah, he bowled quite superbly in his opening 7 overs. And now Harry Brook and England have decided to have a go at him. This time he's wider at the stumps. Brook is on the back foot, cutting the ball away to the right of the man on the sweep out there on the offside, and they pick up a single. Just going back to your point there about England sort of in an attempt to rotate the strike have been losing wickets. It was one of the things that was stark about the way that, say for example, Virat Kohli, he's not a bad player, I heard, would make runs risk-free runs at a strike rate of around about 90, an absolute expert at being able to make risk-free runs at just under a run a ball, and seeing his team to big totals. Correa's 4th delivery is defended by Livingston, and certainly you're absolutely right, it was something that England were unable to do. It was 4 or nothing, or attempt to rotate strike and get out in the process.
Well, the interesting thing is that all those teams said they were copying England, right? So Kohli said I had to up my strike rate to catch England.
Livingston, oh my goodness, that is why he's paid the big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. One skip outside of the crease and then the full swing, huge swing like Tiger Woods circa 2000 with the driver, absolutely belts it back over the bowler's head for 6. No bother worrying about where that one's gone.
That's gone 96 metres. But the key to that shot is the way he used his feet, held his position, and then had a lovely base on which to swing off. I hit it straight over the bowler's head, a favourite area of mine for 6. Well played, Liam Livingston.
Correa just coming in again.
That was hit. What a strike. What a strike. Liam Livingston has found the middle of the bat all right. He's found the middle of the England supporters, positioned out there at deep mid-wicket. 2 sixes to finish that Correa over, and England have decided to put their foot down.
Yes, good shot there from Liam Livingston. Not taking any risks at all, risk-free scoring, which is very, very important. And he continues to show that once you get in on the surface and you get the deliveries to put away, you can put them away with authority and put pressure on the West Indies attack going into the final few overs.
Right, time to hand over to Antigua, where Sir Curtly Ambrose awaits us with Nick Hill.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark Butcher. And yeah, it's been roller coaster ride for both these teams. England dominating the first 10, West Indies fighting back in the middle, but Harry Brook, who got to that half century and 58 deliveries, you just wonder if now is the time just to flick the switch and really up the intensity and had a bit more aggression in this innings. 12 overs remain. It's going to be Romario Shepherd, who went for 8 in that last over. Speaking of scenes, Sir Curtly Ambrose is here. Sir Curtly, the legend himself. How are you enjoying it so far?
Well, I'm home, so of course I'm enjoying it. It's a little bit hot though, so I can imagine what it feels like for the players out in the middle.
Here is Shepherd from the Sir Andy Robertson. Again, this time short to Brook, and it just actually catches him by surprise. He tries to cut, it gets a bit too close to him, it comes off the glove and goes over Shea Hope for 4. The boundaries are flowing.
Boundaries certainly are flowing. That one surprised Brook quite a bit. Extra bounce came off the glove, and as they say, fortune favors the brave, giving himself some room to hit it square on the offside. But he's looking dangerous, Harry Brook. They need to get him out.
Yeah, it's an interesting tactic as well from Shepherd, because When he bowled to Brook previously, he had 2 deep fielders behind square on the leg side. Now only has backward square. So maybe the length will be a bit fuller. Here's Shepherd past the umpire, follows him and goes full. His delivery is just chipped down to long on for a single. So currently, given what you've seen from Brook in this year, but also in this innings, where do you think is that ideal place to bowl to him if you're trying to restrict him and also dismiss him?
Well, the way cricket is played these days, batters are so adept to creating shots.
Here's Shepherd this time bowling to Livingston as this one again gets some extra bounce, and Livingston is just fending it out to point for no run. Seems like we're having some variable bounce on this surface. That could come into play when England take the ball in just about 10 overs time.
And that could certainly play in the hands of the bowlers, because when you have variable bounce on a track, it's difficult for batting. You're not sure what's going to happen off the surface.
Here's Shepherd as Livingston just takes a few steps down the pitch, but again, pace off works well and just defends it back to Shepherd for no run. So we've had a boundary to start the over, then a single, and then a couple of dot deliveries. Shepherd again going slower delivery, and he had success with that delivery actually in the India series. We'll want to make sure he doesn't vary too full. We've seen in that last over what Liam Livingston is capable of doing to those fuller deliveries. Here he is, Shepherd from over the wicket. That one stays very low and the finger goes up. It was a delivery on the leg stump line, again pace off and didn't bounce at all. As they'll think about the review, look pretty adjacent from here, and he is deciding to send it upstairs, maybe just to have a look. May have been going down leg, but again though, 3 times in this over we've seen the ball not really bounce.
Like I said, we should always play the hands of the bowlers. It makes batting so difficult.
On spin vision, please. Review for LBW. Front on spin vision, please. Fair delivery. Mark it. Yeah. Okay, there's a clear gap between bat and ball. Pitching, side off, back in line, wickets hitting. Thank you. I'll go back to Greg on field. Greg, you can say with your decision.
3 reds for Liam Livingston. Gregory Brathwaite raises the index finger. He came a long way across his stumps trying to work it into the leg side, but because the ball didn't bounce, really caught him by surprise. It was crashing into mid and leg. Livingston gone for 70 from 19. An important breakthrough again for the West Indies after the building of a partnership. Is 232 for 6 with 1 delivery left in the 39th over as Sam Curran makes his way to the middle. For some reason, Sir Curly, every time England have structured a partnership in this innings, the West Indies have found a way to get a critical breakthrough.
And that's what it's all about. You know, even though there's a partnership building, you have to stay focused. Don't want to get too flustered, because all it takes is 1 delivery to dismiss a batter, and that's exactly what's been happening throughout the course of this innings. And that's a welcome break for Romario Shepherd and the West Indies team.
Yeah, if you look at, there was a 5 over stint where the West Indies, right from when they got the wicket of Zach Crawley, kept England to just 12 runs in 5 overs and took 2 wickets. All of a sudden, the pendulum would have swung in that carryover, which went for 23. So the fact that they've been able to break that partnership, which was worth 41 from 31, and now he's pretty much into the low order. Sam Curran, who is an all-rounder, he's shown good promise with bat in hand in the past, but you think there will be some pressure mounted on the shoulders of Harry Brook, who's currently 66 from 63, and maybe have to employ a bit more thought into the way he plays, because they can't afford to lose him. They could easily fall below 300, which at one stage looked a certainty. Here's Shepherd for the final delivery of this 39th over, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, goes across him, as Curran is just defending this one into the offside for no run. End of 39 then. Wicket in the over for Shepherd. It's 232 for 6. Listening live on Talk Sport 2.
England, I'm quite sure, would want to get to that magical mark of 300. Psychologically, is a big total. West Indies, on the other hand, would want to restrict them for less than that. They are bowling well at the moment, the West Indian bowlers. So it's going to be very important that they continue to bowl well in these last 11 overs. 4 wickets still in hand for England. They can get to 300 still. The dangerous Harry Brook is still there. So this final 11 overs is going to be critical for both teams.
Indeed, and Shea Hope, another roll of the dice. He's going back to O'Shane Thomas, who's bowled 2 spells today. The first spell was 4 overs, went for just 15 runs, then came back into the attack for a short burst, conceded just 9 from 12 deliveries. So he's got 4 up his sleeve. Hope has only used 5 bowlers today, so each one of them will have to finish their quota, including Yannick Carey, who's got 2 left. Here is Thomas, and this time Brook looking to play that ramp that we've seen against the seam. Fine leg is up in the circle but misses out. Bat on that though, you would certainly get a boundary. There's only a deep backward square and long on the onside. Remember, still in the second power play, only 4 feeders allowed outside the circle.
I think he needs to stay there for as long as possible, Harry Brook. Don't need to take too many chances. Give himself a few more overs. He's scoring quite quickly. Minimize the risk.
Thomas past the umpire this time, wide outside the off stump. So adjustment in line. Brook trying to drive, can't make contact. I think it'll be interesting in a lot of ways, because Harry Brook, who just took carrier for 23 in that over, the longer he stays there, the more hesitancy it is for Hope to go back to him. And those 2 overs, Hope, if he leaves them late, may have to throw the ball to someone like Rutherford, who we haven't seen for the day yet. So a lot riding on this Brook wicket, and also him remaining at the crease for the English. Run rate has dipped below 6 and over for the first time in a while. Here is O'Shane Thomas from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's past the umpire again. Brook looking to ramp, but the ball is on that 4th stump line outside the off stump. 3 dots to start the over.
I don't like the intention from Harry Brook. He's playing very well, playing conventional strokes, scoring at a decent rate. There's still 10 overs after this. So I don't think he really need to take too many risks. Just play normal cricket.
Thomas. Here he is bowling to Harry Brook. This one is cut forcefully into the offside. Finally, Brook is able to make contact, and not only make contact, get it into the boundary for 4. He moves on to 70. The score 236 for 6.
That's exactly my point, Nikhil. Play conventional strokes. That was short and wide from O'Shane Thomas, and he slapped it away past point for 4. That's what he does. Don't need to play these fancy strokes when he still got 10 overs to go after this. If he remains to the end, England will get a big total.
He's shown real versatility today, Harry Brook. Here is Thomas bowling to him again, short and wide. And a spectacular effort by Alec Athanaze, who has been a live wire at point today. It was hit and timed well. He made a diving effort but jumped initially and got a hand to it but couldn't catch.
It was a brilliant attempt. It was chucked really hard. It was way above his head. Alec Athanaze got his left hand to it but couldn't hold on. It would have been a beauty had he held on. But he has been fantastic in the field, Athanaze.
Big opportunity gone, begging for the West Indies. Here's Thomas, this time much straighter. And good over actually from the West Indies perspective, just the boundary conceded. We are into the final 10. It's end of 40 overs, 236 for 6. Listening to the coverage of West Indies versus England in this Siege United 1 International Series live on Talk Sport 2.
That would have been the wicket the West Indies were looking for. The dangerous Harry Brook. But unfortunately, the brilliant Alec Athanaze couldn't hold on. Where now that's a signal for the third and final power play. 10 overs remaining. What will England end up with? Can West Indies restrict them to under 300? This will be an interesting last 10 overs.
Mario Shepherd, who's going to continue bowling from that northern end of the ground. He's got 2 remaining. Joseph 3. O'Shane Thomas 3 as well. He's been the pick of the bowlers in terms of his economy. 3.5 runs per over conceded. This is short from Shepherd, and it's just worked into the onside by Sam Curran, who's off the mark. What will his role be? So currently Sam Curran, who's come into the crease, but 10 overs left is a long time.
Yeah, I think that his main role will do to support Harry Brook. Sam Curran can bat, he's an all-rounder, so he can score. But I think because Harry Brook is so well set, he needs to give Harry Brook most of the strike if possible, so we can continue the onslaught.
2 fielders behind score on the leg side for Brook. Here is Shepherd over the wicket to him and goes back to that good length area, and something I wonder if they can almost test against Harry Brook. You look at him in the World Cups currently, a lot of times because he's so strong on that pull shot, it actually got him out. Teams were purposely going short but a lot wider outside the off stump, and he was getting caught in hitting into the wind in a slightly bigger side. It's the same scenario here in North Sound Antigua. They've got 2 fielders deep leg side and is hitting into the wind if he plays that pull shot. Here is Shepherd, who is going short, but it's straight to the fielder. A couple of bounces to Hetmeyer, who's at backward square.
That will certainly happen from time to time in terms of batsmen who like the pull shot or the hook shot. It's a productive shot for them. They've scored lots of runs doing it, and of course they will be dismissed occasionally from the hook shot, but that doesn't mean you should stop playing it because it's been productive. I know guys who are good at the hook shot and pull shot like Sir Richard Richardson, Sir Vic Richards. These guys were fantastic, but they've been out to it as well.
Great to see Sir Richard Richardson, the match referee for this encounter this time. Again on that good length. He's bowled well here as Shepherd after very expensive start. And this is where he's sort of excelled. Going pace off in the middle overs, even in the back end of the innings in that India series. 2 real modes of operation for him, either into the pitch and pace off or full and wide. And we've seen those death bowling skills in these second and third spells. It's been a good comeback from him. He's bowled 4 overs, just conceded the 2 runs. Here he is to Curran, very straight, and it's just flicked down to backward square for 1.
And that has been one of the problems that has plagued West Indies cricket in recent time. The lack of death bowlers. And that is a crucial part of any ODIs, one-day cricket. You must identify at least 2, minimum 2 bowlers who are adept in bowling in the death overs. It's a tough time to bowl for any bowler, but some guys have done it very well, some don't. So I'm happy to see that West Indies are looking to some guys to do that.
Here is Shepherd, final delivery of the over. Can he close it out? Yes, he can. He can close it out with a wicket. Went short and paced off to Harry Brook, who's on the back foot trying to elevate it over mid-off. Can't do so. That could be a very important wicket. The catch is well taken by Joseph. Ends the 41st over with a wicket. 230.
That's the wicket the West Indies were looking for. He was dangerous, Harry Brook, playing extremely well, trying to go over mid-off, but only succeeding in picking out Alzari Joseph. Good easy catch, and that's a big wicket for the West Indies. Harry Brook gone for 71 from 72.
Yeah, massive. And you look at Harry Brook, he was 61 from 61, which means they starved him of those boundary scoring options, kept him to just 10 runs from the last 11 deliveries. He always has that fearless approach at the crease, Brook, trying to find the boundary. Against the Pacers has been a struggle today, especially when they've gone pace off. So now we are into the lower orders with Braden Cars coming to the middle. Be excited to see him use those similar deliveries, go into the pitch, showing that he can bowl in speeds north of that 85 miles per hour mark. But this could be an interesting time and next 9 overs for the complexion of this game, because just wonder if England maybe have gone a bit too hard too early so currently.
that was the point I was making earlier when Harry Book was at the crease trying the little fancy shots and all that. He didn't need that at the time. There was still a lot of overs to go. The shot he got dismissed off was a conventional shot, just didn't get the elevation. So it's all left now to Sam Curran and it's all now for Sam Curran and Cast to try and get England up to maybe 300 if they can.
Predictably, as soon as Brooks been dismissed, Shea Hope has gone to Yannick Carrier, who's still got 2 overs to bowl. The leg spinner here, he is short, starting to Curran, who's punching this one into the offside for no run. And all of a sudden, you think they're 239 for 7, 8 overs remaining after this. So currently 275 could be a mountain to climb from here, especially if the West Indies continue to take wickets. Here's Carrier, still from over the wicket to the left-hander, this time flighted and full. Curran defending it, no run.
With 2 new bats at the crease, I'm quite sure that Shea Hope, the skipper, was saying, let me get Carrier to finish his 2 overs and then go back to the fast bowlers to finish off the innings. And that to me is good captaincy.
5 allowed outside the circle now, inside the final power play. This time flighted again, off stump, just tucked to that fine leg region for a single. And you think the onus will be on Sam Curran now to not only find the boundary, but pretty much take this game into the 50th over. It's been amazing how much of a roller coaster ride it's been in this innings. The way England have dominated periods, but the West Indies, credit to them and Shea Hope, have stayed disciplined. I think Shea Hope's moves as well, going to Gudakesh Moti when he did, who picked up 2 wickets and really stemmed the flow in the middle overs. He's been proactive but also impressive in the decisions he's made. Slip in place now for the new batter Kars. This one flighted and it's left outside the off stump.
That's one of the things I liked about Shea Hope captaincy today. Not afraid to put a slip in from time to time to create some pressure.
3 deep leg side for Carrier. Here he is bowling to the right-handed Kars, who's down the track, advancing beautifully, and just lifts this one over Alzari Joseph, who was at long on. An excellent strike to get going for Bryden Kars. You never know, he could be the man.
Good use of the feet. Got to the pitch, struck it and struck it well, considering there's a long off and long on in place. He was confident enough. He could have done that, and he did. That was really, really well played.
Maybe just a bit too straight from Carrier, who's got also deep cover and long off in the offside, this time much wider. And actually gets some bite off the surface. The dot to end a 7-run over from England's perspective, 246 for 7 after 42. And you're listening to live coverage of West Indies versus England in this one international series on TalkSport 2.
Entry to the venue for any ticket.
Good delivery to end the over. Spun quite a lot.
Order to impede in any conduct, whether through the use of
8 overs to go.
or otherwise, which is like
Can England manage to get to 300?
intimidate, threaten, disparage, or
That could be a psychological factor for the West Indies when they turn to bat.
on the basis of their race.
And of course, with only 3 wickets remaining, I'm quite sure that Captain Shea Hope would love to dismiss England.
He continues to ring the changes, Shea Hope. Seen O'Shane Thomas start from the Sir Andy Roberts end in his first spell, then he changed ends, now he's back there. None for 25 in his 7, so just a couple of overs for Romario Shepherd. And now back to Thomas, who's probably been the standout seamer for the West Indies so far. Here he is over the wicket, starts short to Curran, who's pulling this one well in front square. He timed it so well. Alzari Joseph, who's quick and was at long on, couldn't get to it to cut it off. 250's up inside the 43rd over.
Hardly any pace from that delivery. Was a bit of a loosener from O'Shane Thomas and was slapped away convincingly by Sam Curran off the front foot as well, which tells you the lack of pace in the surface.
Yeah, important, very important runs coming for the English. Had 21 internationals played here. Par score is just about 247. England have currently got to 250. Here's Thomas, this time much fuller, and it's well respected by Curran. You mentioned those 21 internationals, Sir Curtly. That was a long time ago, though. We haven't had a one international being played here since 2021. So new surface has been relayed. And so far, yes, we've seen a couple deliveries with some notes, but it seems like a batting surface.
Usually is at this venue. And even though it has been relayed, the square has been relayed, still pretty much the same.
Yeah, left-handed Curran still on strike. Here he is again short, and it's been cracked into the onside again in front of square, splitting the two fielders, one at long on, one at mid-wicket. Excellent from Curran, excellent from England.
Not good bowling on the part of O'Shane Thomas. He has to realize that the short delivery isn't quite working. Lack of pace, and at this stage of the innings, it's always going to be difficult. So you need to figure out what deliveries you want to bowl and set the field accordingly.
Seems like it's a clear plan from Thomas, because he's got the two deep fielders leg side for Curran, but also he's holding the ball cross seam. So it seems like there's intention to want to go short at him. Maybe what they've seen in the past, but this surface doesn't necessarily have as much pace. I would really rush Curran. He's played two full shots. He's hit them fantastically well to get them into the boundary. What will Thomas serve up now? Here he is past the umpire this time. Short but much wider, and it's cut to deep point for just a single. Yeah, it's interesting to see as well Alzari Joseph, who's standing at mid-on for the left-hander, having constant discussions with Thomas. Both of them would have just spent a lot of time together for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the regional Super 50. Thank you. Joseph was captain. Thomas was his leading strike bowler. You know, Joseph is also vice captain of the West Indies side today. So good to see him using that expertise, but also the leadership qualities. Now to the right-handed Cars. Here's Tom. Heavy length, and Cars just opens the face, rides it down to deep third. Just one.
I had a word with Alzari Joseph earlier in the day about being the vice captain of the West Indies ODI team, leading the Leeward Islands just not so long ago in the Super 50. And he explained to me that he's relishing the opportunity, first of all, to lead Leeward Islands. They got to the finals, they were beaten by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and now the vice captain of the senior West Indies team. He said he likes the added responsibility, so that won't affect his cricket at all.
Might even make it better if that's possible. Here is Curran facing the final delivery of the over from Thomas. Fine leg has come into the circle, mid-wicket in place, deep on the leg side, and this time just hit back to Shepherd. Curran feels like he missed out, but it's a big over for England. Much needed 10 comes from it. 256 for 7 after 43. And Alex and Andrew, you've got 7 tasty overs to come in this first innings.
We have indeed. Thank you very much, boys. Yes, we'll take them home. 43 gone. 256 for 7. Sam Curran a runnable 12. Bryden Cast 7 from 4. So it means the run rate now just under 6. One other thing, Sam Curran's gone full Jack Russell. He's batting with sunglasses on under the batting helmet. So none of the others have done that. So maybe this, as the sun has got to a certain part of the day, and therefore it's at the wrong angle for him, if you see the point I'm making. But anyway, he's at the non-striker's end at the moment, and Alzari Joseph is going to bowl his 8th over. 1 for 34 so far for him. He got Will Jacks back in the 10th over. Will Jacks 26 from 24. Caught behind off the bowling of Joseph. And they're just setting the field. 4 inside the 30-metre circle, of course. 1 on the leg side, that's at short fine. Backward point, cover and mid-off are on the offside, and it's Bryden Cast, the right-hander, on strike to Alzari Joseph, and lays into this one through the covers, beats the man at short extra, and will beat the covering man coming around, and it's another boundary for Bryden Cast. 11 from 5 balls, 260 for 7, Alex Tudor.
Yeah, not a great start from Alzari Joseph, just getting it very full. It had the width. Bryden Cast jumping all over that. Again, a bit of a misfield. We've seen a lot of that today so far from this West Indies team. They'll be disappointed with the way they've gone about that. But 4 off the first over, bowl under pressure.
I've got a funny feeling I know what the West Indies are going to be doing in training for the next couple of days. Cast waits. Joseph is in, past the umpire. Lowish full toss. Squeezed out on the offside. No run as it's fielded at point. So it remains 264-7. If you've not been with us right from the outset, England at 1 o'clock this afternoon UK time won the toss, decided to bat. Salt 45, Jacks 26, Crawley 48, Duckett 20, Brooks 71, Butler 3, Livingston 17. The men dismissed. Brydon Cast and Sam Curran, the men at the crease at the moment. Cast got 11. He's getting a wideish ball. It's actually so wide, he sort of tried to play at it, got the toe, inside toe of the bat on it, and it goes down to short, fine leg, and there is no run. So, yeah. Those the men to go so far. Still in the hutch for England, or at least, should I say, not used by England so far today to complete the playing 11. Rayan Ahmed and Gus Atkinson. So that is the England team on duty. I'll get another full toss from Joseph. This one round about middle and leg. Punch to Shimron Hetmeyer at long on. Single taken, 261-7.
I suppose an important situation now for England is to leave no deliveries, no overs out there. Bat your 50 and just see what you get to.
Do you sense that is maybe changed? Because under Owen Morgan, he didn't mind if they were bowled out in 47-48 if they maximised every ball that they faced. Is that maybe a tweak that this group, at this phase of their rebuilding, potentially do look to do? Or, well, I guess we'll find out, won't we, as we watch this new look England unravel. No, I don't want them to unravel, that's not the word. I want the game to unravel in front of us. I still think I've got the wrong word, but I'll get there in the end, I promise you. Sam Curran, the left-hander, is on strike, and this one, he's miles down the leg side. That would have been a wide, I think, to a right-hander, and Sam Curran was well down the leg side, so Alzari Joseph's going to have to bowl that one again. 262-7 for the West Indies bowlers. So far, 2 wickets for Romario Shepherd, 2 for 69 from his 9, and 2 for 49 for Godakesh Moti, the left-arm spinner. He's completed his 10 already. Sam Curran gets a shortish one from Joseph, tries to ride the bounce, it loops up into the offside, but no problem, and they'll comfortably take a single. 263-7. Jared Kimber's alongside us as per normal.
Tudes, I wanted to ask you about the lengths that the West Indies have bowled. I think quite early on we thought maybe they should bowl back of a length a little bit more, especially after Phil Salt got hit. They've bowled more balls on a length than they have back of a length so far. Back of a length, the strike rate is 76. They've also taken 3 wickets there, averaging 17. They haven't taken any wickets on a length yet.
Joseph goes in, that's back of a length, guided towards backward points, and they will take a single. And there's a bit of arm waving from the fielder, saying to wicketkeeper Shai Hope, why didn't you make your way up to the stumps then? I could have maybe thrown at that one and prevented the single. They don't. Single is taken. 264-7 after 44 here on TalkSport 2. Carry on, Jared.
So when they bowled a length, they haven't taken any wickets and a strike rate of 91. We just saw Alzari come back on and bowl very, very full though. It seems like they haven't quite, even when they've had the success, haven't really gone to the ball that's been the best for them.
Yeah, no, agreed. I just think when you've got a wicket that's indifferent, you know, I think it was doing that when it was slightly straighter. I know we saw a lot of cross-seam balls, and that what they're trying to do is when it hits the seam, it either it's going to raise up or it's going to keep low. And I think when the wicket is doing that, you want to try and hit the stumps. And as you said, that back of a length has not quite worked.
O'Shane Thomas starts the new over, and Brydon Cast moved very early, so early he was nearly off the cut strip, backing away to leg to try to go over extra cover, and O'Shane Thomas just bowled a perfectly respectable ball just outside of off stump. Cast didn't get anywhere near it, through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't he? He went a little early, so to speak. Say to the bowler, listen, I'm going, what are you going to do? Are you going to change your delivery? Just an easy decision really, just bowl a ball fifth stump. You'd have been too far away to try and hit it. Sometimes you just don't want to get funky. You know, the West Indian bowlers have struggled with consistency. You will get bad balls.
Yeah, but I mean, Sir Kirtley was saying earlier on commentary, why have England, gone so early in their innings to the funky stuff when actually the fundamental shots are working? That's the way they play. That's the way it is now. O'Shane Thomas is on the way and bowls, guided down to third by Cars for a single. 2-6-5 for 7. Cars has overtaken Sam Curran. He's got 14 from 11. Curran's a run of all 13.
I'm all for the modern way that the players playing is very entertaining, but I just think you got to assess the situations. You can't bat or go about your business the same way all the time. Yes, you want to be positive, but there's going to be periods where either a bowler's bowling well and you just have to manoeuvre the ball, change the strike, and there's going to be bowlers that you think, I can target them. I just don't think you can be a one-trick pony and just do the same thing all the time, because yes, it will be entertaining when you do well, but there's also going to be times when you come up short, and good teams are able to adapt.
In goes Thomas to the left-handed Sam Curran, who slaps him back over his head all the way for 6. Well, Sam Curran is looking too cool for school with the shades on, and he just met that one and slapped it back over the bowler's head for the 10th 6 of this England innings. Wow, he's made contact with that. He goes 85 metres, and England just to keep on trucking.
There's a lot of disrespect in that delivery. That was that back of the length that Gerard was talking about, and he dispatched that. A little bit of fade on that shot as well, down the ground. It's like those glasses pick stuff up. It's like something Tony Stark would have designed for him, maybe.
Thomas in, and this time Curran staying on the crease line, dropping it into the offside. Single taken. 2-7, 2 for 7. Curran 20 from 15. That 6 disappearing towards the Sir Andy Roberts stand. One thing's for sure, Sir Andy never got slapped back over it. Put it this way, if he did get slapped back over his head for 6, the next one probably was going to be quite quick.
The dangerous thing is that everyone tells me who faced him, he had these two different bouncers. One was one that you could hit, the next one that was generally going to knock your teeth out.
O'Shane Thomas is in. Oh my goodness, Bryden Cars. I don't know if he's taken up stargazing recently, but he was having a good look at the sky then, and unfortunately for Bryden Cars, the ball didn't bounce a great deal. It was outside off stump, so the enormous yahoo he's had at it has just gone past the off stump. It bounced a second time before the keeper. If Cars had made contact, that was going miles. Fortunately, it didn't make contact with his outside of his off stump. Final ball of the 45th over. In goes Thomas, short ball, Carr swings at it, and I think Shea Hope's got a glove on that, but not enough to pull it in. Has got enough on it though to at least take the pace off it, and it will go for 2 over the keeper's head. And end of the over, 45 gone, 2-7-4 for 7 here on TalkSport 2. Curran's got 20 from 15, Carr 16 from 30. Alex Tudor.
Well, you saw the difference in the bounce. That one's shot through, flown steeply as well, and that's the indifference you get. He's banged this one in. It's got a bottom edge.
Yeah, he gets a chunk of it. Shea Hope is going up the ladder to try and catch it. I mean, this pitch is quite interesting. You see that happen, and then you compare the one that Liam Livingston got, the LBW, which, I mean, Jared in the back of the box made the point. He missed it. He played over the top of it by a foot. It kept so low and basically would have broken his ankle had he not had pads on.
He was off the ground as well, if you remember. Like, he thought it was
staggering.
Coming very, very high. That was a remarkable one. Has Sam Curran taken off the sunglasses, Macca?
He has. Yes, it's serious time now. Right, Alzari Joseph is going to bowl his 9th. There's still an over of spin to come. Yannick Carrier has still got 1 over to come. West Indies have only bowled 5 bowlers so far. So unless they're suddenly going to pull someone out in the last few moments, they've all got to bowl their 10. So Joseph has got 2, so this is his 9th. 1 for 42. On his way to the left-handed Curran, backs away to the leg stump. Bowler follows him. Turns it to deep backward square, and they will take a comfortable single. 2-7-5 for 7. To give you an idea, that the average total for the team batting first at North Sound, who go on and win, there's the important part, average score 269 to bat first and win. So England are 275 for 7, but as we keep saying, this is a relayed pitch, so it might be doing slightly differently. And in parts, this is a young, inexperienced West Indies side, much as a fairly young and inexperienced England side in some ways as well. Joseph into Cars, hoiks it into the leg side, got height, has he got distance? Oh yeah, you better believe he's got distance. That was one of those that looked like it was going to be a long way up, but without a huge amount of carry, and it just went and went and went. He got that off the good wood, and boy did it fly for the maximum. It goes 77 metres, 6 more to England.
And they keep hitting sixes, the English team. That's their 6 of the innings. And it just stood up, and he just used his height, he's tall. Dispatched that excellently over deep square.
Joseph is in, full, lowish full toss, squeezed out on the offside by Cars. They've taken one. Moti straight to him, so they won't risk a second.
And I was talking earlier at the preview with Mark Butcher, you know, when we talk about the makeup of the team, and I was just saying the England team sort of missed that Liam Plunkett type cricketer, you know, hard hitting batsman lower down, but comes on and can bowl at good pace in those middle overs. And that's what I think they're looking for Bryden Cast to do. Really dangerous cricket, exciting cricketer. And he has his platform now.
He's watching as Curran prepares to face Joseph. It's a off-cutter that's been clipped just over the top of mid-off, and it'll run away for 4 as insult to injury. Alzari Joseph has done Sam Curran there. He's bowled him an off-spinner that Curran's got enough on it to just clear the man on the 30-metre circle by about 3 feet. It is Romario Shepherd, who's a big lad, so it would have beaten a normal-sized human being by much more, but Sam Curran's heart would have been in his mouth. 286 for 7.
Yeah, it was the off-cutter, just rolling his wrist down the side of the ball. So just slows the pace a little bit. Sam Curran was looking to the lofted drive, just faded again off the bat, slid off the bat, just over O'Shea Thomas. 4 runs.
In comes Joseph. Curran backs away a long, long way to leg. Plinks it out into the offside. The fielder at point comes in, throws at the stumps. Fortunately, there's someone backing up at mid-wicket inside the circle on the leg side, and it will be just a single. So Curran 26 from 18, Cars 23 from 15. England basically going at 6 1/4. So just a basically 1 and a bit of ball. So Malik Athanaze doing the fielding at points. Picked it up cleanly, got it away. I think Cars would have been home anyway. He prepares to face Joseph, who hits really hard back past the bowler, straight on the offside, and it's 4 more. Cars 27 from 16. His highest score in one-day internationals is 32. Well, if he keeps doing this, he will be putting himself a new personal best on the board. His strike rate, by the way, before today was 88.5. Well, he's absolutely tearing through this at the moment. He's playing a brilliant innings, Bryden Cars, scoring at 1.5 a ball.
Yeah, he's dangerous. This is what he can do. Coming in at number 9. And a hard-hitting batsman. Just Rosario Joseph just getting long in his length again. That's what these current players, these modern players love. And he didn't get up and underneath it, but he hit it with tremendous power straight back down the ground. Mid-off is up. So any sort of way, left or right, past him, you're not going to get it. And he moves on to 27 of 16. Sam Curran 26 off 18. And England march on 291 for 7. 4 overs left, Macca.
So the question is, when is the over of spin coming? Actually, Carrier's bowled pretty well. They've gone at 7.5 and over, but for a spinner in a one-day international, that ain't too bad. 1 for 68 from his 9. It won't be the 47. That will be Romario Shepherd, who's going to bowl his last. He's got 2 for 69 so far. Around the wicket to the left-handed Curran. Curran ducks underneath a short one. Looks at standing umpire, looks at square leg umpire. Not going to get any love from either of them. Dot ball.
Yeah, he'll be targeting him. He's fetched it. He's got a couple of wickets. Romeo Shepherd. And they'll be targeting him. He's just trying to mix it up, coming round the wicket to Sam Curran, just digging that one in. Trying to change his pace. Don't want to be giving Sam Curran any room at all.
These two have put on 50. 52 from 32 balls down the order. Shepherd is in around the wicket, clipped on the leg side, out to deep, long on. Alzari Joseph will do the fielding. Good hustle from the England batters. 2 more to the total. 293 for 7. They get ever closer to what is almost the par score, it feels like, in one-day international cricket now. Something starting with a 3 is a bare minimum, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, Macca. I mean, back in the day, it was you get that, you can put your feet up. Generally, teams weren't going to get that. But as you say, if you're not in the boundaries, what they did there, Bride and Cast, just run extremely hard, putting the fielders under pressure, and putting fielders under pressure that have been poor in this first half so far.
Yeah, we'll keep talking about the runs that have been given away, drop chances that have all added a bit more on. This is 293 going on 263. That's basically what we're talking about here. Could be the difference between a defendable total and a chaseable one. Shepherd is in around the wicket, wide of Sam Curran's off stump, plays at this one, doesn't get all of it, will drop down to a deep point. Moti will do the fielding there, just a single. 294 for 7. England, as was mentioned earlier, do like playing on this ground. They've won 4 of their last 5 one-day internationals on this venue. 103rd one-day international between England and the West Indies. England actually have the better of it. 52 wins for England to the West Indies 44. Away from home though, not quite as good. In goes Romario Shepherd, back of the hand, slower ball. Carsy's, well, he's swinging like a rusty gate at this point. He's going for it, and he gets an under edge down to fine leg, and the single's taken. 295 for 7. So yeah, between England and the West Indies in the Caribbean, 44 matches, 17 wins for England, 23 wins for the West Indies. So it's pretty close.
Yeah, been dominant over the last couple of decades. Travelling to the West Indies, never really had that in the early 80s, that is for sure. A lot of time they've been very good.
Shepherd around the wicket with a sort of low slinging action in towards the base of the stumps for Curran. He's got it down to mid-on. Cast is coming back. Not the greatest of throw, but Cast would have got home anyway. 2 more to the total. 297 for 7. 31 from 28. If you're watching us, by the way, on the YouTube stream, you'll have just seen Alex Tudor do something very silly. He's just picked up the wrong microphone and talked into one that wasn't working. I didn't have to tell you that because those of you listening on the radio wouldn't have known, but I'm not like that. I'm a terrible human being. I'm going to out my mate.
Thanks, Mac. I love you.
There's another reason to go to the YouTube stream, folks. Hi.
You'll get absolute classics from us, that's it, for sure.
Yep. Someone's going to trip over. There's going to be a pratfall somewhere or other. Shepherd round the wicket now. Again, that's pretty wide, and it's called wide by umpire Brathwaite, and bowler's not happy. Keeper and captain's not happy. You bowlers, you don't get much, do you?
Especially not in this format of the game. He's bowled a good delivery. I mean, that's just not a wide for me. It's good bowling, but as always, his reaction's beautiful.
He turned around and then saw the umpire start to raise his arms, and he did a full spin and was absolutely distraught. Shepherd in again. This one is turned by Curran backward of point, offside. Just opens the blade, guides it down there. They will take a single. 47 gone. England 299 for 7. So there's 18 balls to go. Curran's got 32 from 23. Cast is 28 from 17. So it's now about what can England get from these 18 deliveries. So Shepherd is now finished. 10 overs have cost him 2 for 77. So Joseph's got 1 left. He's got 1 for 59. So he's going at 7.5. O'Shane Thomas, 1 left. He's gone at 5 and over, 0 for 45 from his 9. And then there's the wrist spin of Yannick Carrier, 1 for 68. Now, I'm guessing Thomas will bowl the last over because he's got the best economy. So do you bowl the over of spin here? Yes. It is going to be Yannick Carrier.
I reckon Sam Curran's going to be lining this up.
Yes. So it's Yannick Carrier from the commentary box end, and Sam Curran hitting with the breeze to the leg side. This could be interesting. Leg break bowler, so he will be turning it into Curran unless he's going to go googlies. In goes Carrier. Sam Curran has hit back over the bowler's head, got sliced it across ever so slightly, so there's a bit of shape right to left, but it goes all the way for 6, and the England 300 is up. 305 for 7. First ball of the over goes maximum, and Carrier's now under pressure.
He's very dangerous, Sam Curran. He might not be big in stature, but he's put together well, and he's got a lot of power. And he's got a good base that he hits from. And he's hit that down the ground, 86 metres, hit with tremendous power. Yannick Carrier under a lot of pressure. First ball going for 6. 5 balls left of his spell. He's already gone for 74.
38 from 24 from Sam Curran. He waits, in comes Carrier, right arm over the wicket. Curran has a big swinger to Googly that goes across him, misses through to the keeper, no run. Don't forget, as well as listening, you can watch us on YouTube. Head over to the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel for the live commentaries, exclusive interviews, and plenty more as well. There'll be loads on that over the course of, the next 18 days, isn't it? Final game's on the 21st of December. You get plenty of stuff on there. Carrier goes in, Curran swinging hard, gets an outside edge, lands short of the fielder at short third. There's a mix-up, Carter's gone all the way down. Curran went very late and is run out at the non-striker's end. Carrier wasn't even the best of throws from Alzari Joseph. Carrier got the ball about 3 or 4 yards away from the stumps and had time to bring it in, go to the stumps, break the timbers, and complete the run out. Carter was always coming. I wonder if Curran actually thought Alzari Joseph was going to come in and take the catch and thought, well, there's no point in us moving. And then he realised Alzari Joseph backed off a little bit, let it bounce, and then with Bryden Cast coming, he kind of said, well, I've got to go. Anyway, he's run out 38 from 26, England 305 for 8.
I also think, Macca, that he was thinking, I just want to deal in boundaries. He's thinking, look, I'm striking it well, I'm in form. You know, I don't really want to run singles. I want to hit a 4 or 6. So he's thinking, I don't want to run, more than a case of it not carrying to Alzari Joseph. But he has to depart for 38, and Rayan Ahmed, the exciting youngster, walks to the wicket.
I do think it's great that on a day when West Indies have decided not to field at all, that they still have 2 run-outs.
Absolutely. Right. Because they did take that, it is Bryden Cast on strike. So Rayan Ahmed is at the non-strikers. In goes Carrier. Cast is all the way across, trying to hoik it over to the leg side, gets it to long on, where Brandon King will do the fielding, single taken. So Rayan Ahmed on strike for the first time.
Stop. Thank you so much. One over to the count.
Rayan Ahmed looks around. Behind him is a short fine leg and a short third. And a point all inside the 30-metre circle. Carrier goes in, bowls a leg break outside of off stump. Rayan Ahmed slaps it out to square cover for a single. He's underway straight away. 307 for 8. Final ball then of Yannick Carrier. 1 for 76 so far. I know it's Carter's swinging hard, it's just a case of where. Swings hard, misses. He was trying to launch that back over the commentary box and didn't get anything on it. Through to Shai Hope, and that is 10 overs completed. Yannick Carrier 1 for 76. Alex Tudor.
Yeah, I think he's been a little bit unfortunate. I don't think his fielders have helped him. Not seen much of Yannick Corral, but he's bowled well. He's bowled well. Ended up going for 76. That can happen against a destructive England batting lineup. But he's bowled. There's a lot to work with. He's got the wrong and bowls leg spinner, bowls with, he flights it, good drop. I know he's 31, but he's still got a lot of years left in him.
He's also got a pitch that's going slightly up and down, which, if you can land it in the right area, suddenly brings an awful lot more modes of dismissal into play, doesn't it? Right then, penultimate over, Alzari Joseph. Over the wicket to Ryan Ahmed. Well, he swung across the line with not a huge amount of conviction or force, and it only just beats the off stump, bouncing a second time before it gets to Shai Hope. Well, look, it's penultimate over a one-day international. Of course he's swinging. It's now a case of whether he connects or not. That's the only thing that matters.
As you say, he's still 11 deliveries left, but he don't care. He just wants to put back the ball, try and hit the boundaries.
Well, it's 11 deliveries to get a half century then, isn't it? That's how they think. Alzari Joseph. In he goes, down the leg side. Ryan Ahmed sort of gets on one leg trying to help it on its way. Doesn't get anything on it. And umpire Gregory Brathwaite says that is a wide, as it started leg side-ish. It was sort of sliding down the leg side rather than being into the rib cage, which I think is what he was looking for. Bowl it again, son. 308 for 8.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You saw that Ryan Ahmed was going to the leg side, tried to follow him. Just got his line slightly wrong. As you say, he's got to re-bowl it.
9 wides in the innings so far. Joseph in, right arm over. Ryan Ahmed hoiks this into the leg side. No real timing, but he's managed to get it between the two fielders. Shimron Hetmeyer eventually came around and fixed it up. I thought they were going to go anyway, but they only take the single. I thought they were coming back for 2 regardless, but I suppose with Bryden Carse, senior player if you like, man who's in, and he's seen it very, very well with 29 from 19. Let him face the music.
That's right, you just basically try and get him on strike. You said use those long levers, tall in stature. Strikes a very good ball.
Joseph makes his way in past the umpire. Carr swings hard into the leg side, gets an inside edge onto his own foot, and it rolls about a foot and a half at the very most, but they've been able to take a single because Ryan Ahmed is backing up a long way, and he's able to get to the non-strikers then before Alzari Joseph is able to get down there to kick it onto the stumps, so they will take a single. 310 for 8. We've been going 3.5 hours. This is, by the way, one of the first games that the new shot clock is in place, but if you take too long between deliveries, if it happens 3 times, there is a run penalty in a bid to try and speed things up. Joseph in, bowls an off-cutter straight onto the middle of Ryan Ahmed's bat. He will slap that down to long on, and they will take just a single. Good arm down from long on all the way in to the keeper, and so it's just a single. That's Shafane Rutherford down at long on. Absolutely gunned that one back in. 311 for 8. 8 balls of the innings to go. Bryden Carse, 30 from 20, waits outside of off stump, full. Carse, again, he's setting himself to absolutely smash it. Doesn't really get it, enough of it, and it bobbles down to Rutherford at long on for a single. 312 for 8. Final ball then from Alzari Joseph. Well, this is a free one for Ryan Ahmed, isn't it? Because surely England want Carse on strike for first ball of the next over. So, as they say in golf, tee it high and let it fly. See if you can play one that the master blaster himself would be proud of. To be fair, you can't hit that for 6. Very well bowled by Joseph, full and straight down to long on, and England have got a single, which means they've now got the situation they didn't really want, and that is that Ryan Ahmed will be on strike for the first ball of the final over. 313 for 8 after 49 overs. Alzari Joseph is done. 1 for 65 from his 10. So he's gone at 6.5. Shepherd's finished his at going at 7.7. Moti 4.9. Karaya 7.6. Thomas, I say 0 for 45 from 9. Jared Kimball.
Thank you very much, Andrew McKenna. Alex Tudor, there was a T20 between India and Australia. Where was your money? In your pocket?
Always.
It actually got quite close in the end. India made 160 for 8, and Matthew Wade started hitting a bunch of boundaries after a collapse, but he went out in the last over with a couple of balls to go. India won that game by 6 runs, so quite close. It's very much an experimental 11 from both teams.
Thomas for the final over. He's going full Yorker wide, and Rayan Ahmed has got the toe of the bat down to third, and it's well fielded by Rutherford down on the third boundary. Had to go back to his left-hand side. They always say if you're down on the third boundary, you never get beaten on the inside. He had to go tearing away because it was just a thin guide down there from Rayan Ahmed, and he's done really well. They are checking. You might have just heard the umpire say, but the only problem there was if he landed on the ball having dived and he gets back to his feet, no problem. So that will be whatever they ran, not a boundary. So it's a couple to start the final over. 3:15 for 8. Rayan Ahmed then to face Thomas. In past the umpire bowls. Oh, he bowls a full toss. Now, where has Rayan Ahmed hit that? He's hit it very, very high, back over the bowler's head, and it's away for 6. That was almost baseball. That was a belt high full toss. He's aiming for mid-wicket. He's hit it absolute gun barrel straight, 12 o'clock, 80 metres for 6.
Yeah, he was even looking in a deep mid-wicket region. It's gone as straight as a die, and for 6 runs. 8 from the first 2 balls.
321 for 8.
Not a great delivery, I have to say, Macca.
Where's he going this time? In he comes. Past the umpire. Oh, Rayan Ahmed has tried to repeat the dose. He's got underneath that one, and the bowler will take it. It'll go down in the book as caught and bowled. Doesn't really tell the tale, though. That went miles up into the sky. Thomas had to back up about 5 or 6 metres behind the stumps at the bowler's end. Rayan Ahmed was just swinging hard. It was off the toe of the bat. Thomas did well, called off everyone around him early doors and took situation by the scruff of the neck. He takes the court and bowled. Rayan Ahmed, 12 from 8, England 321 for 9.
Yeah, we ain't going to want to run into him, that is for sure. He's a big boy, put together well, and Rayan Ahmed be a little bit disappointing. For me, that's a length ball that they generally look to dispatch down the ground, but he was sort of leg side of it, sort of had to reach for it a little. So he got the toe end, went straight up in the air. Good catch in the end. His big mitts, and he gets his wicket.
Would that have ended Shimron Hetmeyer's career? He'd run into O'Shea Thomas. I mean, it's, of all the people, you remember when Steve Waugh ran into Jason Gillespie? That's a lot of bones there, but O'Shea Thomas is not the guy I'd be picking to run into.
Well, Gus Atkinson gets to strap him on for this first one-day international. First ball, he's laid it straight over the top of long off, 1 bounce 4. 325 for 9. They used to call the New York Yankees baseball team of the 20s and 30s Murderers Row, because that was the team that had Babe Ruth and all these phenomenal players. Because if one guy didn't get you, the next one did, then the next one did. The England number 11 has just come in, first ball, and slapped straight over long off, 1 bounce 4. 325 for 9. In goes Thomas. Right arm over. Swing and a miss. Atkinson looks to repeat the dose through to the keeper. No run, 1 ball to go.
I know that a lot of, especially older cricketers, will say we should see more Yorkers. And I would generally say the reason we don't see a lot of Yorkers, and I will go through the lists and tell you why. In this particular case, I do think we've seen a lot of half volleys and a lot of length. Perhaps if you've got to go with that, try a Yorker, see if it works.
Well, if you can execute it, I'm still of the old adage, try and get it in, but I understand you're going to hit me with the stats of
But
people.
try and get it in would be the optimum word here.
Okay then, final ball of the innings then. O'Shane Thomas is in. Atkinson gets underneath this one. It's gone a long, long way up into the leg side. Who wants it? Catch taken by Roston Chase, who's back on the field. The 12th man. Atkinson will be dismissed. England are 325 all out from their 50 overs. Swinging hard, just a little bit high on the bat, and the angle took it a long way up. Fair play to Roston Chase. He's made a lot of metres in, and he's actually taken the catch on an advertising mat out on the mid-wicket side. A lot of them now, they actually use spray paint, but that one's matting, so that would have felt different underneath his spikes as he was coming in there, got himself set and takes the catch. Well, Alex Tudor, England won the toss, elected to bat 4 hours ago. If you'd said to Jos Buttler then 325, how do you think Jos Buttler would have reacted? But he said, yeah, thank you very much, I'll buy that for $1.
Yeah, I think he'll be happy. I think he would have liked, everyone's pretty much got to start apart from the skipper. Salt 45 from 28, Will Jack 26 from 24, Crawley 48, Duckett 20, 71 from young Harry Brook, Livingston, Curran, Cast. They've all, no one's really gone on to get that 100. I mean, a wicket is a little bit indifferent as in regards of its bounce. They still hit a lot of sixes, which they're trying to do. Those boundary counts were still very high, which they'll be happy with. Not much for the bowlers. Joseph, Shepherd, 2 for Bodty, Thomas, Corral. I actually liked him. I thought he weren't too bad with his leg spin. Just mix it up quite well. But as you said, when you've got players who are coming at you, you are going to be a little bit expensive. Their fielding wasn't great, but I think England it'll be over to you, the bowlers, and on a wicket that's doing a little bit of indifference. They'll be trying to keep them for less than 250, I would say.
I asked you the question earlier. Did you think we were going to see anything really different from England, this new look England as they reset and restart? Well, the evidence seems to be from the first 50 overs, no. It's the same plan. We're going to go out and hopefully we're going to execute it better than what we have in recent times. At least that's the way I'm reading it, as you mentioned. Salt, 45 from 28 balls. Jacks, 26 from 24. Crawley, 48 from 63. Duckett, 20 from 23. Brooks, 71 from 72. Buttler, 3 from 13. Livingston, 17 from 19. Curran, 38 from 26. Castles, 31 from 21, not out. Rayan Ahmed, 12 from 8. Atkinson, 4 from 3 balls. So in other words, it appears to be this is the game plan. We've just not been executing it well enough recently. Would that be a fair enough assessment of what we've seen in the first 50?
Yeah, I think so. And as you said, have we seen anything different? No, they're going to play this ultra positive cricket. That is fine. But as I said, sometimes you've got to read the situation, really. Most probably needed one of those top 4 maybe to go on. Someone to bat round, set that base. But they don't do that now. They just keep coming. It's all about strike rates now. Not so much about the runs. All about strike rate cricket is ODI cricket. And it's just different personnel. Same story with the way that they're going to go about things. It's just we're going to still play that positive brand of cricket, but we're just going to do it with younger, fresher guys and see if they're able to take us, one step further for the next World Cup.
326 is basically 6.5 and over. Atkinson, Cars, Curran as the seamers, Rayan Ahmed, and a bit of Livingston. I presume that wasn't deliberate. Honestly, I promise that was not deliberate. But it'll be an interesting test for them and for the skipper.
It will be. And listen, Shea Hope, who's captain in this West Indies side, he's been in fantastic form in ODI cricket. Scores a lot of hundreds. So they'll be looking at him. Shimron Hetmeyer's a bit of an enigma, really. He's a good player, but sort of threw himself at the franchise cricket. So he's sort of back in You know, so they've got some young players and some players that we haven't heard of. So we'll see what they're about. As I said, it's about taking your opportunity, showing people on the world stage what you're about. And as you say, the eyes are watching and listening. So go out and make a name for yourself.
England have posted 325. West Indies have got their work cut out for them. They'll have to break a record to win this one. Alec Athanase is facing the first ball from Sam Curran. And he turns it away. A little hint of swing from Curran. Turns it away behind square on the leg side and opens his account with a couple. Mark Butcher here in the company of the well-travelled former captain of Barbados, West Indian opener Phil O'Wallace. Bit of a chastening last 10 overs or so for the West Indies in the field.
Yes, they look jaded actually, and the bowlers obviously lost their whole line and length and their thinking and got smacked all over the field, and obviously chasing a big target.
And again, back with the new ball in his hand. He had the role as a middle overs bowler, or at least a bowler outside of the power play in the World Cup in India, a role not really suited to his style of bowling, particularly when that white ball stopped swinging, but he's got it swinging here at the moment. Second delivery just arced away from the left-handed Athanase, who punched it into the covers. No run. Joss Butler steely-eyed behind the stumps with a couple of slips for company. Athanase punches the third ball of the over to mid-on, and again there is no run. Crawley and Duckett are the men in the slips. And Cass was the fielder at mid-on. And the pitch at the Sir Vivian Richards ground, it certainly looked to be best for batting when the white balls were brand new.
Yes, obviously with the new white balls, the ball will come on to the bat a lot nicer, a lot easier for the batters to stroke the ball away. But as it gets older on the surface that is deteriorating, it's going to get harder to score.
More swing from Curran. Nice tight line. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Athanase, who defends off the back foot to Harry Brook at mid-wicket. Orthodox looking player, Alec Athanase, not Alec spelt A-L-I-C-K.
Yeah, he's from Dominica, and obviously there's a little French in it as well as Alec Athanase. So there's a little French to his name. He's a player that obviously has emerged from the under-19s, and there's a lot going for him, and we're hoping that he can kick on.
Curran shuffles in again. It's very close to the outside edge as Athanase tries to essay a square cut behind point, misses, and very, very close to that outside edge.
But Butcher's two former openers. Opening is a specialist position. Now Alec Athanase don't open for the Wimbledon franchise. He bats in the middle, but yet he's entrusted at the top here. He's done it for West Indies, I think, in a trip to the UAE earlier this year, and he got some runs. But again, we're looking at if you're looking at solidity, you need to find an established player. You have Brandon King, who's back, and I think he will best serve us in the middle, Alec Athanase.
Previous ball was called a no ball, late by the umpire. Free hit has been swung away. Short delivery aimed at the left-handed Athanase, and he just swivels on it and sends it over fine leg for six.
But that's one of his favourite shots. He loved to take on the short ball. He's successful on this occasion, just rolling his wrist quite nicely and getting it over backward square for six. One would say that he was in control of that. It's some 70 metres, and if you can look at him, he's not a big stature, so a lot of his shots will come from timing. So he gets into good positions, and then he executes well.
A couple of hundreds in the recent Super 50, 633 runs for Alec Athanase. Nicely timed again, this time delivery at middle stump, whips it away into the leg side. Gus Atkinson sprints round from fine leg to complete the fielding. They pick up a couple. It's a good opening over, 11 runs from it for the West Indies. The target 3-2-6. They just chipped 11 away.
Yes, a good start by West Indies and for Alec Athanase. Obviously, he faced the first ball, which I was surprised, Brandon King being the senior man. But he's looked good, get into positions and knock the ball away. That last ball just tucked it into the leg side with a lot of confidence. And obviously, he's been fielding well. When you look at him when West Indies were fielding first, he was the one that was outstanding, diving, getting his body behind the ball and saving a lot of runs. So you expect that kind of performance as a fielder. When he comes to bat now, it's just an extension of his arms with the bat. And you expect him to execute proper shots, which he's started very well.
His opening partner is Brandon King. A couple of standout seasons in the CPL for Guyana Amazon Warriors. Jamaican by birth. He will take the new ball. Gus Atkinson for England. Nice drive. Pushed firmly to the left of mid-off, who dives and prevents more than one run being taken. King is off the mark first ball, 12 without loss.
Very good start there from Brandon King. A full length delivery from Gus Atkinson. Only in his played 7 matches, only 5 wickets, but he's the future of England fast bowling. But the position in which Brandon King got into to stroke it to mid-off, not looking to hit it, just stroke it and picking up an easy single. So that's a good start for him coming off an injury.
Pair of Surrey men with the new ball for England in this new look ODI side. Atkinson is in. That one is short and wide. He rather gets away with it. I think the only reason he got away with it is because the ball didn't bounce. It scuttled through to Josh Butler, and there's no run.
Yes, that ball obviously bang into the surface by Atkinson. The ball dying with Alex Altinez looking to cut the ball, and Josh Butler just picking just above his bootlace. So there's inconsistency in the bounce here at the surface at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Atkinson in again. That one bounces normally. Anthonez is up on his toes and gliding the ball off the back foot down to third man. He'll pick up another single. Yeah, ask Liam Livingston about the bounce on this pitch. He was out LBW for 17 off the bowling of Alzari Joseph to one that just went straight along the floor, hit him on the shin.
We will call it a roly-poly.
It's a Nasser Hussain special. It was all about those in the Caribbean. As Atkinson's in again, and this time Brandon King plays that beautiful straight drive just a little bit wide, open the face as the ball made contact to get it between extra cover and mid-off, and that opens up his boundary account.
A nice touch there from Brandon King. Again, not looking to hit the ball, just using the pace of Gus Atkinson, getting everything going into the ball and stroking it through extra cover gloriously for 4 runs.
Yep, textbook straight drive, head over the front knee, abbreviated follow through, just a little punch, and it flew to the boundary. Atkinson straightens up his line and overcooks a little. The ball cannons into the pad, the front pad of Brandon King, and there's no run.
Again, King looking just to knock that ball into the leg side, but again, Atkinson straight, a bit more pace, effort into that delivery. But we can see what they're looking to do. They're looking to target the front pad of the West Indian batters.
Brandon King crouched over his bat, slightly open stance as Atkinson's in, and that's a much better line. Ball would have hit or just gone over the top of off stump. Excellent delivery to finish his first over. 6 runs from it. The West Indies have got away to a decent start, much as England did. 17 without loss from 2.
Yes, a good over there for West Indies, and Brandon King particularly. He's coming back from injury, so he needs to get in and get a start. Obviously, get back into the groove of international cricket, scoring consistently and rotating the strike. He has a new opening partner, Alec Antonez, so it's going to be important that these two try to set a good start for West Indies on which to build on. They have another 309 runs in 48 overs, so it's a little mountain to climb, but it can become a hill if they can get the initial stages on the right path.
Yeah, it's been the perfect start for them. England perhaps just a little bit ill-disciplined with the ball thus far. Curran and Atkinson looking for a bit of swing with this white ball. Curran finding it, but not on that occasion, as he starts off the delivery from around the wicket to the left-hander a little too straight. It doesn't swing back, and Anthonez just glides it. Perfect leg glance for 4.
Yeah, it's a good shot there for Alec Antonez. The ball from the left-hander, Curran going down the leg side, not looking to hit it hard, just use the pace of the ball, and once it gets onto this outfield, fine leg is pretty wide and down to the boundary for 4. So a good start to Alec Antonez, a bad start from Curran.
21 without loss now. Antonez stands at century like, the bat raised, hands around his hip. The ball clipped something on the way through to Josh Butler. It sounded a little soft in my ear. And it was only half an appeal from England's fielders. And there is no run. England making 325 all out from their 50 overs. Atkinson, the last man to go off the very last delivery of the innings, off the bowling of Thomas. 2 for 57 for him. England making that total with only Harry Brook making a half century. 71 from 72 for him. 45 from Phil Salt. Zach Crawley with 48. And a notable partnership at the back end between Curran and Cast that propelled England beyond 300. Curran in, and again no swing. Quite often happens with these new white balls. You might see the ball curve a little bit in the first over, but then after that, once it gets hit into the outfield or hit for a boundary, that's your lot. And certainly in this second over from Sam Curran, there's been no hint of that outswing we saw in the first.
No, they don't swing for a very long time. So obviously Sam Curran now has to adjust his line and his length. He's looking to bowl into Alec Antonez, but he needs to be on song with his line and length if he's going to bowl that line.
Antonez just a little shuffle across the crease, doesn't get a long way forward, but presents a full face of the bat in defence. Curran picks up and is follow through.
Yes, Alec Antonez decided to just stay back on that delivery, but not bouncing as high as he expected. Sam Curran not a tall man, so you wouldn't be expect to see the ball bouncing up to Antonez's chest or head unless he really bounces it. But he's staying back on a ball that I think he could have come forward a bit more. Although this surface has in different bumps, you still have to trust your ability to come onto the front foot.
Curran in, and that ball defeats the bat of Antonez, who plays across the line. There is an appeal because it certainly wasn't going over. But again, I think that lack of any form of movement away from the left-hander, or in this case from leg stump onto middle, means that England won't go for the review.
Yes, again Sam Curran looking to target that front pad of Alec Antonez. That ball clearly come into him, but this is going to be going down the leg side. But again, we're seeing them looking to target that front pad because Alec Antonez has the tender off stump.
Reminds me of a West Indies opening batter of yesteryear, Alec Antonez. I'll throw this one at you after this delivery to see if I'm on the right track as Curran is in. This time the ball does swing, but it's way over pitched, and it's beautifully guided between point and extra cover by Antonez for 4 through to that offside boundary. Timing looks extremely good. He looks in good touch. End of the third over. West Indies 25 without loss.
Yeah, there's good balance there for Alec Antonez. That ball full outside the off. I'm looking to swing away, but the beauty of the shot is that he kept very low in his stance and just opened the bat face on contact and rushes across and lush green outfield at North Song down to the point boundary for 4. So a very good end to that over there for West Indies and Alec Antonez.
It reminds me of Devon Smith.
Well, they're both from the Windward Islands, but Devon Smith is from Grenada. And Alec Antonez is from Dominica. Gotcha. But they're both from the Windward Islands. So I'm not surprised that you say that, because Devon Smith is an icon within the Windward Islands cricket. He's played for so many years and has been very successful as an opener.
Yeah, he was certainly lauded when we were down in the West Indies for the last Test series there, where West Indies beat England in the last Test in Grenada. First ball from Atkinson was wide down the leg side, given so by umpire Brathwaite. Second one is on target, and Brendan King punches it towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, just something about the setup is very similar, the way that they stand there very upright with the bat up around waist high.
Yes, and they both are good players of the short ball. And that is why you see Alec Antonez. You see so compact sometimes as well. Not often, but he's very compact when he's looking to defend.
Just Atkinson ball up in the ends of his fingers. Good pace on that one. And Brandon King is forced to defend again. This time the ball flies out, one bounce to a backward point, and again there's no run. The reason he sticks out in my memory is because he scored an absolutely sensational 100 against England in the Test match in Jamaica, the one where Steve Armstrong took 7 for 12.
Again on a pitch that was bouncing
up and down, quick
up and
pitch.
down. So they're very good players of the short ball.
Atkinson in again, shirt untucked. That one's a little wide of off stump, and Brandon King, unlike the first over, rather lost his shape. Tried to put his front foot down the line of leg stump and slap it through the offside.
And
as a result, mistimed it.
That's one of the faults I have with Brandon King, Mark, is that he's not consistent in his feet. If you look at him, he's on leg stump looking to drive the ball on off stump. In the first over, he was right in position because he was going over to cover the line of the ball, and that is one of the problems that I have with him. But he's coming back from injury, so we just hope he can get into some kind of form.
Atkinson again is full of length, and Brandon King on the front foot rather sort of walks into the drive and only fire mid off, and again there's no run.
And again, coming from Jamaica, Brandon King on those hard surfaces up there, they don't move a lot of feet. They don't use a lot of feet. They use their hands. If you look at the iconic figure of Chris Gayle, a lot of hands, very, very strong hit through the ball. Rothman Powell is the same as well. So you would tend to find that the Jamaican batters will not use their feet to get into position. They would just stay there and use their hands to execute.
Atkinson in once more, oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. Flies through to Josh Butler. Another mistimed waft from Brandon King on that occasion. Just a hint of movement. Nice bit of outswing from Gus Atkinson.
Again, his trigger movement is lacking. His back foot not going across the cover of the off stump. Gus Atkinson is zoning in on that length just outside the off stump. Drivable, but you can only drive it if you get close to it with your feet.
It's in full again, and Brandon King will be a little frustrated because he nailed that one, but again straight at mid-off, just the wide from the first ball of the over. 1 run from the most frugal of England's so far, and the West Indies through 4 overs of 26 without loss.
So we talked about at the start of the first innings that this wicket generally swings more than a normal English pitch, and doesn't seem as much as an English pitch. We can see straight away the 2 swing bowlers actually doing some damage here, whereas the guys who were trying to hit the wicket early on were just bowling absolutely dead straight. So again, suggests that a slight error from the West Indies there of not suggesting to someone maybe try seam up rather than the wobble ball or cutters and all the other things that they were doing. There's certainly, you can see the way the ball's just moving around. That was something that West Indies didn't get at all when they started.
Yeah, no swing for them in the early exchanges. And Curran looking for swing, doesn't find it, and again it's on leg stump. It starts on leg, stays on leg, and Anthony just flips it around the corner for 4. Fine leg is now up on the boundary, and he was unable to do anything about it.
Yes, another poor delivery there from Sam Curran, angling on to leg stump of Alec Anthony's. Fine leg is up, so it's dangerous to go in that direction with the ball, and he just clipped it quite nicely and down to the boundary for 4. So more pressure on Sam Curran. Obviously Josh Butler can have to rethink as well.
Yeah, interesting as to why Fine leg is up inside the circle, really. We haven't seen anything go over the top or down the ground as yet from either of these 2 batters, as Curran is in again. This time the line is better on middle and off, and Anthony just blocks it into mid-wicket, and there is no run.
One thing too as well is that Alec Anthony has faced all of his balls from Sam Curran. He hasn't faced one ball from Gus Atkinson, so again, the rotation of strike doesn't really happen too often, and Brandon King has faced his 10 balls all from Gus Atkinson. So obviously Alec Anthony is getting into the rhythm of Sam Curran. He's actually on top of him at the moment.
Coming in, left arm over again. Looked like some sort of variation out of the hand there, a cutter of some sort, but the ball doesn't bite. Anthony's just knocks it into mid-wicket, and they'll pick up another couple.
It moves to 25, Alec Anthony. There's a nice control, knock through the onside through mid-wicket, but again, Sam Curran looking to get the ball to go in to Alec Anthony's, which is obviously his bread and butter shot, and he's paid the price. He's gone 2.3 overs for 25 runs, so he's obviously causing some problems for his captain Josh Butler as they make another field adjustment.
Yeah, he's just not been able to lock into any sort of consistent line and length at the moment, Sam Curran. That's his preferred role at the moment with the new ball. Just the line on that occasion, and the left-handed batter just pushes it into the offside, and there's no run.
There's a batted delivery there from Sam Curran just outside the off stump, short of a length, and Anthony is going back onto the bat foot and punching into the offside. No run resulting, but you can see a difference in looking to get the ball now to go through the offside.
No early breakthroughs for England. 326 is the target for the West Indies. And thus far, the power play going well for the home team as Curran shuffles in again. Again, it's a pace-off delivery. I think he's given up looking for the outswing. And Anthony's just runs it down to third man. Brandon King will find himself with Sam Curran in front of him for the first time.
Yes, a good shot there from Alec Anthony. It's just allowing that ball to come on to him. A slow delivery, opening the back face and helping it down to third man for a single. So all of his 26 runs are all for Sam Curran. So this is going to be interesting now to see how Brandon King will shape up to this final delivery, well, legally final delivery from the left-hand seamer Curran.
Yeah, all of those runs square of the wicket as well. Hasn't really been required to hit the ball down the ground at all. King now to Sam Curran over the wicket, and again it looks like some sort of off-pace delivery or a cutter that he loses control of, but King also loses control of the bat face, and one-handed sprays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no runs. That probably does the fielding. 5 overs gone, 33 without loss. West Indies off to a decent start in pursuit of 326.
Yes, a decent start indeed. Alec Anthony is obviously leading the charge. He's on 26 and 20 balls. Brandon King back from injury, he's only 5 from 11, but Anthonaz is the one who's taken the attack, particularly to Sam Curran, and he's got off to a very good start. He just needs to continue and build on this opening partnership, because the two former openers, Mark, you will always hear them say the openers have to lay the foundation.
Well, yeah, they do. I mean, even in the modern era, Atkinson is in over the wicket to the left-handed Anthonaz, and that one is down the leg side, and he's been given a little bit of leeway there by umpire Brathwaite. So I'm not sure it hit anything on the way through to Joss Butler, but it certainly looked as though it was a good 8 or 9 inches wide of leg stump to me.
Normally, once the ball goes down the leg side, the umpires, they stretch their 2 hands wide and say why, but Gregory Brathwaite on that occasion was very lenient, unless it brushed something off the batter.
Continue once more, action very reminiscent of another Barbadian, Jofra Archer. Pushed off the back foot by Athanase into the offside. Phil Salt with a scrambling diving stop at cover. He's a terrific young cricketer, Phil Salt. Started his career at Sussex, now at Lancashire. Keeper batter by trade, but now is very much looking to nail down a spot as an opener in England white ball teams. As Atkinson's in once again. Short ball, that's on to Athanase, a little bit quicker, much quicker than the one that he received from Sam Curran that he stuck over the fence for 6. That hurried him, and he was only able to chop it down to mid-wicket for no run.
You have to be careful here, Alec Anthony, because Atkinson can bowl high 90s. You got to be careful. That ball rush him, and he just managed to just cuff it, as we would say, to mid-wicket. He needs to be careful here. He's slippery customer, Atkinson.
Yep, slippery ball as well. He dries the ball on his untucked shirt, runs in now to Athanase, who lays back and tries to create some width where there was none given from the bowler, and extra cover tumbles on it, moving to his right in the covers, and there's no run.
I just want you guys to guess how many runs Athanase has scored to mid-on in his ODI career. I've seen bowlers so far. Butch, I know you've been thinking about it a lot.
I'm going to say none.
It's
none.
None.
You brought that up, yeah.
It's none.
Bowlers don't bowl straight enough.
Mid-on and mid-off combined is 4 runs.
Well, and that short and wide was exactly where you do not want to bowl to somebody who's looking for the ball with a bit of width or a little bit too straight, so he can play it away on the leg side. Cut shot sears through the covers for 4, and Anthonase continues to pile on the runs.
Yes, he's dealt with that loose delivery quite well. Ball short and wide, not a lot of pace from Gus Atkinson. He just punches it back with a point and down to the boundary for yet another 4. So a good shot there from Alec Anthonase.
So far in his career, he's basically scored a fine leg, backward square and backward of point, and that's it, pretty much against seam.
I mean, he's going to get another go at point now, because it's another short wide one. Atkinson might think about going around the wicket here to the left-hander, because he's really struggling with his line. Fortunately that time cover point got in the way. Just the boundary then from that Atkinson over, none for 11 from 3 for him. West Indies are at 37 without loss from 6. And trucking along quite nicely against the new ball.
It's very good batting indeed by these two openers. Alec Anthonase, and particularly, he's gone 30 out of 37. So he's the one who's in control, and he needs to keep that control going. And just allow Brandon King to just settle in and get into his stride. So it's a good start, but they need to build on it some more.
Some great sights. The Sir Vivian Richards stadiums, the grass banks, encouraging the youngsters to show off their dance moves, a bit of rough and tumble on the grass. Not a full house by any means at North Sound, but a decent crowd nonetheless. Plenty of England fans with their flags adorning the bleachers as well. Sam Curran scuttles in once more, just finds that little bit of swing to the right-handed Brandon King, who just all of a sudden, after starting off really nicely in terms of his footwork, has just started to lose a bit of rhythm. Miscued that one to mid-wicket and was very, very fortunate to get a bit of bat on it. It would have been a huge shout for LBW.
Yes, and last night I think it was Sir Vivian Richards was honoured with the gold jacket. It is an initiative by the Leeward Islands Cricket Board to honour the outstanding players. He and a guy called Jim Allen were honoured last night.
More honours for Sir Viv. Nicked and flies to the right of a diving Joss Buttler. There were slips in place in the early exchanges. Curran's lack of consistency has meant that Buttler has removed them both. That would have gone straight down the throat of first slip had he been standing there. 4 nonetheless.
If there was a first slip, Brandon King would be out caught. But unfortunately, as you say, with the inconsistent bowling from Sam Curran, has forced the skipper Buttler to make an adjustment and remove those slips. And you know what it says, that no slip, the ball goes through that area and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Brandon King still looking a little bit nervy in terms of his foot movement, but that will make him feel a lot better. He creams that one out of the middle of the bat. Unfortunately for him, it finds the reinforced cover field. Harry Brook getting a hip in the way at cover, and there's no run.
Oh, that ball sounded nicely coming off the bat. That kind of song. Brandon King getting into a very good position, getting the opportunity to free his arms, but unfortunately could not pierce the offside field.
A little bit disappointed in you, Butch. Gary Morgan put through a stat before that I would have thought was right up your alley, and somehow you missed it.
You mean I wasn't looking at my phone? My wife will be shocked. Curran in to King, who defends to a good length delivery on off stump, and again there's no run. Go on then.
4,601 wides have now been delivered in the West Indies in ODIs.
I can't believe I missed that.
Making it the 7th most wides by any country.
I might not get any kip tonight having missed that. Although if Gary can keep texting me, I might drop off easier.
Coming around the way, gentlemen.
Goodness gracious me. Right, a change out there on the field then. As that bombshell settles over the radio waves. And Sam Curran is going to go around the wicket for the first time to the right-handed Brandon King. Although, given the way he's played him over the wicket, I might have been tempted to stay there. But here he goes, round the wicket. Angle back in towards the stumps, left arm round. King finds the middle of the bat once more, but also finds the fielder, and there's no run.
It's obviously Sam Curran looking to tighten up, not giving Brandon King any room. He knows he's a very good scorer through the offside, scores freely through that area. So he's looking to get the ball to come into him, maybe hoping to target his front pad and get one to hit his front pad while playing around, and maybe LBW. But Sam Curran has taken the gamble now to just squeeze Brandon King a bit more.
Yeah, I wonder. It's amazing how differently you see things from off the field as Curran is in, and again King finds the middle of the bat, but also finds the extra cover fielder on the drive, and that is the end of the over. Just the boundary from it from Sam Curran. None for 30 from 4 for him with the new ball, and the West Indies are 41 for 1. My feeling was, watching it from afar, that Brandon King was struggling with him over the wicket, and that I wouldn't have changed despite the fact that that Brandon King had taken the 4 through the slip, so I'd have stayed exactly where I was because it looked like there was a wicket coming.
I agree with you, but because he's not moving his feet. So if you're coming over the wicket as a left-handed bowler to a right-handed bat who's not moving his feet, and you're getting the ball to go over the angle away from, opportunity to take the edge and get a wicket. But if you come around the wicket, you're going to slant the ball into him. So he doesn't have to move his feet, he just wants his hands to come through the ball. And that is what is happening in the final 3 balls of that over, because he's coming into him. Curran, Brandon King is just standing and punching the ball quite nicely. He's middle it, but he's not piercing the field.
It is again, no changes for England as yet. Anthony's just finding that ball dying on him a little on the surface. It's the inside half of the bat as he tries to punch it off the back through the covers. And again, he finds extra cover. So England just building up some dots here in the last 2 or 3 overs. West Indian batters finding the fielders with regularity.
I've got Brandon King around the wicket left arm stats if you want.
Go on then. That one across Anthony, who tries. Perhaps the length wasn't quite there for that square cut shot, and flashes and misses.
So over the wicket, when he faces left arm bowling, he averages 34, and around the wicket, he averages 2.
Okay.
It's only 1 wicket, of course, only from 14 balls. I would say that what they said to Curran is start over the wicket, and then afterwards maybe try one around just to see if that is a weakness. But I think you're right. He probably didn't need to make that move.
Atkinson's in again. Sam pointing towards the slip. If he wants to go across the left-hander. That one is much straighter. Hits him on the hip, on the thigh pad, and again there's no run.
This is clearly a different approach to Alec Antonez when he's facing Gus Atkinson, the faster bowler of the two. He's staying back, Gus getting the ball to bounce and to seam a bit, causing some discomfort there for Alec Antonez. So he needs to try to adjust to the pace and bounce of Gus Atkinson in order to be successful.
Atkinson in, and it's good there, right on target. Ball would have flashed just past the top of off stump, and forces a defensive stroke from the left-hander. I've always wondered, what do you guys from the Caribbean think about when the English fans travel, or fans from Australia and South Africa with those Hawaiian-style shirts on and all the rest of it?
I just think that they're back in time. Everybody believes in the Caribbean we wear pretty shirts with feathers.
Poor shot. Again, off the bottom of the bat, bit of a lack of bounce there. The ball is slightly indifferent in terms of the heights of bounce off this surface, and the pull shot is off the bottom of the bat and finds its way to mid-wicket. Again, the field have found 5 dots from this Atkinson over.
Yeah, times have changed, in the Caribbean. We wear skinny fit clothes as well. Some of us might have muscle, we still wear skinny fit clothes. You don't see a lot of people wearing those pretty tropical shirts anymore, but that's what they believe in, and that's what they come to the Caribbean and wear. So we're happy that they're there enjoying themselves, and the vendors will make a few bobs.
It's an easy sale, that is for sure. And Atkinson wide of the off stump. This time it's edged, really. Anthony's looking again to crash it through the covers, but just nicks it all the way along the ground down to third man. He'll keep the strike. 1 run from that Atkinson over. His figures are starting to look a little better now. 9 for 12 from 4, and the West Indies are going along nicely, but falling behind the blistering pace that England set in the first innings, which of course was dragged back after the wickets were taken during the power play of Salt and Jacks.
Yeah, it's a good solid start by the West Indies. Alec Antonez and Brandon King just solidifying their position at the top, making sure that they set what they say in cricket parlance as a foundation on which that middle order and low middle order can come in and build on. It's a big target. 326 is not a small total on the surface that obviously is going to get harder to score on as the ball gets softer. So it's good that these two openers can bat and build a partnership to lay that foundation for the middle order.
Okay, England are making a change. Bryden Cass is taking over from Sam Curran. Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Time to throw out to none other than Sir Curtly Ambrose and Nikhil Adam Chandradani.
Thank you very much, Mark Butcher. Alec Affinay's good start for him. First time opening in one international cricket. Bryden Cass will have an important role now as England, Sir Curtly Ambrose, look to find this first wicket. You thought it would always be interesting to see how the West Indies adapted with no Kyle Mayers, who's been the resident left-handed opener for some years now. Here's Cass over the wicket, again going to a heavy length as this one is punched into the offside, can't score. Sir Curtly, welcome again. What do you make of the start so far?
Very quiet. I reckon that the first 10 overs could set the tone for the rest of the game. England got out of flyer when they batted. West Indies at the moment a little bit quiet. Not much intention.
Here's Cass, this time much fuller to Athanase, looking to flick with fine leg in the circle, can't make connection, it comes off the pad. They get through for the leg bye.
I think both Athanase and King needs to show a little more intent to score. And this is something that has plagued West Indies cricket for a number of years. When you're not getting the boundaries, Nikhil, you tend to soak up a lot of dot balls. You got to learn to manipulate the field, get the ones and the twos, hit the ball in the gaps, that kind of stuff. But that's not happening.
Here is Cass steaming in from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end again. Pretty short to Brandon King, who's just punching it into the offside. King is 9 from 18 now. Usually gets off to quite a fluent start. Hasn't been the case today. And just to cement and strengthen your point, Sir Curtly, what we saw at the World Cup a couple of weeks ago in India, teams in the first 10 overs went at 5.5 runs per over. Obviously, Indian conditions quite different to here, but that's been the highest ever in terms of World Cup. So you can see where teams are progressing in terms of the way that they bat in the first 10. England got 78 in their first power play. Here's Cars. This time short, and King just got enough on it to go over mid-on, won't get to the boundary. He was looking to pull into the onside. Brandon King may have come off the bottom of the bat and get back for a couple of runs.
Excellent cast.
I don't think that shot was really on. No, that is what pressure does. When you're not scoring, you tend to manufacture shots. You tend to take risks. Now, if you're getting ones and twos often enough, you won't be under that amount of pressure.
Final delivery of the over. Cars short again. This time it strikes Brandon King on the body. May have to get some treatment for that one. Look painful. End of Carson's first over. It's a good one. Just goes for 2. End of 9. 45 without loss. Listening to coverage of the Siege United 1 international series between the West Indies and England live on Talk Sport 2.
Brandon King seemed to be getting a little bit frustrated, and that is something you don't want to do. You're still at the crease. He's a good player. Just need to stay there. Stay focused. The runs will come.
Been a good start for Gus Atkinson. 4 overs have gone for just 12 runs so far. He continues in this opening spell. It's very full and driven nicely by Alec Athanaze, but gets a crucial hand on it, Gus Atkinson, and stops it from going into the boundary, both mid-on and mid-off, up in the circle inside the first power play. The key thing here, Sir Curly, is that yes, the rate is only 5 and over, but I think West Indies were trying to take this game as deep as possible. You look at that India series, which you were part of. The couple of games that they lost, they had lost 3 wickets in the first 10. So much improved from that aspect of things. Here's Atkinson again going across. Athanaze, and they've gone short to him a lot today. He's trying to cut that, but finds the point fielder, no run.
Not losing wickets in the first 10 overs is always key. But at the same time, you want to show more intent to score without taking too many risks. And that's not happening at the moment. So you dig yourself into a hole. And then you make things a bit harder, because when you're not scoring, it means the run rate is going up. And that could create pressure as the game progressed. England did very well when they batted. The running between the wicket was good.
Last delivery just pushed into the offside off the front foot by Athanaze for no run. 3 dots to start the over for Atkinson. Here he is again, charging in from the Sir Andy Roberts end. This is short and it's pulled, but over fine leg, who's in the circle. It's one of the shots that Athanaze plays well. Didn't look that convincing under it, but nonetheless he's got the desired result.
All he had to do was get enough bat on it, which he did. Clear the short fine leg and all the way for 4. Even though the deep back is in position, bowling a short delivery with a fine leg in the circle is always a dangerous ploy.
How will Atkinson respond? Here he is again, this time punched in the offside. Another short delivery, but continue to pick out that field, and I think it's frustrating him because they've only got a deep third on the offside. There is a big gap between point and cover in the circle, and he likes to score. But you go on history, India as well. It's so often, Sir Curtly, you're seeing now teams actually use their strength as weaknesses. Just discussed it early with Harry Brook. The way that he pulls the ball, teams actually using that to get him out. They've done that with Athanaze against the short ball. Here he is again, facing another short ball, but he has deposited it into the onside. It is crunched. And a great way to end the first 10 overs. End of 10, 55 for none. Live on Talk Sport 2.
Not afraid to go for the hook shot or the pull shot, Alec Athanaze. And he's chucked that very well. With a disdain, I might add. Went all the way for 6. Effortless as well.
It went 92 meters and is hitting with the wind as well. So smart option by Alec Athanaze. And a couple overs ago we were talking about the slow rate, but that 10-run over means that the West Indies have scored at 5.5 in the first 10 and critically have not lost the wicket. Asking rate still hovering around 6.5 runs per over if they're to get this 325. So you'd think England are under some pressure here. The need to get some wickets. You've still got Shea Hope, Hetmeyer, Rutherford to come. So they'll need Bryden Carse, who's got the ball, waiting to deliver this over from the southern end. And now, of course, is allowed 4 fielders outside the circle as we are outside of the power play. He's got one man in front of square on the leg side. Fine leg, deep third, and deep cover. Brandon King has been a mere spectator in this opening partnership. Just 11 from 20. He's on strike facing Bryden Carse. Here he is now. He's punched in the offside, just backward of point for 1. So currently 1 international cricket back in Antigua, first time in a couple of years. Must feel good, your home country.
Well, of course, it's always exciting whenever we have international cricket here in Antigua.
Here is Carse, past the umpire, again full. He's been probing on that much fuller length to Athanaze. We've seen already in T20 cricket, Bryden Carse, that he's got a very good Yorker. Maybe come into play as we go on later in the day, but so far so good for Athanaze. Run about 42. First opportunity to open the batting, a position where he's served for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, his domestic team in the Caribbean, but mainly he's batted at 3 in the 4-1 internationals he's played. Coming into today, he and this one just tucked, worked off the hips into the onside from King. So just 3 singles to start the over.
Speaking of cricket in Antigua, Nikhil, you're still a very young man, and so you probably won't know, but if there are 2 venues in the Caribbean that the English supporters love to come, it's Antigua and Barbados. They pack the ARG back in the day, now the Sir Vivica Stadium.
There is Carse past the umpire. Again, gets some extra bounce. We've seen variable bounce today. Goes across Athanaze, who's looking to cut this one, but really steeply bounced on him. And obviously, so currently, Barbados has the upper hand when it comes to beaches and tourism features.
I see you're smiling. Our listeners don't know you're smiling, but I won't respond to that, because I know you know different when it comes to beaches and tourism product. So we won't argue.
We'll ask the England team after they go to Barbados for the 1 international in a couple of days' time. This one is flicked by Athanaze down to deep fine leg. He moves on to 43. 4 runs from Carse is over so far, 1 delivery to go. And England, of course, will travel to the second 1 international on Wednesday to Barbados. They'll play 1 ODI, 1 T20 international, and then they move to Grenada and Trinidad and Tobago. So a great opportunity for them just to survey conditions. Will be one of the favorites going into that T20 World Cup in less than a year's time. Here's Carse looking to close out the over well, bowling to right-handed Brandon King, and just targeting the top of the stumps as King keeps him out, defends it into the offside. End of the 11th over. It's 59 without loss. Live coverage of West Indies versus England on Talk Sport 2.
It's been tough going so far for the West Indies. Not that they're not doing all that well, they are. Haven't lost a wicket, but at the same time, I still want to see them show a little more intent to score 1s and 2s.
Yeah, Athanaze leading the charge now. And Jos Buttler's had to go into his arsenal trying to break this opening partnership. He's gone to young, exciting Rayan Ahmed. He won't be too phased by bowling to the left-hander because we've seen across the world stage how good that googly is. Very hard to pick. Only into his fourth one international. Ahmed, here he is, bowling to the left-handed Athanaze. This goes through a misfield at extra cover. It was full and just driven. We'll get the single in the end. Really should have been cut off. It's Sam Curran at extra cover. Went through his legs.
Very sloppy indeed. But I'm very excited for this young man, Rayan Ahmed. Want to see how much turn he can get from the surface. And would he be a handful for the West Indian batters?
He picked up a 4 for in his last one international. Rayan Ahmed 4 for 54 against Ireland. And here he is now bowling to the right-handed King. Slip in place. Just leg break delivery to start. Haven't seen the googly just yet. Brings King forwards, defends it into the offside. You would have seen him, Sir Curtly, in the Under-19 World Cup. Here in the Caribbean last year, you were a part of the coaching staff of the West Indies. He was part of England and that team that went to the final. Here's Ahmed. Another leg break delivery, which is punched firmly but well cut off by Ben Duckett at extra cover.
That's one of the reasons why I'm excited to see him. How he can transform from an Under-19 player to international cricketer. Different level, of course.
Here he is now to Brandon King, who's sweeping. Loud appeal as he missed. May have been just sliding down the leg side, may have been outside the line as well. Brandon King, no real interest from Jos Buttler or Ahmed to use that review, but yeah, it was the googly as well. First look at it, definitely sliding down the leg side. Yeah, mention his dominance in West Indian conditions. I mean, obviously this is a new challenge for him as this one is punched down to long on for 1. Picked up 2 4-wicket hauls in that Under-19 World Cup right here at this stadium on that surface, so that will give him a lot of confidence.
Certainly would. History is on his side in terms of taking wickets here.
Well into the left-handed Athanaze. Good battle this. Just short of the man at straight mid-wicket. He's been able to beat that fielder. Work for a long on to do. They thought about the second. In the end, just settle on 1. And that will be one to watch. Ahmed versus Athanaze as we go on in this encounter. First over is a good one, just 3 from it, 62 for none. Coverage of this Siege United 1 International Series on Talk Sport 2.
Steady going by the West Indies. I don't think the England bowlers would mind too much because both Athanaze and King aren't taking them apart. They just probably want to break this partnership and hopefully get into the middle order as quickly as possible. Put some pressure on the West Indies batters. But I don't think they're all that concerned, the England bowlers.
They're still in search of that first wicket, England. Here is Bryden Carse bowling his third over. And this one is again punched off a shorter length from Carse into the offside. Athanaze able to turn over the strike. He moves to 46 now. And just to spend some time talking about him, I mentioned earlier that he's batted mainly at 3. Actually, Sir Curtly, he opened the batting in that game against the UAE, where he equaled Krunal Pandya's record for the fastest 50 for a debutant in ODI cricket. He got it in 26 deliveries. Then after that, went to number 3 in that India series. And now with the absence of Kyle Mayers, they've almost got a like-for-like swap in a left-hander who is fearless, who is quite aggressive and can maximise the power play. So far it's worked. Here is Carse bowling to King, who's pulling this one forcefully into the onside. Tried it a couple times in the last over, didn't connect. That time he got all of it for 6.
Certainly was a good strike from Brandon King. He realized the length, picked it up very quickly and hit that over wide long on for 6. Certainly was a good shot.
Now we heard Harry Brooks speak about this surface at the interval, and he mentioned that as the ball gets older it can be tougher, but what that also means is you tend to miss your length and you're too short. It almost just sits up like it did there. Here is Carr. So what will he do now? Goes a lot fuller. And King is just defending this one 2 mid-on for no run. But he just won this currently on this surface as we go on. And that new ball starts to get a lot softer. If that is an area where the West Indies can really capitalize on, because they've only got fine leg and backward square. No one in front of square on the leg side. So good on King to pounce on that miss of length from Braden Cars.
I think we may well see some slow deliveries because Brandon King likes the ball to come onto the bat.
Here's Cars again, this time right on cue, so currently slower delivery. How did you know that? It's given wide though, so you have to re-ball it. But how did you know that?
Well, I have my moments.
That's the first time we've seen face-off from Braden Cars, a man who there's been a lot of similarities, especially in England, about him being someone like a Liam Plunkett replacement. Plunkett was so good. You think about that 2019 World Cup, coming in the middle overs and really hitting the deck. And variations like that we just saw pace off. Sometimes can go to that short ball ploy at the body because he's north of that 85 mile per hour mark. Here he is, Cars turns, just jogging in, goes short again, but just tucked into the onside this time for a quick single. King into the 20s now. West Indies still haven't lost a wicket. This is a productive start, 71 for none.
Certainly is. And that is probably something that head coach Darren Sammy and his crew probably spoke about. Not losing any wickets in the first 10, or not more than one in the first 10. And so far is a decent going for the West Indies.
Here is Athenaeus, who waits on Cars. He's been over the wicket throughout so far. Braden Cars to the left-hander. Such a big series for many of these players, but Braden Cars is one that you really look at just because of the depth that they have, England, in the seam bowling aspect of things. He's obviously made his debut all the way back in 2021. He's only played 12 ODIs in the last 2.5 years. It's part of the England setup for that Ireland series. He was on the fringes for the World Cup as well. So this is a great opportunity for him in both formats to really stake a claim. One delivery to go in this over as Athenaeus is again cutting but finding point. He's picked out that man a couple of times today. End of the 13th over. A good one for the West Indies, able to get 10 from it. 71 for none. Live on TalkSport 2.
I do like the length that Cars is bowling. He was hit away for 6 earlier in the over by Brandon King, but I do like the length he's bowling. Very consistent, hitting that hard length, restricting both batters from scoring freely. And I do like that. Not much assistance for the fast bowlers on the surface.
Yeah, I think Ryan Ahmed will have his work cut out for him because he would have seen how well someone like Gudukesh Moti bowled for the West Indies, picked up 2 wickets, 2 important wickets, but also stemmed the flow in terms of run rate. England only playing one out and out spinner today. No Tom Hartley, so Ahmed's first delivery is flighted to King. Half chance back at him, but just fell short. Down to long off for a single. Brings Athenaeus back on strike, who has in the past been susceptible to the ball spinning back in. A couple of times he's gotten out to left arm spin this year, a couple of times to leg spin as well, trying to take it on. This is the googly from Ryan Ahmed. It's just punched into the offside by Athenaeus, who's off quickly and gets to the other end for 1. So the West Indies so far so good in terms of these middle overs, which have played them in the past.
Well, they certainly have a good foundation to build on. Looking quite relaxed in the dugout.
Here's Ahmed again, this time very full, and it's been swept in front of square brilliantly by Brandon King. Able to beat that mid-wicket fielder for 4. Progressive from him now as he starts to find the rhythm.
Over pitch delivery from Ahmed. I was swept away well in front of square by Brandon King.
How will Ahmed respond? This time much quicker delivery. Just able to cut it off the stumps, Brandon King. Able to find a single in that offside as well. by him finding the boundary now in the last couple of overs, Brandon King. It takes some pressure off of the shoulders of Alec Athanaze, who the longer he bats, you just sense better position the West Indies will be in with Shea Hope and others to come. This one is very short from Rayan Ahmed. It's pulled into the onside where there's 3 deep fielders waiting, just a single.
Kept a bit low as well, and that is going to be a bit of a challenge for the West Indian batters. The very bounce on the surface, some keeping low, some bouncing a bit.
Here's Brandon King defending into the offside for Rayan Ahmed. End of the 14th over then, 79 with Fanan. Coverage of this Siege United 1 International Series live on TalkSport 2.
Please be reminded, it shall be a breach of the terms and conditions of entry to the venue for any ticket holder.
Now joining us, England won the toss. Joss Butler opted to bat first. They posted 325, the highest total ever here in 1 International cricket. What is the 21st ODI we've had at this venue? But so far, it just tells you how good the surface has been for batting, because the West Indies are 79 for none after 14 overs. And you think with Shea Hope, Hetmeyer, Sherfin Rutherford, who's earned his first ODI cap, and then some of the all-rounders like Shepherd, Casey Carty still to come in that top order. They're in an excellent position here, the West Indies. Bryden Carr's continuing, and this is very short, and it's been punched, cut in between deep third and deep point. A strong shot for Athanaze. He's tried it a couple of times in the last couple of overs, but this time executed.
Also brings up his 50. Alec Athanaze waved to the crowd. It was a loose delivery from Cars, short and wide, and Alec Athanaze very strong scraped the wicket on the offside, capitalized. He cashed in, raised his bat for his 50, looking to be in good form.
Yeah, second 1 International 54. Athanaze following up the 50 on debut. Kars has come around the wicket now to Athanaze, who is driving a full delivery straight to extra cover, and this one will mean a lot to him, because the first one obviously came against Associate Nation in the UAE. Got a few starts in that India series, but to get a half century against the bowling attack the caliber of England, it will certainly mean a lot to the man from North Dominica.
Just need to carry on. Has to realize that he's in, he's well set. Got to take it the deepest possible, and I'm quite sure he realized that and would want to do it.
Kars now from around the wicket, last couple of deliveries, goes short, and Athanaze terrifically pulls it in front of square. The man at deep backward square can't cut it off. It's the second boundary in the over, second short delivery from Kars.
One flew the offside, one flew the onside. Just missing his length a little bit, twice in the over, and was punished by Athanaze. Very strong on the pull shot.
Yeah, he's sustained an examination of short bowling today, Alec Athanaze, but he's passed so far with flying colours. Here is Bryden Kars, who's bowling to Athanaze. This time a whiff on offer, and he punches well. Rayan Ahmed was at deep third, who thought he had a chance of cutting it off. Instead, it rolls into the boundary. It's 12 from the first 4 deliveries of the over.
Athanaze on fire, and the crowd here appreciating the way he's playing. Wasn't a bad delivery by any means, but he's in such good form. Alec Athanaze, he might just squeeze it past point before. Third man had no chance.
Yes, Kars is still around the wicket, looking to angle the ball at the stumps. He does this time, and Athanaze flicks from off stump into the onside for 1. 61 now from 56. He's gone to that in a flash, and the West Indies, in pursuit of 325, are 92 without loss. This is an excellent start.
Excellent start indeed. When was the last time the West Indies had such a good opening partnership? But you're a man of cricket knowledge, Nikhil. I know you have done your research. You could probably answer that for me.
After this delivery, Sir Curtly Ambrose, anything for you. Here's Kars past the umpire, full at the stumps, and King is defending it. It's a huge over for the West Indies in this run chase. 13 has come from it. 92 for none after 15 coverage live, exciting coverage this of the Siege United 1 International Series on TalkSport 2. Just to answer your question, Sir Curly, well, it's definitely a drastic improvement to what we saw from the India series, where after 10 overs, the West Indies in the 3 matches lost a combined 8 wickets, 3 in the first game, 2 in the second, and 3 in the third. So far, we've had 15 overs. They're yet to lose a wicket. At a similar stage, England were 105 but lost 2. So you wonder, the advantage of knowing exactly what you need to chase, if the West Indies may actually be better off than where England were at this stage. Ryan Ahmed will continue to the left-handed Athanaze from around the wicket. Athanaze is just driving this one nicely down to long on. I wonder when they're thinking about Bill Jacks, an off-spin option, maybe to spin the ball away from Athanaze.
Probably the next over, just to change it up a little bit. But West Indies so far really are doing a good job.
Here is Ahmed, the leg spinner, and this one is full to King, who's been able to up the ante the last 10 to 15 deliveries that he's faced. After starting slowly, at one stage Brandon King was 14 from 27. Now he's 28 from 36. So he's got 14 runs from his last 9 deliveries, King. Extra fielder employed in the leg side, deep backward square in place as Athanaze. Bit of a bluff from Ahmed, gets the googly, but he's able to navigate it and just drive it down to mid-off for no run.
I notice every time there's a googly bowled, you get excited, Nikhil.
I have to love the googly, especially from Ryan Ahmed. So currently this one again, driven into the offside. England need to stop the bleeding here, and that preferably by getting a wicket. But if they can't do that, it's got to find a way to just suffocate Athanaze. The scoring has been very easy from him so far. Here is Ahmed. Short delivery which gets some spin, and Athanaze looking to flick into the onside. Can't do so successfully. Delivery to go in this over, and this one is short and just worked into the onside by Alec Athanaze off the leg spin of Ahmed. It's a good over though. End of the 16th over, 94 for none. A good 2-run over from Ryan Ahmed. And after 16 enterprising overs, West Indies, you think, on top. Back to you guys in the studio. Andrew and Alex take over.
Thank you very much, Nikhil, and to Sir Kirtley. Been going far too well. We need some wickets, so we'll have a change in the box. 94 without loss, trying to make 326. They started off needing 6.5 and over. The West Indies now need 6.8, so it's gone up a tiny bit, but not a great deal. Right, bowler number 5 for England is coming in, and it will be Liam Livingstone to bowl, frankly, whichever version of his spin he feels like he can do. Either way, he will be starting to the right-hander Brandon King.
Liam Livingstone from the Sir Curtley
Right, Jos Buttler sets the field. Third is inside the circle, as is point, as is extra cover, short fine leg and mid-wicket. Long on, long off out. Livingstone in. That's leg stump-ish. It's flicked around the corner. It'll run away through fine leg. Ryan Ahmed didn't have a price to get anywhere near that. And Livingstone starts with a boundary. 98 without loss, the West Indies. Alex Tudor.
Yeah, welcome to the crease. Liam Livingstone, we always know against the right hander he's going to try and bowl his leg spin. Just got his line wrong there. Just straight on the leg side. Brendan King getting good portion of that, getting down the fine.
This one is shorter from Livingstone. King plays it off the back foot, punches out to point. Well fielded, no run. 98. So 228 needed for the West Indies. In goes Livingstone, bowling a leg break. Push back down the pitch, no run.
It's a great start. Alec Athanaze, he's looked good. Quite stylish, as left-handers always do.
King off of the back foot as, again, Livingston is slightly short, hammered to long off for a single. So King goes to 33, 99 without loss.
Yes. I remember we had this debate before.
Are you turned on, Mr. Kimber? Hang on, that's not a question I want to be asking.
Not the first time you've asked either. Simon Kadich, Shivnarine Chandrapal, Graham Smith.
All right, so that's 3. Go on.
Well, you said always. What percentage of the time?
Mate, there's lower order batters that, because they're left-handed, they shape up. They look good to the eye. They look good.
Except for
Monty Panesar, when he's playing defensive, he looks good.
I'll tell you what.
Hang on. Whoa. Liam Livingston around the wicket to the left-handed Athanaze. Under edges will trickle down to short third. There's no run.
Do you remember when he was on tour with England and he had a Tinder account and it got exposed by the Australian press? One of the photos was him playing a cover drive.
Livingston around the wicket. Oh, it's very full, but Athanaze has gone across his stumps, works it to a deep fine leg, and will get a 4 to take him to 66. And that's significant because that is Alec Athanaze's highest score in one-day internationals, beating his previous best of 65. The West Indies, after 17 overs, are 103 without loss, trying to make 326. And I'm looking at both boys, trying to make sure that we've got off that particular topic. And we're going to continue on the cricket with Alex Judah.
We surely are. And I was just going to say, Alec Athanaze there just played an elegant sweep. Just an elegant sweep, effortless, just backward of deep square, no trouble whatsoever. And he just rocks on to 66 or 63 balls. Brendan King, 33 from 40. And 100 partnership for the West Indian side, 103 off 105, just the start that Shea Hope would have liked.
I mentioned earlier, 3 one-day internationals, 5 T20s. Are you doing the T20s, Jared? Rayan Ahmed to start a new over. Brandon King off the back foot, pushes to long off for a single.
Yes, mostly.
Well, in that case, you can ask Monty Panesar himself because he's doing the co-commentary on one of the T20s. I've just been informed.
Can I be honest? I'm pretty sure we've talked about it on air on TalkSport 2 before. Me and Monty.
Well, there you go. Tune in, folks, and that's why we created the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, so you can watch all of this. Rayan Ahmed in round the wicket to the left-handed Athanaze. Takes half a step down the pitch, drives to mid-off, well fielded, so there's no run. 104 without loss. So fair play to the band. They've showed good staying power. They've been at it now for plenty of time. Oh, Rayan Ahmed, that's very full. Finger goes up, LBW Athanaze. 66. And will that draw it to a close? The batters are walking down to have a conversation. Athanaze, I think, has accepted his fate. The timer says 3, 2, 1, 0. Alec Athanaze has his highest one-day international score, but will get no more than 66. The first wicket goes down, 104 for 1. LBW to Rayan Ahmed. Didn't pick the googly. Should he have reviewed it?
Well, I'll tell you, it was the wrong one. He'd gone through his trusted sweep. But when he played it, and then the ball strike him, I could see leg stump. And it was turning big. I reckon it may have been umpire's call, possibly, or it could have been missing.
Yeah, it's hard because when they show those first angles, the camera's never straight behind the bowler. But on that first replay we saw at the close-up, it just looks like it's outside or stump. And I don't... Either he didn't pick the wrong one and he thought it was a leggy, so he actually thought it hit him more in line, or he didn't realise that he'd got so out of line, which is also possible. But I think, looking at that again, as we hear someone doing something on the pitch, looking at that replay again, I would say that he had to review that. And I'm a bit surprised that Brandon King didn't say to him, "Are you sure you're not outside the line now?"
Well, either that or just no one's picked it's the Google. And then they've not been concentrating properly. And oh dear. That is one of those that the dressing room, as soon as we've officially gone to a drinks break, by the way, 17 and a half overs in, 104 for 1, which is why we've not actually seen a replay of it yet. It's not been shown on the broadcast, but as soon as it is, that is going to be one that the dressing room are going to pore over. I've got a funny feeling that's going to be shown to be, well, let me put it this way, one that they should have reviewed.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Maka. I think from the angle, and Gerard was right, from the angle we saw, it looked like, yeah, have a review. But watching that first up, I put my hand up. I thought he was gone. But it'd be interesting to see that on the DRS.
Well, I'm assuming it's Casey Carty coming in next. He is the man adjudged, down on the list to be batting at 3. Another of the youngsters, 26 years of age, and only his 17th one-day international. High score of 87, 150 to his name so far. Has played 7 one-day internationals at home. Best score of 48 not out, 123 runs at 20.5. And in the Super 50 competition, playing for the Leeward Islands, he played 8 games. His high score was 37. 3 times he got to 25 or more. So he didn't have a huge Super 50 competition. But he gets to have a go. Right, we are now getting the technology. Pitched outside of off. Impact umpires call wickets hitting. So, had they reviewed it, it would have been out. Okay. I pass no judgment.
We go with technology.
Yeah.
I still think it was worth a review. I don't think it's one you just walk off for automatically. But as you said, it's possible that he didn't pick the wrong end and Brandon King didn't pick the wrong end, and it's not like it spun a lot. You would have thought Brandon King would have at least seen that it didn't spin in. But anyway, it was a good ball.
Breakthrough made. 1 for 14 for Rayan Ahmed. And drinks break. Finishes up. Everyone takes their position again. And the right-hander, Carty, is taking guard. England will finish moving their field around. Slip in place. Phil Salt is there tucked in behind Joss Butler. And here we go then. Rayan Ahmed over the wicket. And that's a good leg break. Carty played the line of the off stump and it span well past the outside edge of his bat. So good movement. To be fair, he was nowhere near edging it because it turned so far away from the outside edge. In he goes again, playing off the back foot this time is Carty guides it to point no run.
Yeah, it's exciting, isn't it, Rayan Ahmed? He's got the tricks. Just needs a long stretch on the side now, just get that confidence. Playing game after game.
Little bit of air on that one. That's a sort of horizontal back drive by Carty, fielded by Ben Duckett at short extra cover. No run. End of 18 overs here on TalkSport 2. 104 for 1, the West Indies. They're trying to make 3-2-6 to win this game. Now, of course, just a reminder, TalkSport 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Broadcasting legend Jeff Stelling makes his first appearance on the station. He takes over TalkSport Breakfast tomorrow morning alongside Ali McCoist. Actually, you've got a decision to make because, of course, there's Chris Evans on Virgin Radio, 6:30. So you've got a choice: Chris Evans or Jeff Stelling. Liam Livingston will start a new over, and he's driven to long on. Zach Crawley will do the fielding. Single taken by Brandon King. 105 for 1.
And see, topic of conversation for Mr. Sterling tomorrow will be again the ref. If anyone has seen what happened with the Man City and Tottenham game right there at the end, a classic if you haven't seen it.
Liam Livingston over the wickets into the toes of Carty, who tries to turn it through square leg. I think it's come off the pad. They will take one of something or others. He did actually get a touch on it, so it will be a run. And 1 to the total, 106 for 1. Tell you the person most pleased probably that it's Jeff Stelling doing breakfast. Now it's probably Chris Evans' his wife, and she doesn't have to worry about Chris going out with Big Al anymore. There was all sorts of trouble with that. Oh, beautiful leg break from Liam Livingston. Brandon King, he's been there 43 balls, tried to play that one off the back foot, didn't make any contact on it. It's through to Joss Butler and there is no run. 35 from 43, Brandon King. Livingston. Oh, he's bowled him! King went across the line, was looking at mid-wicket, didn't pick that one, and Livingston's got 1 for 11. King goes 35 from 44 balls, The West Indies 2 down.
Well, there's not much to say. That was a really bad shot, executed really badly. He's got really full on him. He's gone for the hard sweep. He's got a bottom edge. He's triggered onto his stumps. And Brandon King has to go for 35 from 44 balls. West Indies has that old adage of always had 2. The 100 partnership without the openers, and now they're 106 for 2.
Well, we saw it with the England innings, didn't we? England was 77 without loss, and were then 77 for 2, with Salt and Jacks dismissed and over apart. It's that old thing of when you're in and established, make the most of it, fill your boots, make sure you see the job through. Right, so, well, now we've got arguably the most experienced player in the West Indies team, the skipper coming out. Probably the best player. I mean, Shimron Hetmeyer can do some crazy things, but this is where the West Indies need the skipper.
Yeah, he's been quality. You just look at that average, he's averaging 1500s. He's been really good. I remember when he got those double hundreds, I think it was Headingley in the tests. Everyone thought he was going to go to the next level. Never quite happened for him in test cricket, but in ODI cricket he's been fantastic. Now you said they're West Indies' best player, the captain. I was just disappointed in that shot from Brendan King, especially when you've lost Athanase, who was batting extremely well. You just think you just allow your other batter just to have time. You've got time. There's plenty of overs left. No need for that shot. Just go down the ground, which he does like to do also. Just executed really badly. Now you put your team under pressure.
Well, I mentioned earlier on today that Joss Butler started the day on 4,961 runs in one-day internationals. Shai Hope's 4,940, so he's 60 away from 5,000. And his first ball from Livingston is being turned to mid-on. And you can hear the England fielders all around the bat giving it plenty. Shai Hope averages 50.4, as Alex says, 1,500s, 24 50s, and a best of 170. Oh, there's big excitement around the bat now because England are turning up the heat as the next one from Livingston again is just prodded out, no run, 19 overs complete, 106 for 2. This is England knowing that Shai Hope's the big one, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%, and they're going to be going all guns to try and get him out. Going to try and put him under pressure. Hetmeyer next. You know, he's in a bit of an enigma. I mean, he's a destructive player on his day. He's a fine player, hits it to all parts, clears boundaries. Sort of been sidetracked with all the franchise cricket around the world. Sort of back into this West Indian side.
Rayan Ahmed then, or Googly to Carty. Carty picks it, pushes out on the onside. Sam Curran will come in and just kick it on, actually, back to Rayan Ahmed. All of a sudden, the required run rate is now over 7. It was 6.3 a while ago. Now it's over 7. Amazing what wickets do. Rayan brings Carty forward. He pushes down the ground all the way to long off along the floor. Livingston will do the fielding. Single taken, 107 for 2.
Yeah, as you say, Maka, you know, you get wickets, it just stems the run flow a little bit. New bat has to come in, take his time. That's why, again, I was a little bit disappointed with King's decision making there, you know, after losing the bat. I think that your previous over and then playing that shot.
Rayan Ahmed in. Oh, a little bit aerial as Hope comes forward. Looked like he was trying to push towards mid-off. It sort of squirted out towards square cover in the air for a little bit, but safely. So there's no wickets. Rayan Ahmed seems to have found his feet really quickly in this England side. Halfway through his 5th over, punched out by Carty. Duckett fields at short extra. No run. 108 for 2. We're 2 balls short of 20 overs. England were 136 on the board at this stage, but were 3 down. 325 all out. Final ball of the innings, England earlier. Carty deep in his crease this time to Rayan Ahmed. Turns round the corner to square leg and will take a single. 109 for 2.
Yeah, he's exciting. He just finds forward. He's got a really good googly. It's not easy to pick.
Rayan Ahmed to finish the over. Beats the outside edge. Joss Buttler whips off the bails just in case, but that's a coat of varnish away from just grazing the outside edge and giving Rayan Ahmed a proper dismissal, if you know what I mean. Beating the outside edge, just taking a feather off the outside edge or the glove. That was a proper delivery. Ends the over, 20 gone, 109 for 2, the West Indies.
It's just great for the game, isn't it, when you see a young spinner or a young leg spinner. It's like fast bowling. You get excited when you see a fast bowler and you see the batters jumping around. When you see a leg spinner, which is such a hard art to control, when you see someone doing it well.
Liam Livingstone to start the 21st over. Cartier turning through square leg. They take one, only one, as it's fielded out on the mid-wicket boundary, and the single is taken.
So good for the game, Macca. Especially when they got all the tricks as well.
Livingstone starts it round about leg stump, turns back towards middle. Hope turns it through square leg. You heard him go 2-2-2. Rayan Ahmed is in quickly. Oh, it's a pretty low throw back into Joss Buttler that seemed to scud along the floor a little bit. Buttler wasn't able to take it, but there was backing up, so it's just a single. 111 for 2. Livingston, short ball, but doesn't really get up. Clips a ducket at mid-wicket, no run.
See, that's where the game's changed. That throw back in from Rayan Ahmed was terrible. And Buttler was like, don't worry, I can imagine me doing that to Alex Stewart.
Livingston, again, slightly short, but safe enough from an England point of view as it's guided to point no run.
He'd have been cursing me, that is for sure.
I saw the gaffer last weekend, actually. On a plane from Newcastle back to London. Livingston outside of off stump. Carty is turning this to fine leg and takes a single. Yeah, I was doing...
What Durham player was he signing?
Well, I was there doing the rugby commentary at Newcastle last week, and I was on the 8:15 flight, forgetting that Chelsea had played Newcastle the night before, so he'd made a weekend of it. As Livingston comes in to complete the over, push to Sam Curran at short extra, and there is no run. 112 for 2 here on TalkSport 2 after 21 overs. Yes, so we'd gone to the game, met up with Harmy and have a chat, and made a weekend of it. So Gaffer, if you're listening, good to see you.
Marcus North just listening in there, just having a heart attack. I've lost my opening batter, maybe a spinner.
Yeah, his lovely wife is from that side of the world as well, so I reckon he would have planned that, would have been in his planning, the Gaffer. See the in-laws, watch Chelsea.
He still looks immaculate, by the way. Did Stewie ever not look immaculate?
Looks like he's still hitting the gym as well.
Rayan Ahmed to start the 22nd. Carty is forward. Basically hits it as it bounces, and no timing. Replaces his divot. And Rayan Ahmed goes back to the end of his mark, and he's on his way once again. Past umpire Braffett. Googly, big googly as well. Hits up by the stickers on the bat, and Carty's looking to square drive that, and got it all horribly wrong. Nothing doing though. Carty 5 from 14. Rayan Ahmed gives him another googly deep in the crease. Pushed out on the offside, no run.
I was trying to look up Athanas's record against leg spin, and he went out, and of course then we had another wicket to leg spin, so I didn't get to look at Brandon King. He's been dismissed 6 times in ODI cricket by leg spin, and he averages 14 against it.
Rayan Ahmed with an absolute ripper to Carty. Again, pitches, turns past the outside edge. There was a good amount of daylight between outside edge and ball there. I'm going to go out there on this one. I think Rayan Ahmed might enjoy this one-day international series. If the other pitches do this, I think he's going to pick up a few.
Well, Carty averages 37 against leg spin, but at a strike rate of 75, so he can't actually get it off the square.
Rayan Ahmed in, fires that one in quicker. Carty's not beaten by that one, pushes it back down the pitch to the bowler. 5 dot balls in the over. We had a maiden in this match so far. There wasn't one in the West Indies innings. Nope, this would be the first one. Rayan Ahmed in and balls. It's another beauty past the outside edge. First maiden of the match, but it could so easily have been a wicket maiden on 2 or 3 occasions, Alex Tudor. 112 for 2 after 22.
Yeah, he's putting on a leg spin clinic here. Couple of wrong uns, he's leggy. And Carthy not really got a plan on how to manoeuvre the ball, get off strike, just eating up balls really. And like any bowler, be it quick, be it spin, you want the same man down the other end, and he bowled it in for 6 deliveries and making him look a little silly. Really, with his trajectory of that wrong and getting it through the air quite quickly, playing him off the back foot, which is probably the correct way how to play it. It was a really good maiden from Rayan Ahmed.
So Liam Livingstone to follow it up. Starts Shahab off with a leg break, pushes out to point, and there's no run. Sam Curran, Gus Atkinson, Bryden Cast, Rayan Ahmed and Liam Livingstone, the bowlers used so far. Of course, there's Will Jacks, who can bowl spin as well. Livingstone is, oh my goodness, Hope got in a little bit of a tangle there. Manages to get it down to fine leg, and they will take a single, but just for a second, it looked like he might have got himself in a bit of a tangle and not get the bat down as quickly and as straight as he was wanting to. Carty to face Livingstone, pushing solidly forward, middle of the bat. Sam Curran will do the fielding, no run. England putting the squeeze on.
Yeah, they are, and it's the slow bowlers.
Livingstone. Carty is all the way across outside of off stump, playing it out towards mid-wicket, but just dabbing it down, no run. The required run rate is now as good as 7.8 and over. Livingstone bowling with a grunt. Can't beat a spinner bowling with a grunt. Turned out on the onside by Carthy, no run. So a maiden, the last over, 5 balls of this over gone. In fact, last 30 balls bowled have seen only 9 runs scored. Won't be too many more added here. That'll be a long single to long off. So Livingstone's gone for 2 this over. Appears the anchor's gone out for the West Indies at the moment, Alex Tudor. Carty's got 6 from 22. Hope 3 from 8. It's 114 for 2. After 23, he's trying to make 326.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of inexperience, really. Just there as Shea Hope was coming to meet you, just saying, look, when you run that first one, run it hard. You're sort of jogging. You just don't know on this outfield. You know, put the fielder under pressure. You know, they might take their after ball. You might be able to get another single. That's just all inexperience. But you can only get it by being out there with an experienced captain and player. He's only going to learn.
Rayan Ahmed for his 7th. He's bringing Carty forward. It's pushed out to points, and there's no run. Well, Carty's strike rate, I mean, I almost don't want to even use the word strike rate because it ain't a strike rate. He's got a chance to increase it here because Rayan Ahmed's gone wide of the crease and gone down the leg side, and Carty helps it on away through fine leg, and that's a boundary that takes him into double figures from 24 balls. He's got 10 from 24 now, and the West Indies go up by 4, but he's basically going at a strike rate of 25.
Just try something different there, Rayan Ahmed. You're bowling beautifully.
That's it. He's back to where he's been camping out for the last few overs, bringing his man forward, pushing it to long off, single taken. 119 for 2. Rayan Ahmed's gone for 22 from the 39 legal deliveries that he's sent down so far with 1 wicket. Shea Hope waits. Oh, he's coming forward and he's beaten by another ball that grips on the surface and spins past the outside edge. Hope took a big old stride forward and still didn't get close to it in the end. He spun that much. Rayan Ahmed goes in again. That's solidly pushed into the offside. They're going to try and take a quick single, and they take that single. 120 for 2.
If I had to ask you, Tudes, to rank the leg spinners in terms of fastest to slowest, what would you come up with? You can have a moment.
Rayan Ahmed is in googly. Sakati pushes out to Ben Duckett at short extra. End of the over, 24 gone. 120 for 2, the West Indies here on TalkSport 2 as they try and make 326, and Alex Tudor is deep in thought and his eyes have stopped spinning around, so I think he's now got an answer for us.
So what you going, in
these 3 in the game?
These 3 in the game?
Yeah. So Correa, Livingstone and Rayan Ahmed. Who do you have as quickest?
a good one.
We have thinking music, Mac. Scott, if you're listening, if you can.
Yeah, quiz show music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't realise this would stop tunes.
I'm telling you.
Fortunately, Liam Livingston started a new over and Hope has smacked it back past him. And Carty's had to take evasive action at the non-striker's end, so he didn't get cleaned out by that one. Starts the over with a 4, the 15th boundary of the West Indies innings. That was just floated up, and Shai Hope said, I'm sorry, that's disappearing away for a boundary 4. It was a beautiful shot.
That looks slow through the end, didn't it?
It's a beautiful shot. Would I say Yannick?
Is the quickest?
Yeah.
Okay, and who's the slowest?
Ryan Ahmed.
So they're all 85 kilometres an hour. They're all exactly the same.
Livingston goes full, landing almost on the toes of Hope. Push to duck it at short mid-wicket, no run.
Different in stature, isn't it?
Yeah.
My eyes are deceiving me.
But they're all so different in terms of technique, the way they run through the crease.
Livingston, Hope's on the back foot, pushing out on the offside, no run. That's interesting in the fact that if they did a split screen on the TV, you would think that one would be different to the other, but actually it's just their body differences that make it look different. Livingston, little bit of air. Hope pushes out to Sam Curran. Curran thought about letting that go to the boundary rider coming in, that's Harry Brook, but actually decided it was nearer to him, so he picks it up and throws it in for the single. 125 for 2.
And they're all quite slow for modern leg spinners as well. But this pitch maybe is helping with that.
Full from Livingston. Carty pushes back down the pitch. No run. 125 for 2. One more ball and we're at the halfway stage. England were 163 for 3 after 25 overs. Went on to make 325. West Indies, that's short from Livingston, but it hurried on, and as a result Carty got no timing on that whatsoever, and it just trickles out on the leg side, and that is 25 overs gone. 125 for 2. Are you off, Chiefs? See you later then, mate. I'll let Jared fill a void and I'll get out of the way for Butch.
The panic in Jude's face when he thought he might have left too early then was perfect. This is why you got to watch on YouTube, Butch. It's for all the gold behind the scenes. I just wanted to chip in with the fact that the required run rate is now over 8 and over. And I think they were holding it around low 7s to mid 7s for quite some time. And it's really the two leg spinners who have obviously taken the wickets, but also in Carty's case, he's really struggled to get them away, and it's dotted up a lot of balls. Shai Hope usually plays leg spin fairly well. He averages 50 against leg spin at a strike rate of 85, so not particularly fast. Their best player of leg spin, of course, is Nicholas Pooran, but we may not see him today.
Or any other day soon, as he is off earning $1 or $2 in the T10. Sam Curran comes back into the attack for England. Set the world alight with the brand new ball in the power play, 9 for 30 from his 4 overs in that period of the game. But comes in now where the West Indies are just starting to get a little stuck. Carty is 11 from 28, Shai Hope is 9 from 14, and Curran is around the wicket to Shai Hope. It's short and Hope drills it. It's a really brilliant shot, a pull shot in front of square, beats the man at mid-wicket saving one, beats the man out there on the boundary as well. And that'll bring up a very, very welcome 4 to the West Indies. Phil O'Wallace is next to me. He's been huffing and puffing. He said when the spinners came on that was likely to be a very important part of this run chase, and so it has proven.
Yes, Mark, when you look at the history of West Indies batters, the slow bowling has been the type of bowling that's been giving them a lot of problems. But Sankaram just pulling down that ball and asking to be hit, and it was struck quite well for 4.
Curran in again, this time much fuller of length to Hope, who prods it to Rayan Ahmed, who has been quite superb today with his leg spin at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It surprises me though that all of the talk and all of the evidence is that pitches in the Caribbean are much more spin friendly, much slower than the clay flyers that you used to be able to see your face in back in the day. So why would they struggle against spin as much as they do?
Because they have not learned to use their feet, and they're particularly poor sweepers poor players of the sweep shot.
Just clipped down to fire leg. That latest delivery from Curran.
And I this is my philosophy, is that I don't think you should bat spin. I think you should play the ball away from you. A lot of our batters you will see with Casey Carty, he would just defend the ball. just play. You got to bat it. Push it away from you. Push the ball off. They don't push the ball off. It's either the block or big shot when it comes to the slow bowlers. But the faster bowlers, you'll find them working the ball and pushing it around. But when it comes to the slow bowlers, it's always stuck in mud. And that is going to be a problem going forward.
Getting around the wicket finds a tiny bit of movement away from the bat of Carty, who's digging himself a really big hole here.
For a little man.
Leading edge,
Digging a very big hole indeed.
Yeah, he's going to need a ladder to get out of this one.
He's not, and that is my fear. When the lead selector said he's going to put confidence in these guys. You know, when you look at Casey Carty, he's limited in his stroke play. He's very stuck when it comes to certain deliveries, and he's not strong enough to really push himself out of the situation. But he'll see how it goes.
Current again full. And as has happened so often in this West Indies so far, the ball comes sweetly out of the middle of the bat, but straight at the fielder with extra cover, no run. Jared?
So the Super 50 record. So Sunil Narayan took the most wickets. He took 20 wickets at an average of 9. His economy was 2.5. Hayden Walsh, Yannick Correa, Daniel Doram, is it?
Yes, a tall left arm orthodox spinner.
Yep. Roston Chase.
Off spinner. He's in the squad, but he's not playing.
Sinclair.
All spinners.
These are all the top wicket takers.
Well, there you have it. Curran is in once again, off cutter this time from around the wicket. And again, exactly what Phil Wallace is describing. Casey Carty gets his feet in behind the ball, which gives him no room to move the arms and manoeuvre the ball into a gap. Finds point. It's another dot ball next to his name. West Indies 130 for 2 now.
And another thing too is that our Super 50 competition, all the games are playing Trinidad and Tobago. Now Trinidad, Queen's Park Oval, the stadium at the University of St. Augustine, and Barrel Academy. So all the games are played in the country, which is dominated by spin. But yeah, you're telling me you're building towards 2027. The World Cup is going to be in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and I think Uganda, Zambia, Namibia. But you're preparing from now. You're playing on this type of surface. I think that something is not matching up. I don't know if the head here and the head somewhere else is different. But we need to do something with our surfaces.
Liam Livingston continues, slip in place. Shea Hope tries to get his legs out of the way and manoeuvre the ball into a gap, but finds backward point. Again, it's a dot ball.
It does spin a lot in Zimbabwe, but
I guess one of the points is the surfaces. Are they the right things for the West Indies to be playing on? As Livingston is short this time, and Hope gets back and crashes the ball over mid-wicket for 4. And the skipper leading the way here, showing the benefit of quick feet, getting deep in the crease on this occasion and banging it for 4 over mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's a good shot. That ball was dragged down and he got into position quite nicely, Shea Hope, getting deep into that crease and getting his arms through the ball and hitting it over mid-wicket. Again, the experience coming to the fore.
I guess my point is that whilst it might not be ideal surfaces for West Indies to play on to prepare for a World Cup in South Africa, the surfaces should be preparing them to play on surfaces like this, as Livingston is in. And again, Hope manoeuvres his body around the crease in order to nudge the ball into a gap on the leg side for a single. And that for me is the main point. It's fine. The wider point about the pitches in the Caribbean is perfectly valid. But if you're telling me that the pitches are all very much in favour of spin, then they should play it better.
I agree, and it comes down to the player himself.
As Livingston's in once more, short and wide, and this time Carty does find the gap on the offside with the cut shot, only as far as Brook on the sweep out there on the offside, and they pick up a single.
Because that ball was short and wide, and Carty actually get it through the offside, and the rotational strike is going to be important, and that is what Shea Hope is looking for, to get the strike taking over, get some momentum into this innings.
So just on the averages against leg spin,
Livingston in and flighted leggy this time. Hope slaps it out to Brook once more on the sweep, and it's just a single.
So South Africa averaged 34 against leg spin, New Zealand 40 against leg spin, Pakistan 43, India 50. Those are the really good teams playing leg spin. Then there's a few not so good teams.
The ball directed in towards middle leg stump, and again the difference between Carty and Hope playing that sort of delivery is that Carty kind of rather moves into line with the ball, which of course you want to do against the seamers. But in doing so against the spinners, you cramp yourself for room and momentum to beat the field and tick the score over for a single. So another dot ball finishes that over. 1 for 28, the figures for Liam Livingston. He's gone pretty well. And West Indies are 137 for 2.
And then you've got Australia and England both average around 23-24 against leg spin in the last 2 years. West Indies actually averaged 27. But a lot of that 27 is against leg spinners from Oman, and the UAE and a lower quality. They really shouldn't be averaging under 30 considering the amount of ODIs they've played against poorer spinners. Whereas at least with England and Australia, it's been against the best spinners in the world when they've failed.
Curran around the wicket, and Hope plays smartly to the left of extra cover, and he should pick up 2 and does.
Yes, a nice flowing drive there from Shea Hope. Again, he's a very good driver of the cricket ball. Once he gets his left foot going into the ball, you always see that ball going through the offside with a lot of power. And again, the urgency, pushing for that first run to look for the second. And he got it quite easily. So he's going to try to get some momentum by running hard between the wickets.
It certainly appears to be a difference in quality at the 2 ends at the moment, as Curran just drags his leg back a little bit, and Hope defensive push down to long on off the back foot for 1.
That's a nice looking shot there from Shea Hope, just short of a length by Sam Curran, who's up to come around the wicket to the right hander, but he just knocked it onto the onside of the wicket and trot through for a very easy single, showing control. He's already 23 from 23 balls, whereas Casey Carter is 12 from 33. So he's eating up some balls but not scoring runs. And this is where you want your middle order to really build, not having to look for boundaries, but to get a rotation of strike and get some kind of impetus moving forward to get to that target.
And short ball at Carty, who has a wild heave at it really, which rather shows his mindset at the moment, and he picks up a single down to 5 leg.
And that is what happens when you're too defensive. Carty is so mindset on blocking. He gets a half tracker from Sam Curran, and he's looking to overhit it and just drag it down to long on for a single. Whereas if he had a freer mind, could have smacked that ball over mid-wicket maybe for a boundary. But he'll have to go and try to just build with the captain and try to drag himself from all of this rut that he's found himself in.
Yeah, the best thing he can do from here is just keep turning over the strike to Shea Hope as often as possible. Hope that a bit of rhythm comes from scoring a little bit more freely. The sweat just dripping off the helmet of Shea Hope as he waits for this next delivery from Sam Curran. Call his weight, and Rayan Ahmed tidies up at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, they're playing Antigua, Mark, and it's sunny. And once there's sunshine, you would expect to see perspiration. I thought that the car was in a sauna today. But you can see it's very hot because the clothes, the shirts stick onto the players. Years ago, our shirts would never stick on us.
Speak for yourself.
Well, everything now is slim fit.
Curran shuffles in, getting close to that crease line, and that ball bounced rather alarmingly and surprised Shea Hope. Just jumped off a length and flew through to Josh Butler. A little bit of inconsistency there from the surface.
Yes, that's the first ball we see Sam Curran really deliver that caused some problems. Butler took that ball just about his chest height. Sam Curran, not the quickest, but a very effective length delivery that just jumped off a line and a length and would have caused Shea Hope some concern.
Curran now covering up the ball with his right hand, hoping for a bit of reverse sweep. Doesn't get it, but Hope can't get off the strike to keep it at the end of the over. So that over then, the 28th yielded just 4 runs from Sam Curran, 185 to win from 132. The equation is getting stiff for the West Indies, but while Shea Hope's there, Hope springs eternal, as they say, as the camera pans back to give us a great view of the beautiful blue canopies that jut out and shade the 2 ends of the ground, the opposing ends of the ground, north and south, and then those wonderful gaps in between that allow the breeze to come through. And the fields in the background out there at North Sound, a long way and a far cry from the old Antigua recreation ground that was right slap bang in the heart of Antigua. But it has its own atmosphere nonetheless.
A lot of action at the AGR in those days, plenty.
Did a lot of fielding at the AGR over time. As Livingston is in again for his 7th over. Carty tries to use his feet, but can only find mid-on.
Did you bowl to Lara?
No.
Well, that's why he made his runs.
I'm a smart man. I did not. As Livingston is in again. That's a well-pitched leg break. Carty again gets just too close to the ball. He needs to sort of shift himself around the crease a bit, perhaps get outside leg stump. And that way he'll be able to access extra cover as opposed to hitting it. And again, it's another dot ball. Livingston Slower ball this time, top edge on the cut shot from Kesey, but he gets a couple backward of point.
Again, another body line leg break, short and wide, and Carty not really capitalizing, not getting a lot of bat on it, but imagine just to get it down to backward point for 2 runs. He needs to capitalize on those bad deliveries.
Very line this time, and Ray and Ahmed can't stop the single just behind square on the leg side. So Shea Hope will have 2 deliveries left of this Livingston over. This will be a real boon for Liam Livingston. Didn't quite get going with the bat. Did hit a couple of mighty blows before he was out to a grubber LBW to Alzari Joseph for just 17, but he's gone well with the ball here. He's in once again. To Shea Hope, excellent fielding. Desperation from Sam Curran at extra cover, dives to his left and prevents a single.
He used everything he had, including height and length and reach to get that ball to stop Shea Hope from scoring, to put pressure on him, and it's good for Liam Livingston to see this ball in display so far.
Much better, good pace delivery in towards Midland leg stump, pitches perfectly, Hope can only defend, and another over ticks by. 29 gone then. It's 144 for 2. Hope is 23 from 28. Carty is struggling, 16 from 38. You are listening to us here on TalkSport 2. You can join in the conversation at cricket_TS or at TalkSport 2. There's also the live stream on the YouTube channel, which you can watch us commentate, which I'm guessing is something that a lot of people at this time on a Sunday afternoon will be thinking, you know what, there's nothing else I'd rather be doing.
I think there's something else they'd rather be doing, but they're interested in cricket. Obviously, West Indies are hosting England in 350 over games, Antigua and Barbados. The second one is in Antigua in a couple of days' time, and then they head to Barbados, and then those 5 T20s. So there's something to be interested in. And obviously this partnership between Shea Hope and Casey Carty is 38 runs from 62 balls, and they'll be looking to increase that. It is important. The target is 326, so they still need another 182 runs off 126 balls.
Bryden Cass into the attack, and that one stays down, and it's a huge appeal. Greg Brathwaite sticks up the finger. I don't think there's any doubt about that whatsoever. Carty goes to his captain and says, is it worth me reviewing this? I think his skipper might say to him, you know what, pal, you've eaten up enough balls already, you get going. And in fact he does. Carty is on his way, and Bryden Cass has been brought into the attack and has done exactly what Just would have wanted, and that is pick up the wicket, albeit with a bit of help from the surface at the Sir Vivian Richards ground.
Yes, that ball is a grubber. The ball was banged in short by the fast ball, Bryden Cass. And Casey Carty got onto the back foot, looking to work it into the leg side. And the ball just hit him down below the knee roll, plump in front. Once he didn't get any bat on that, umpire Gregory Brathwaite raised the dreaded index finger and said, Mr. Carty, you're on your way. You've scored 16 from 39 balls, and West Indies have lost their 3rd wicket on 144.
Yeah, it's been a painful knock for Carty, but one that he will no doubt learn from. A young, inexperienced player in this West Indies batting lineup, obviously very talented, otherwise he wouldn't have been selected to bat for the West Indies at number 3. But that has been one innings that he won't want to watch back. Well, in fact, he might do well to watch it back and pick up 1 or 2 pointers on how he might go about knocking the spinners around.
Well, one of my concerns to Mark is that this is the first ODI and there's a second one to play. And I'm asking myself, are they going to play the second one on this surface, or are they going to move to another surface? Because Stacey Ann King, she said that this surface has been relayed and no matches have been played on this surface for over 4 months. So that is a bit of a concern to me. And obviously West Indies will find themselves in a bit of a bother. Shahid Maris comes to crease, 48 innings, 1,471 runs, an average of 33.43, strike rate 105. He has 4 50s and 500s. But he's yet to produce. I think he's under producer at this level for West Indies. This is a very important series for him. He's been given the responsibility of being that senior middle order batter, and he has to really stand up and hold his hand up and said, yes, this is what I want, moving my career forward.
Yeah, left-handed Hetmeyer comes out to join his skipper Shea Hope. He's an incredibly talented ball striker, that is for sure. West Indies are going to need some of that, and they're going to need a bit of nous if they're going to track this one down, as Cass is around the wicket to it. The leading edge towards mid-wicket, it just evades the man, the outstretched hand think it was Liam Livingstone in there at mid-wicket. I'll confirm that for you in a second, but there was a chance there first ball, as the ball just held up in the surface slightly. It came off the leading edge and ballooned over mid-wicket. Hetmeyer picks up 2.
Look like Ben Duckett. So anything above...
If it had been Liam Livingstone, he'd
be
have
out.
caught it.
Anything above 5 feet, Ben Duckett is in trouble. But he made a gallant effort. Although he's a wicketkeeper by nature, he just could not get there, even if he was on a springboard. It's just amazing lack of height that caused you to miss a catch.
Apologies to all those who might be similarly challenged out there, but you get what we're saying. Had it been Liam Livingstone, no doubt Hetmeyer would have been on his way back for a golden duck.
Or Gus Atkinson.
Bryden Carson again around the wicket, tongue poking out of his mouth as he runs into bowl. Hetmeyer props forward and defends. The bowler runs across the pitch from around the wicket to the over the wicket side to do the fielding himself, and there's no run.
But they're just defending that ball, short of a length delivery coming back into him. Carson operating around the wicket to the left-hander, and he just defended it quite nicely. But we're seeing stretching, obviously maybe getting a little twinge in his hamstring. I know he's not the fittest. He's not the fittest batter around, but he needs to put all those little things behind him and try to build a partnership here with Captain Shea Hope.
Carson again, clutching the ball across seam. Goes full this time to Hetmeyer, who plays an extravagant whip shot out towards mid-wicket. Doesn't get it out of the middle of the bat, therefore doesn't find the gap, and doesn't beat the man at deep backward square. You're right, Hetmeyer is stretching that hamstring. I mean, without being unduly unpleasant, he looks as though he's carrying a little bit of weight, and it doesn't look in the prime of fitness.
No, he's not. He's not in the prime of fitness at all. And he's only faced 3 deliveries, and he stretches hamstrings twice, and they were just in a 10-day camp. So it just goes to show fitness is really important. And he's batting with a captain who likes to rotate the strike. So this is going to be interesting.
Cast back over the wicket. Another one stays down. Hope tries to pull it. It hits him on the pad. Shea Hope sort of looks in disgust at the surface, because that was a genuinely short delivery from Bryden Carson. He is bowling back into the pitch with a cross-seam ball, and so you will get those variations because of that. And Josh Butler's thinking very seriously about reviewing this one. It might just have snuck over, but my goodness me, Shea Hope would have expected that ball to be around about chest high had it bounced normally, but as it was, it might just have missed the top of the stumps.
Yes, Josh Butler's facial expressions that I'm not certain. I'm not going to waste a review. The ball hit him on his inner thigh, on the inner thigh pad. So once it hits on that inner thigh pad, that is an indication to the umpire that he's going over the stumps.
Yeah, that's well, we mentioned Liam Plunkett's name plenty over the course of this broadcast and during the World Cup in terms of the role that he played for England's successful sides. And Carson bowling cross seam cutters hard into the pitch at pace, causing problems with variable bounce. That one bounced normally, and Hope was able to play it quite magnificently through the covers off the back foot for a single. He'll keep the strike. It's 148 for 3. West Indies require 178 from 20 overs.
Yes, a good over there from Cars. Well, he got the wicket of Casey Carter. Almost got the wicket of Captain Shea Hope. Luckily for Hope, the ball was going over the top of the stumps. But again, we're seeing the importance of aggressive fast bowling. Just hitting the ball back off a left on this cross seam, getting the ball to skid. And with an indifferent bounce on this surface, it's going to cause a lot of problems for the West Indian batters. The last ball just stood up quite nicely, and Shea Hope executed a lovely punch off the back foot. So if there was true bounce in the surface, you would see a lot better shot selection. But because of the inconsistency, the West Indian batters are not so certain on which balls to attack.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough old chase for them from here, but Hope, Hetmeyer, Rutherford, who is making his debut, scheduled to come in at 6. They do have batters with the talent to do it. And Livingston to continue his 8th over, 1 for 31. Nicely played by him, but Hope almost manages to turn a good ball into a single by use of the crease, getting himself outside leg stump and allowing his arms free, but a diving Rayan Ahmed at mid-wicket stopped the single. Yeah, good foot movement, but brilliant again from Sam Curran, this time diving away to his right. 2 dots then on Hope.
Well, one thing we can say that the English have learned from the World Cup, both saving runs in the outfield.
Slower delivery this time, and Hope tries to hit it over extra cover, but gets through the shot early, ends up taking the bottom hand off the bat, spoons it over the bowler's head for a single to long on. 4-9 for 3. Yeah, the less we talk about England's World Cup, the better, I think. Philo,
You want middle? A fraction away.
I've got some notes if you need.
But it
wasn't good.
I watched it all. It was really, really bad.
I would actually say that England bowled better than I thought they were going into that tournament by the end.
By the end,
It didn't really matter by that stage because they were out of the tournament, but it, it was pretty ordinary.
Helmetless strokes the off spin from Liam Lewis, and now with the left hand run he'll go to off spin to extra cover, and there is no run. If you'd have told me before the World Cup that England wouldn't get anywhere near the semi-finals, I'd have said you were completely mad. But performance was inexplicable to some, and to others, doubtless they enjoyed it very much. As Will Jacks comes in off the boundary to stop a second. Hetmeyer now 4 from 6, Hope 25 from 33. 150 up for the West Indies. 176 required from 114.
Yes, Hetmeyer continues to, and she are looking to build a partnership here. 150 for 3 to 176. 114 balls, a run rate of 9.26 runs over. So there is a little run rate climbing, but with sheer hope there, you would expect that he's a free scorer. Hetmeyer has the ability to score freely, but he has to get in. I think because of not having the form coming out of the Super 50, it's going to take him a bit longer to get into the strike to really support Shea Hope. The only support he can do for me is just to rotate the strike until he gets in.
Phil, I know you've been in the UK, for the last 6-7 months now?
4 years.
Last
I've completed
4
my
years.
LPC. I was saying 2019.
Sorry, I thought you were nipping backwards and forwards, but no.
I was nipping backwards and forwards.
What was did the World Cup? His cast is in around the wicket to Hetmeyer. Did the World Cup kind of get any traction in the Caribbean, despite the fact that the West Indies were not there?
Yes, we have a big following in the World Cup in the Caribbean. Obviously, the disappointment was that West Indies were not there, but cricket on the whole got a big support. And with the T20 World Cup coming to the shores of the Caribbean and the USA next year, it was interesting to see what the World Cup, the 50th World Cup in India, had to offer in relation to players, because some of those players will be coming to the region next year in the USA to play the T20 World Cup.
Cast is in, and Hetmeyer, bat raised, static at the crease, throws his hands at that one, outside edged it down to Rayan Ahmed at third man, and picks up another single.
And that is why now the talk is the next 4 years, 2027, because obviously we can't get to Pakistan to play in that tournament, that ICC tournament. So obviously the big build-up is the 2027, and these are the players who have been entrusted with that responsibility going forward. But I believe that there'll be some more inclusions in this side, because we have a number of players away. So you would expect some of those players to be given the opportunity in the West Indies 50 over squad.
Cast back over the wicket to the right-handed Hope. Good delivery in at the ribs, and Hope can only punch it back down the ground to the bowler. There's a lot of sort of lazy cliche around sort of the West Indies and the fact that the sport is perhaps not as popular in the region as it once was. Is there any truth to that, or is sort of the truth somewhere in the middle?
Well, there's no truth to that at all, because cricket in the West Indies is strong, particularly for Barbados. We just had an under-19 final, and we had about 5,000 people watching the game between Foundation and Queen's College, which Foundation won. So from a Barbadian perspective, cricket is strong. It's just that the talent is not coming through as quickly as we expected.
Cast short again, Hope on the pull that time. Had to rather smother the ball into the leg side, because he's not entirely sure of the bounce, but picks up a single to deep backward square leg. So yeah, I mean, what you're saying is that the interest from the fans, which was, I guess, the question I'm asking, is that hasn't diminished. There is still the appetite and the love for the game that as there ever was.
Yes, and there's even a bigger appetite for West Indies success. So the local authorities will keep saying rally around the West Indies. The West Indies team are going to Barbados in a couple of days, and there's a big drive to meet the team in the Oystins in a few days out from the one-day game and the T20 game, to get to know them, understand them, so they know that people are there supporting them, which is important.
Hetmeyer, an extravagant cover drive, can only find mid-off. And that's good to hear, isn't it? Because, you know, the world game, although it feels as though it's ever expanding, and the shorter formats are kind of making sure that there are ever more countries joining in, but the core of cricket playing nations, it feels as though it's diminishing in terms of the power that teams have to win tournaments outside of the big three. So it's so important that the West Indies still has that love and that passion for the game.
Mark, Uganda just knocked Zimbabwe out.
Yep. Hook shot on the short ball. Again, the bounce wasn't trustworthy, so Hetmeyer can only get it off the bottom edge of the bat down to fine leg, so he can only pick up a single. Another really good over from Cast. Cast doing the middle over job exceptionally well, which will please Mott and Butler no end. 1 for 35 from 6 for him. And the West Indies 153 for 3, chasing down England's 325. 173 needed from 108.
So because of those lower ranked teams coming into the international cricket and doing well, it puts a lot of pressure on West Indies, who the team that was dominating years ago, and find themselves continue to be in the transition mode and not really coming out of it. And that's why it's so important that the series against England, this 50-over series, that the West Indies team shows some kind of stability and fight. Okay, that they're chasing 326, but they don't want to get ball over 210. You need to go deep into this game to put some pressure, to show the people, look, we're losing, but we are still putting up good scores. So that is what they need, and obviously push for the win. I would like to see West Indies win more games to bring the fans out and get the support, because once you have that support, you're going to play well.
Yeah, irresistible stuff. I've seen it myself as Livingston around the wicket, off spinner. Hetmeyer plays it nicely. That's skillful stuff. Just allows the ball to come in and has enough weight into the shot to get it past point for the single. Good manipulation of the spinner to get off strike.
Yeah, he has this thing, Hetmeyer. When the fast ball is the ball, he wears his helmet, and then when the spinner is the ball, he takes it off. We know that when you're back with a helmet, Mark, there's a little weight on your head. I believe that also can be problematic for Hetmeyer going forward.
Oh, that one's gone up in the air. I don't think it was hit cleanly, but it's hit cleanly enough by Shea Hope. He's decided enough is enough from Liam Livingstone, and he's pumped him back over his head for 6.
But that's the area of his game that he has worked on really hard, Shea Hope. Hitting sixes. We saw a lot of it in the CPL. Hit a lot of sixes, but he wasn't in a good position. But again, because his back came through on a straight plane, he managed to hit the ball straight over Liam Livingstone's head and over the ropes for 6.
Yeah, magnificent strike. Just a bit of urgency now between these two, and Hope to a full delivery, punches it out to the sweeper on the offside and picks up another single. I'm glad you mentioned the CPL, because again, another thing that belies the lazy stereotype of West Indies and the support in the region is that, you know, I did the competition for 2 or 3 years on the bounce, and you see sell-out houses. You can't get a ticket for love nor money in Guyana, can't get a ticket for love nor money in Trinidad. Full delivery, punch back to Livingston, and there's no run. In Barbados, it's very, very popular CPL. So there is love there for the sport. There might not be quite so much love there for a losing West Indies team. Hetmeyer goes down the ground this time, doesn't catch it, but catches it well enough for it to go 1 bounce 4 to split long off and long on. And the West Indies are on the move.
Yes, the key there to Hetmeyer is that he looked to hit the ball straight. He didn't get a lot of batter and look a tick inside edge, but he hit the ball straight, and he got just reward, 1 bounce boundary for 4. But yes, the CPL is quite popular, and the people really come out and support their franchises. So yes, there is the love for the sport, but if West Indies start to win, we'll see more support for West Indies cricket.
Yeah, and that's what everybody wants to see. Almost a little mix-up as Hetmeyer almost falls Shea Hope into coming for a single that did not exist. That's the end of Livingstone's over. 33 gone, 165 for 3. Jared, what do you got?
Just on that whole topic, me and Michelle, who's going to be in with us for the rest of the series, we looked into the West Indies myth about basketball ruining Caribbean cricket. And it's like, it's Patrick Ewing. Then there's a couple of guys from Islands who don't really play that much cricket who go into the NBA. There's like more Australians in the NBA than there is by a massive amount than anyone from the West Indies. But the other thing I wanted to talk about was Shea Hope, whose strike rate has been, I would say, he's at Jeff Marsh levels. And I think both of you gentlemen will know what I mean about that. One of the slowest scorers in one-day cricket for his era. This year, his strike rate is up to 95. In no other year has he had a strike rate in one-day cricket of over 80. It's a big jump for someone who has been incredibly slow for a long time.
Bryden Carse in then, tongue out, sprints in, bangs the ball in short. It goes past the hip of Shea Hope, and the umpire signals wide. One more thought from Jared before we get out to the boys in Antigua.
Oh, I was just going to say, I wonder how much of that is now he's a captain and the strike rate's a lot more important to him than just his average.
Well, possibly, could be. At least he knows he's going to play. Now, Stacey Ann King and Nick Hill are waiting for us in Antigua.
Thanks very much, Mark. And real enterprising discussion there about Shea Hope and his captaincy. This is Bryden Carse though bowling to him. And he's bowled well in this second spell, Carse. He's gone mainly shorter. He's gotten that variable bounce that we've seen. The asking rate is a lot closer to 9.5 runs per over, but Stacey Ann King, the West Indies have got the personnel to chase this down. 159 from 101 is not going to be easy, but you think about Hetmeyer and Hope both at the crease. Rutherford, who's playing his first one-day international, but we've seen the carnage he can create around the world, and then Romario Shepherd.
Yeah, quite a lot of pedigree of batting to come when you look at those names and what they have done in regional Super 50 as well as around the world. Hetmeyer especially will be, or who's considered a finisher.
Here is Carse bowling to Hetmeyer. This time changes the length, goes a lot fuller. Hetmeyer moves on to 12 as he tucks it into the onside for one.
Yeah, a lot will be expected from him as a senior international player with 50 matches under his belt. He's had a dreadful series versus India and a poor Super 50 by his standards, or by the standards we know he can provide. I just wonder, can he construct an innings because of all the IPL and T20 cricket in which he's been playing and in that finishing role?
They've opted to bat him at number 5 in this first one international. This is short from Carse, and Hope is pulling it to deep fine leg for a single. And just to your point, it's really been a lack of consistency in terms of the games he's played, Stacey, because we all saw what he did in that 2019 England series where he scored 100 at Kensington Oval against England. Then after that, only played 9 games across 4 years and only scored 96 runs. That's including the India series. So it really has been a struggle for him, and West Indian fans all around the world will hope that he can develop himself as that finisher, as you mentioned, but also a consistent member of the West Indies team going into the T20 World Cup, because we've all seen the potential with 5-1 international hundreds. And now with him on strike, they've pushed deep third to the boundary. Rayan Ahmed is down there. They've also got deep fine leg, deep backward square, and Carse is bowling around the wicket to Hetmeyer, so he's got the field set maybe for a shorter delivery. Let's see, deep point in place as well. He does go short, and Hetmeyer is trying to tug this one into the onside. It comes off the outside edge, leading edge actually, and just floated in the air, but may have just been too difficult of a chance for Harry Brook, who was at deep point, to get to.
Yeah, but again, once a short delivery and trying to play into the leg side, Hetmeyer just spliced off his bat, but able to land safely. Yeah, no pressure at all for Hope. He's on 35 from 39. A good partnership between this pair. Hetmeyer 13 from 16 as Carse continues.
The pace off and almost chopped on Shea Hope. Very fortunate. There's a good change of pace from Carse. It was the off cutter, and Hope trying to cut it. Came off the under edge and they scamper through for the single. The strike rate has been good, Shea Hope, after a slow start against Rayan Ahmed especially. Yeah, it just took a while to get to him. Very lucky there that the ball didn't roll onto his stumps. West Indies cannot afford to lose him now, and he will know that, just given the importance he's been in winning causes, but as captain and in run chases, Stacey.
And Carse has been exceptional. I pretty much like the speed in which he's hit the deck.
Final delivery of the over is worked into the onside beautifully, and Hetmeyer finally is able to deliver that pull in front of square, ends the over with a boundary. West Indies needing a further 151. They're 175 for 3 after 34, live on Talk Sport 2.
It just to continue that point, I thought he's been really good cast with those deliveries that some of them have gotten up, but he's hit the deck quite hard and asked questions of batters. That last delivery being a bit too short and would have carried pretty well to Hetmeyer's bat, so it was easy to get in line and pull into the leg side, find the gap and pull into the leg side, but take nothing away from what Cass has been able to do. The 45 from his 9 overs, and he's picked up 1 wicket.
Exactly what you want, though, watching this first one international. Two relatively inexperienced sides, a lot of new faces, especially in that England lineup, and they're being tested here. They were tested in the first 10, where Ahmed helped pull things back, but since Captain Shea Hope is leading the charge, it's going to take a heroic effort from him especially, but we've seen with the 15 international hundreds, he's more than capable. Livingston is continuing for his 10th over on the trot, Stacey and King. He's bowled all of his overs from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and all of them in succession. 1 for 45 in 9.1 overs. This is some effort.
Yeah, that 1 wicket of Brandon King he picked up, and again just being able to make breakthroughs at crucial time.
Here he is flighting to Shea Hope, who's defending into the offside no run.
He really does seem to be enjoying his bowling on this surface. So did both Smithers for West Indies, so really taking a liking to this pitch spin.
Here is a shorter delivery from Livingston. It's punched into the offside, wide of Brook at deep cover. They're able to get through for 2. Really, I'm surprised that we haven't seen Will Jacks today. The off spinner, who obviously would have made an impression in Test cricket with that 6 for against Pakistan. Thought maybe with the left-handers like Athanaze, Hetmeyer and even Rutherford to come, he would have been an option, but instead Livingston has bowled his off spin to the left-hander. Here he is bowling leg spin to Shea Hope. It's tucked into the onside for 1.
And something West Indies has done really well is just their running between the wickets, between this pair as well, because they're pretty good at Maya and Hope in terms of communication. Healthy partnership building between them.
Sammy, you can stay on the ring.
Hope, of course, on 39, so being the aggressor.
Here is Livingston back to the off break against the leg spinner. Sorry, against the left-hander. So much happening here in the middle at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Must say the crowd has developed really nicely today. It's a Sunday afternoon. First time since 2021 that the West Indies are playing one-day international cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So it's great to see that the people have come out, and obviously the Barmy Army are here in their numbers as well. Here's Livingston to Hope, again short, just punching it into the offside. Butler will be happy with this though. Livingston has completed his 10 overs consecutively, bowling from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. It's end of the 35th over. Livingston 1 for 50 in his 10. West Indies live on TalkSport 2 are 180 for 3 in pursuit of 325.
Yeah, Nicola, let's be honest, if it wasn't England that West Indies were playing, these crowds would not be as big as they are. It's really good to see so many people in. The game itself has been evenly poised. Another 146 runs required from 90 balls. I think what we saw initially from England with their batting was exceptional. A few starts. The players didn't carry on. Phil Salt with 45, Jacks with 26, I think it was, and Crawley 48, but Brook, his 71 from 72 was really amazing on this track, which has been playing too paced.
We've seen Bryden Carse, he's finished 7 overs so far. He's been impressive with his pace off. Now we're going to see Gus Atkinson, who opened the bowling. 5 overs, none for 22 now, replacing Carse from the southern end. So maybe some more pace off deliveries. Probably the most comfortable phase in which he's bowled in his short career so far. 20 of his 24 overs were in the middle overs in the World Cup in India a couple weeks ago. So new challenge for him with an older ball, bowling to a well set Shea Hope, who's on 40 and waits for him. Here's Atkinson, starts full, Hope is able to just open up that left leg and tuck it into the onside for another easy 2. The running has been good, Stacey.
Yeah, they've been communicating well. Maya and Hope. And it's something that Shea Hope has worked on in his game. Being able to accelerate at crucial points, being able to run singles, run twos, and then obviously get boundaries as Atkinson continues.
That's an excellent point, as this one shorter and Hope is defending no run. These two, Hope and Hetmeyer, spent a lot of time during the Caribbean Premier League in playing a part in what was a winning season for the Ghana Amazon Warriors. Spent time at the crease, spent some time in that India series, brief though because Hetmeyer really couldn't establish himself, but you can just sense that understanding. There's been a lot of tools which possibly could have only been won had there been miscommunication. Here's Atkinson over the wicket, getting some extra bounce on that time. Hope just fends it off the hit down to Ahmed at fine leg for a single. Partnership is now 39 from 39.
Yeah, being the aggressor, Shea Hope, he's moved on to 43. Hetmeyer is on 18 from 18 deliveries. He can make up, he can score quickly. Atkinson has been exceptional with his bowling, and so has the other English bowlers. Just 24 runs scored from his 4.
Yeah, may have got some bad on it. A very short delivery. No, he didn't. Wide signal, very short from Atkinson, clearly pays off. And Hetmeyer just throws his bat at it outside the off stump and can't make contact. That is a plan though that bowlers, seamers especially, have used to Hetmeyer, going across him, trying to get him to drive the ball. They've got deep cover. And then 3 on the onside on the boundary. Hetmeyer just seems like he's had a problem with his glove, but trying to go into the pitch that time. Very wide from Atkinson. Wonder, Stacey, as we have a small break in play, when does Joss Butler go back to Ryan Ahmed, the leg spinner who posed problems and difficulties to Captain Shea Hope when he first came to the crease? He's got 3 over his left.
Yeah, I think that he might just want to consider bringing him back for possibly a short spell, maybe a 1 over spell, to try and break this partnership. Shea Hope is on 43. Hetmeyer is on 18. You need a wicket now before they get just too comfortable.
If you missed that opening spell, 7 overs, picked up the 1 wicket, Ryan Ahmed. Here's Atkinson again full to Hetmeyer, getting him to drive. He drives this one to mid off and no run. Ahmed bowls 7 overs, first maiden of the match, 1 for 23. And in those 42 deliveries, Stacey, 25 of them were dots.
Yeah, those googlies really asked a lot of questions of the West Indies batters. Just like the flight and the confidence from him as well, just to bowl those googlies.
This one is punched down the ground, and another misfield. We've seen this a couple times today, and it's Sam Curran again, who's at mid-off. May have just struck him on the ankle as well. That could be a concern, but it goes into the boundary, and a much-needed boundary for the West Indies.
It was forcefully struck by Hetmeyer. So maybe just misjudged it, Sam Curran, but he's been having a really terrible match so far. Did well with the bat in hand to the back end of the innings, but bowling wise, fielding wise, no.
Here is Atkinson, final delivery of the over, again into the pitch, and again pulled by Hetmeyer in front of square. Duckett, who's at deep mid-wicket, has some work to do. Another couple of runs for the West Indies. It's the end of 36 overs. Hetmeyer and Hope, this partnership developing nicely. It's 190 for 3 with 136 more for the West Indies to pick up a win. This is live coverage on TalkSport 2.
44 from 40, this partnership. You really need to think as to who can they bring to either break this partnership or to slow the scoring down.
We asked about Ryan Ahmed. Here he is. He's going to be replacing Liam Livingston from this northern end. So we had 10 overs of leg spin when Livingston bowled his 10 consecutively. Now we'll get some more with Ahmed. I thought maybe Butler would have been contemplating holding Ryan Ahmed back for the bigger hitters when Rutherford and Shepherd come to the crease, but this partnership hasn't given him that luxury because it's enhancing and they're developing nicely. Must get this breakthrough now, England, if they want to have a chance. 136 from 84, still tough, but you've got 7 wickets in hand.
And Livingston finished with 10 overs, 50 runs for 1 wicket. It still has 3.
Here he is now, over the wicket to start to Shea Hope. Starts with a leg break, which Hope is punching to deep cover. Harry Brook got that half century earlier today, does the fielding, and he mentioned, Stacey, that the ball got harder to hit when it got softer, especially against the spin. So that can give you an indication into the challenge pose for Hetmeyer and Hope. One thing that's remained consistent, though, it's been a very good surface batting wise, and time will tell how competitive that 325 could be.
Yeah, with 135 needed from 83, I think it's really good that England were able to put that 325 on.
Here's Ahmed around the wicket to Hetmeyer, start full, just tucking it to that square leg fielder, Noran.
Because a lot of talks have been around this relaying of the surface here in Antigua. No cricket within the last 2 months or so.
Ahmed very wide of the crease this time as Hetmeyer is driving down too long off. Just a single, you think, just sense. Ryan Ahmed, when he's bowling, you feel like something's going to happen. He's got that googly, he's got a few tricks, the quicker delivery as well, which you've seen a couple times today, just sneak through. Shea Hope will be the critical wicket here for England to get the captain. He's set on 44 from 49 deliveries, eyeing up yet another half century in this format. He's on the back foot punching to deep cover, just 1.
I think this is what they'll want to do against Ahmed, just score singles, just rotate the strike off him and wait for those pacers to come back on, because they've scored quite freely off the pace.
There's Ahmed to the left-handed Hetmeyer, and he's bringing Hetmeyer forward. He's just defending it into the onside. Heard Jared Kimber and Mark Butcher speak about captaincy and what it's done to Shea Hope. Well, he always seems to relish the authority. As captain this year, he's averaging 63 in the 14 ODIs. Looking to enhance that now, but Hetmeyer's on strike. Just tucks this one down too long on. Work for Livingston to do just 1. So a good over from Ryan Ahmed, safe from the West Indies. 194 for 3 after 37.
As they now gather for a drinks break, I think it's been a really good going from a West Indies perspective. 194 for 3. And from an English perspective, they'll be happy for this drinks break just to talk about what their plans are. The West Indies innings thus far, Anthony, is 66 from 65 standing out. Brandon King with 35. And Casey Carty 16. Shea Hope and Hetmeyer, well, they're out in the middle at present. Hope is on 45 from 50 and Hetmeyer 26 from 25. And presently 194 for 3 after 37 overs.
Darren Sammy spoken at length coming into the series about the need for improvement in certain areas. One area was in the middle overs. West Indies, between the 2019 and 2023 World Cup, Stacey, were the worst team in the middle overs in terms of the 10 full member nation. So have seen an improvement today, obviously because Shea Hope is still at the crease, but there's been more intensity after they got off to that flyer, even after a bit of pressure built by Livingston and Ahmed. So far they're going at 5 runs and over in the 27 overs that we've had since the end of the power play. The key though will be, can they kick on now for the next 13 with a total on the board? And the asking rate is not going to be easy either. It's above 10 and over going in for these last 13. But they have Rutherford, they've got Shepherd, Yannick Carrier, and even Gudike Shimoti, who we've seen internationally contribute with bat in hand.
Yeah, and you talk about just ticking off those boxes. And during England's innings, they had a number of partnerships, a number of very good partnerships. Jackson, Salt, with 75 from 50. That was the opening partnership. Then lower down, there was 71 from 82 between Crawley and Brooks. Livingston and Brooke also had a 41-run partnership, and then Cass and Current 66 from 38. So you talk about partnerships and you want to be able to tick off boxes in order to get to a good total, and that is what got England to that 325. West Indies, well, in reply, they've done well. That opening partnership between King and Attorney is 104 from 106. Hope and Carty 38 from 63 run partnership, and now Hope and Hetmeyer, well, 50 run partnership at present. So when you look at the game and the partnerships that have been formed, it's a tick off for both teams, because both teams are now in that transition period where they're bringing in new players, younger players, and giving them the opportunities. From a West Indian perspective, they'll want to go across that line with a win. But from an English perspective as well, these young players who are putting their names and their hands up, they'll want to get these wickets and stamp their authority, take first blood of this match, of this 3-match ODI series.
What it would mean not only to this team but to the fans in the region as well, for the West Indies to get off the winning ways. That's a long way away though. They need 132 from the next 13 overs. They do have 7 wickets in hand, and a well set Shimron Hetmeyer, who will be happy with this start but will need to kick on. We've all seen the glimpses. That 103 from 84 deliveries back in 2019 against England was something special on that day at the Kensington Oval. Here's Atkinson to him. He's going short and he almost chops on an inside edge and narrowly misses off stump. Atkinson going across him, gains success, but it doesn't hit the stump. Instead, it goes into the boundary for 4.
Fortuitous for Shimron Hetmeyer. It was a French cut. Missed the stumps by just mere meters. Picked up 4 runs. But I don't think it's going to change anything from Atkinson. He's going to come with that same line going across the left-handed batter.
He is doing that pace off this time though, and Hetmeyer tucks it into the onside. Hope wanted 1, but instead sent back by Hetmeyer. Interesting changes of pace as well. The first delivery of the over, the inside edge was 141 kilometers per hour. That last one, 133. So even though it wasn't a slower delivery, it was a lot slower than the first.
Yeah, I think all those variations are important on this track. We've seen some deliveries stay up.
Here's Atkinson, this time full. Hetmeyer will feel he missed out there. Full toss, driving but picked out extra cover. It really was a boundary option with mid-off up in the circle.
And it's a good tactic as well from England, just opting to stay on the circle. Don't mind giving away the singles, but trying to protect those boundaries.
Here is Atkinson. Again going wide to Hetmeyer, this time shorter. And he's tugging it into the onside. Hope is hurrying back for the second and will get there comfortably. Good running again from the West Indies as 200 comes up. Small victories, 200s come up only for the loss of 3 wickets inside the 30th over.
And a well set 54-run partnership between Hetmeyer and Hope. They'll be thinking wickets, they'll be thinking how and where England.
This has gone straight up. There is a short third on the edge of the circle. Bryden Cars takes it. Hetmeyer trying to pull it, takes the toe of the bat. And finally, England have got that crucial breakthrough. It's a big one. Hetmeyer walking back for 32. It's 200 now for 4.
A disappointment for Hetmeyer and West Indies, but trying to play one shot too many. Cross seam delivery. It pulled and didn't quite get the connection that he wanted. But it was really good from Cass to double back, because he was on that inner third ring. Did well to make that a solid catch. Hetmeyer, well, he goes for 32 from 30. West Indies 200 for 4. And England get the breakthrough in which they needed. via the bowling of Atkinson. And an amazing catch from Cass.
And it brings debutant Sherfin Rutherford to the crease. Quite weird to actually call him a debutant because we've seen him in international cricket, but it's his first time that we're seeing him in one-day international cricket. He made his T20 international debut back in 2018. Last international game was in 2020. Had a really good domestic season in the Super 50 competition. Average 46, strike rate over 100 as well. Finally, he's been rewarded, but a big wicket to break the partnership, to get Hetmai out. Kars did well because the ball have just been swirling in the wind. Took a few steps backward and judged it to perfection, Bryden Kars. And success for Gus Atkinson, who's shown us some good death bowling ability. This first one international so far. Holding the ball cross seams is Atkinson. Final delivery of the over. Rutherford, welcome to one-day international cricket. Mid-off is up. He deposits him back over his head all the way for 6. It's the end of the 30th over. What a way to welcome Andrew back. 206 for 4 the West Indies. Andrew, back to you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Wow. Well, welcome to one-day international cricket. Sherfin Rutherford leaning back and just clonked it off the back foot, weight going backwards, 78 metres back over the bowler's head. Phil O'Wallace, you'd have been proud of that one.
Yeah, that's a very good shot from Sherfin Rutherford. That ball was length, and he just stood his ground and allowed his hands to come through quite nicely and over the bowler's head and down to the boundary for 6. A good start for him. A bad finish for Atkins at the end of that over, getting the wicket of Hetmai. We saw Hetmai struggle for his 32 runs from 30 balls. And obviously Rutherford, we know he can be destructive. He's joined Shea Hope, who is on 45 from 50. So we'll see how this last 12 overs span out.
Absolutely. Right, Rayan Ahmed to bowl his 9th, 1 for 27 so far. 120 from 72 is the occasion. Well, that's coming down a little bit more because Shea Hope's got a hold of this one all the way back over the bowler's head for 6, back-to-back 6s. End of the last over start of this one, and it brings up Shea Hope's 50, 51 from 51 balls, his 25th one-day international 50. West Indies 212 for 4.
Yes, well played by Shea Hope. A flighty delivery from the leg spin. He just hit it straight back over the bowler's head again. A repeat of what Rutherford, what we saw from Rutherford, and straight over the bowler's head into the boundary for 6 and his 50.
This one, unsurprisingly, less flighted. It's whipped into the leg side. Crawley's coming off the long on boundary. Great throw. Straight into the hands of Rayan Ahmed next to the stumps. Just for a single. 113 needed from 70 for the West Indies here on Talk
Yes,
Sport
and
2.
there's an urgency here in these last 70 balls. Obviously, Shea Hope is looking now to put his foot into the accelerator to get those runs down and try to bring the equation a little bit more in favour of the West Indies. But with Rutherford there, he has the ability to hit the ball. But how successful can he be?
He's a lefty, and he's swinging across the line to Rayan Ahmed, taking on the body, giving out LBW. Now, he's reviewed it straight away. Maybe height, maybe doing a bit too much, but as it stands, his innings will be 6 and out.
Yes, the ball flighted from the leg spinner. Rutherford looking to hit the ball into the leg side, looking to go for the sweep shot. Missed the ball completely, and the umpire raising that dreaded finger of out. We'll wait on the review.
So
is done.
It was the Google that's taken him around about the mid-rift. Nitin Menon is our TV umpire today.
That has to be too high, doesn't it? It's hit him above the belly button. I know he's a little bit crouched down, but I think he might get away with this. It's definitely, I think it's pitched on the stumps and straightened. It didn't spin away.
Remember, of course, that it is out on the field,
Keep it going. Gap between bat and ball. Yes.
Even just glancing will be
Keep it going to the
right. They've established there's no bat in there, which
yes,
I think
thank you, no bat involved. Ball tracking, please.
Pretty much new. So now we just need.
I mean, maybe clipping the top of the bails back.
I think there might be enough to get
Chris,
this to stay.
we're waiting for ball tracking.
They are still putting the ball tracking together. This must be a horrible feeling, standing out in the middle with your partner. Right, now we've got the technology. Pitch is in line. Impact in line.
Impact in line. Wickets missing. Thank you. I'll go back to Chris on field. Chris.
It clears
the leg stump over the top, and Nissim Menon tells Chris Brown, the umpire, to overturn the decision as it was too high.
I'm stunned. I am stunned.
You didn't think that was going on? I mean, I just thought the angle and where he was, I thought it was always going to go over the top. We have seen a couple from the spinners.
There's difference in bumps as well on the surface.
Rayan Ahmed goes in. It's a googly. Shafane Rutherford takes on the leg side. Got it high. Fielder underneath it. Catch taken. Well, he gets a reprieve, and the very next ball, the wicket goes down anyway. Harry Brook takes the catch. It was in the air so long, Harry Brook was able to move, get into position, and be solid, be stationary, have that base, and then take the catch as straightforwardly as possible. It was another googly, low on the bat, and Rutherford put it up into the jet stream, gave it a ride, but he didn't get quite enough of it. Harry Brook takes the catch, half a metre inside the rope. Well, he didn't get him LBW, he got him caught on the boundary. The West Indies 213 for 5.
Yes, a poor delivery, but getting the very important wicket of Sheffield Rutherford. Looking to hit that ball into the crowd, only managing to get it into the safe hands of Harry Brook. And West Indies have lost yet another wicket to the slow bowling.
I would say, of the 3 balls he faced, Macca, that was by far the worst ball he faced. But I ask you, Macca, was that the greatest 3-ball ODI innings we've ever seen? So much entertainment packed into those 3 balls.
It was like the stock cube of one-day international batters. There was an awful lot packed into it.
Yeah, well, that's what Rutherford will give you. He's a T20 specialist. Obviously, he's been selected for the one-day international series against England. And the first ball he hit for 6. The next ball, his sweeper was given out on the field, but then knocked out by the reviewer, was missing. And the third ball, he knocked it up into the air and was caught at the wicket for the same 6. So he would have to obviously understand that there's somebody called a partner at the other end in sheer hope.
Well, it is Romario Shepherd, the new man, who gets a googly from Rayan Ahmed, turns it to square leg to Ben Duckett. He's off the mark with a single straight away. 214 for 5, 1 ball left of the 39.
And if you look at Rutherford in the Super 50, he made 278 runs at an average of 46 and a strike rate of 102. So, yeah, I always say that Obed McCoy's normal batting innings is 6 off 2 balls. Hits a 6 and then goes out straight afterwards. That's not... Rutherford's a good hitter of the ball, but he can actually bat as well. I understand they need 10 and over, but maybe play yourself in slightly more, Macca.
Yeah, but you got to get 10 and over if you bat.
Oh my goodness, Hope's a long way back onto his stumps to this delivery from Rayan Ahmed. He pushed that one up very, very full. Shai Hope almost had both toes pointing down the pitch back towards the bowler then. It ends the over. 39 gone. 112 are needed from 66 here on TalkSport 2. Jared, you've got more numbers for us.
Gary Morgan suggests that is the second player in history to hit a 6 on his first ball that he ever faces in ODI cricket. Ishan Kishan did it against Sri Lanka a couple of years ago. So times have changed a little bit, but yeah, only the 2 players so far in the database.
Well, you would feel that Shai Hope's 52 from 53 now has to be the mainstay of the West Indies to get them closer. 39 overs into this innings. At 40 overs, England were 236 for 6. So England are potentially a wicket worse off than the West Indies. But if they can keep Shai Hope off strike, you'd feel that England were in the better situation.
Yeah, well, obviously Shai Hope is the key for West Indies to get over the line. To get those 112 runs have to come from Shai Hope's bat with the support of Shepherd and Corral. So this is going to be very important how this partnership develops. Shepherd has to try and get in and stay with his captain. We know he's a dangerous batter. He hits the ball to all parts of the field. But on this surface with the indifferent bunks, he has to be very, very careful, Shepherd.
Well, Sam Curran's going to come back in for his 7th over. 0 for 39 so far. He actually came in but didn't deliver the ball. I think because he saw Shepherd moving across his stumps and he just sort of wanted to see what he was doing. Curran is now on the way. Left arm around, and it will be pushed out into the offside by Shepherd, and there is no run. So it's 112 needed from 65 balls.
10.34 runs an over required, and that ball was full length, and Shepherd just drove it up to mid-off. And he's obviously, you can see his intent. He's looking to try and get himself in. It is important. But in also doing that, he has to rotate the strike. He has to let Shea Hope feel more ball on bat.
Curran around the wicket, past umpire Brathwaite. Sits up a little bit in the surface, that one. Shepherd hoiks it into the leg side. Gus Atkinson will do the fielding, and they will come back for a couple.
It's very good running by Shepherd and Hope. He just chipped the ball into the leg side. And the thing is that because Atkinson went down on his knees, he had to get up, a tall man, and Shepherd saw the opportunity to come back for 2 runs. So that is good game awareness from Romario Shepherd.
I don't want to be rude to the bloke, but I think it's fair to say we wouldn't have got that from Shimron Hetmeyer.
Well, you never know. The captain is there, and the captain can inspire you to do many good things when you're at the bat.
Next delivery from Sam Curran is round the wicket. It takes Shepherd on the pad. Umpire Brathwaite gives it out LBW. I think that's going down leg side.
Shepherd is reviewed right away.
Straight away.
You know, he thinks as well the ball is going down the leg side. Sam Curran doesn't think so. Although there's no big celebration from the England players, we just have to wait on the review.
My first reaction is that is going quite a long way down leg side. I might be hopelessly wrong. It's the back of the hand delivery from Sam Curran. You can see middle stump between the legs of Shepherd. It hits him on the pad, continuing to go down that line.
We are a little bit to the offside on that angle, so it will make it look more leg side.
Okay.
I think. But you're right. It feels like it's going to be doing a lot just to clip leg stump from this angle.
It hits in front.
Yeah, there we go.
Basically, if there was another stump on the leg stump side, it would have hit it, but it wasn't hitting the leg stump that we had, and the decision is overturned.
The deep leg stump.
Yeah, the deep leg stump.
A good review there from Shepherd. Obviously, that ball clearly missing the leg stump. And Shepherd straight away decided he's going to go for the review, and it was a good review.
So it remains, there's still 2 reviews apiece left in the game. Only 2 runs from this over so far from Sam Curran after 3 deliveries. 63 legitimate balls of the innings are available to the West Indies to score 110 to go 1-0 up in this series. Sam Curran's got a really determined look on his face as he comes in. Bowls a back of the hand delivery. It's flicked down to Rayan Ahmed at short fine leg. A single is taken, but only a single. 217 for 5.
Yeah, he's bowling that ball from behind the arm, and Shepherd is sweeping him like a spinner rather than looking to hit the ball to mid-wicket or mid-on. So he's really looking to challenge Sam Curran, but he needs to be careful. Sam Curran's a very smart bowler, and he has a knack of picking up wickets. But he's brought Shea Hope into strike, and it's going to be interesting to see how he goes against Sam Curran.
2 balls left of this over. Curran around the wicket. Again, it's back of the hand. It's down the leg side to Joss Butler. Was there a brush on the pad? No. Umpire Brathwaite signals wide, and Sam Curran will have to bowl it again.
Yeah, Sam Curran put in a lot of effort. You can see it from his facial expression. Wants to get that ball in the right area. Doesn't want to give Shea Hope any room at all outside the off stump. Looking to strangle him on the leg side and battle delivery, lining and the ball down the leg side, giving him an extra, which has gone up to 7.
Curran round the wicket. Hope hits this to the cover sweeper on the offside. Will Jacks does the fielding. It's just a single. Slightly surprised we haven't seen Will Jacks have a bowl today with his spinners, but it looks like with 1 ball to go in the 40th over, England are just going to go 5 bowlers. This is Curran's 7th, Atkinson's bowled 7, Carr's 7, Rayan Ahmed 9, and Liam Livingston's bowled out his 10, 1 for 50 so far.
Yes, it's getting tight in the bottom, and Shea Hope obviously will be the key. He needs to try and bat as many balls as possible in order to get West Indies up to that magical total.
Slower ball to finish the over. It's a sort of slower ball, short ball, dug in by Shepherd to deep square leg. We'll take a single. We'll keep the bowling. 40 overs gone then. 220 for 5. The West Indies here on TalkSport 2 after 40 overs. England 236 for 6. So 16 runs behind the West Indies, but 1 wicket better off. Whose position would you rather be in, Philo?
West Indies. West Indies. I think that I like to be in the position of West Indies because with 5 wickets in hand and Shea Hope still there, a Shepherd, no Shepherd can knock the ball away. It can cause a little disturbance going into the back end in these final 60 deliveries. But the West Indies have to believe in themselves that this pair can be the pair to get them close to that 106 or even beyond. There's Karaya to come. Azari Joseph also have some ability to bat. Not sure about Oshie and Thomas, but they need to expect these two to get as much as possible of that 106 in order for them to stand a chance to win this game. So it just calls for application. They're not out of the game as such, but if they can just use a bit more common sense, rather than looking for muscle, move more common sense in their batting, they can actually push the English.
So then, final 10 overs about to start. Rayan Ahmed to bowl his final over, beats Shepherd on the outside edge through to the keeper, no run. The significance, of course, of the start of the final 10 over block, maximum of 5 fielders in the outfield. Rayan Ahmed in. It's a leg break. Shepherd hoiks it into the leg side and will take a single 221 for 5.
Yes, Shepherd needs to continue to support Shea Hope. Don't look to be too extravagant. Don't look to play shots that are not on. Just play his ball its merit and allow the captain to do his thing. It is important that Shea Hope continues to find the boundaries at will.
Rayan Ahmed in, bringing Shea Hope forward. Sort of open blade, guiding it down towards third. No run on that occasion. 105 from 57, the equation.
And this is Rayan Ahmed last over as well, so you don't want to give him any wickets.
In he comes. Over the wicket again, another good leg break. Shea Hope's decided to get down on one knee and he's trying to lap that one around through square leg. Doesn't get anything on it. Josh Butler whips off the bails, but there's no opportunity for a stumping.
Very good delivery there from the leg spinner on off stump and spinning away from the right-handed batter.
This time he brings his man forward, takes him from roundabout off stump to shortish mid-wicket, and because the leg side fielder is all the way out, Will Jackson's got an awful lot of real estate to cover, and they're able to take a very comfortable 2 without even a throw coming in. 223 for 5.
Very good batting by Shea Hope, just weighted it quite nicely, getting it just outside the 30-yard circle, but again the presence of mind from Shepherd to come back for that second run. So it's not all about boundaries, so getting your 1s and your 2s, building confidence as you go along.
Rayan Ahmed to finish things off. This is hit square on the offside. Sweeper gets around. Did Harry Brook pick that up cleanly? He was close to the rope. I think it's okay. I'm pretty sure they'll check it anyway, but it looks good. End of 41 overs. And they are just having a look at this. Harry Brook stopped it, put his foot over the boundary edge, but not in contact with the ball. Comes back onto the playing surface, picks it up absolutely fine. 225 for 5 after 41 overs is the outcome. Hope's 57 not out from 58 balls, and Mario Shepherd's got 6 from 8. It means the West Indies need 101 runs from 54 balls to win this opening one-day international of the series, exclusively live here on TalkSport 2.
Yes, and that strike rate, that run rate continues to climb. It's now up to 11.22, so it's getting bigger. And now we're going back to the seamers, which will make it a bit easier for the West Indies batter. They'll be happy to see the back of Riyad Ahmed, who bowled 10 overs for 40 runs with 1 maiden involved there and picked up 2 wickets. But he and Livingston, they've bowled out their lock of 10. So that's 20 overs between the 2 spinners for 90 runs, and they'll pick up 3 wickets. The English team will feel happy with the slow bowlers' performances today.
So it's going to be steam all the way then, you would feel, from the West Indies. Here's Cast for his 8th, 1 for 45 over the wicket. Oh, Shepherd's got underneath this one, out towards square leg, over square leg for 6. He almost played that facing square leg, got inside the ball and was looking at it as he helped it on the way for the maximum. 231 for 5.
And that is what Shepherd is known for. He's staying deep in his crease, Cast just short of a length. He just get under it and helped it 69 metres over the backward square leg boundary for 6. So a very good start to this 42nd over by Shepherd hitting that boundary and put pressure back on Brendan Carse.
Yeah, first ball of the over to get a maximum when you're basically needing the thick end of 2 a ball. Does not make a difference. In goes Carse. Slower ball outside of off stump. Shepherd swings so hard at that one. His bottom hand comes off the bat, flays it out to the cover sweeper. It's a single. 94 needed from 52.
Well, they threw the kitchen sink at it. Obviously.
And the dishwasher and the washing machine.
And only the plugs kept him from falling off his feet. But he got it out to deep to the sweep on the offside, get a single, and to get Shea Hope back on strike. He's 57 from 58 balls, and this has been a good start.
Shea Hope is dripping sweat. Carse is running in. Takes this one off the thigh pad, clips it through square leg. There isn't a square leg fielder. Man coming in. Oh, it's a bit of a yes-no. Shy at the non-striker's end, but there's no one backing up until it gets out to the boundary where Liam Livingston will pull it back in. And, well, do you know what? There was a yes-no, but I don't think the run-out was a live option anyway. Shepherd started to come for the second. Yeah, Shea Hope is well back. Sam Curran wasn't able to get the throw backing up at the stumps, and it means it's 92 from 51, 234 for 5.
Yes, obviously Harry Brook came in there rather quickly and obviously stopped the second, but because of the overthrow, he allowed him to get a second run.
Shea Hope is outside half of the bat. Ben Duckett picks it up, a backward point, throws at the stumps, misses at the striker's end. It's getting a little bit frantic and a bit confused all of a sudden in the calling and the running between the West Indies batters.
Yeah, a little panic here. Ben Duckett didn't know which end to go to. He decided to go to where Shepherd had. The ball must have struck Shepherd, and that is why he didn't come back for the second run. But again, some indecision there from Shea Hope and Shepherd. They need to be careful. They don't need to panic. They're in the game. This calls for this calmness and perfect execution.
91 from 50 is the equation. One Day International Cricket exclusively live here on TalkSport 2 on a Sunday evening in the UK.
Still exciting, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is better than Heartbeat or whatever's on ITV or whatever it is. 91 from 50. Romario Shepherd. He's got 13 from 10. Carse into him. He turns it on the onside. Now again, the leg side is pretty sparse. It's outside the circle. Salt's going to have to come all the way in off the boundary. Does well. Keeps it to a single. 90 from 49. Jared.
So just looking, remember England had lost a lot of wickets going into the end of their innings. Off the pace bowlers, they scored at 9.25 runs and over in the death. So at the moment, I think it's just gone off the screen, but I think it's about 10.3 or 10.4. It's 11. I was wrong.
Shea Hope gets a slower ball from Carse outside of off stump, which he doesn't time. Back to the bowler for no run.
So West Indies have a set batter and a hitter, whereas England had, basically lower order players than they had Curran and Carse and then everyone else who came in. So from that point of view, it's not completely out of the realms of possibility. I don't think they want to let it get over 2 runs a ball, and they were flirting with that before this over. So they pulled it back a little bit. It doesn't sound like they pulled it back, Mac, but they pulled it back a little bit.
I know what you mean. We need to doff our caps, by the way. Shea Hope is now 60 not out, which means he's got to 5,000 one-day international runs. So congratulations to him.
He's batted well for 5,000 runs, and I wish he can carry on for 5,000 more.
119th one-day international today. And, well, it's 90 from 48, so you would suggest he needs to be somewhere fairly close to 3 figures come the end of it. He needs to do the bulk of this, although Shepherd's good, and he will be facing Sam Curran, who's going to bowl over the wicket to Shepherd, and he's going wide in the crease, but he's hit it into the ground, up and over the backward point fielder, and away for 4. Shepherd goes to 18. It's 86 needed from 47 for the West Indies.
Once Sam Curran goes around the wicket, you need to put a third man in. There's no third man. You just squeeze it over backward point head. The third man is in the circle and down to the boundary for 4. A typical release shot there from Shepherd, and again getting that important boundary off the first delivery.
Yeah, there's 2 men inside the circle. It's Bryden Carse and Rayan Ahmed, sort of deep point, short third, but he managed to get it up and over both of them. Outside of off stump. Oh, Shepherd! It's gone yard on this one. That's gone miles over long on. 4 and 6 to start the over. That's still going. It's not come down yet. 246 for 5. And Shepherd, for all those thinking that Shea Hope's got to be the one to do it, well, Sam Curran's just given him a slower ball that he's hit 112 metres. I'll say that again, 112 metres, and it landed on the camera gantry.
If it wasn't that building, if that building wasn't there, it would have gone 2,000 metres.
Curran goes it. Oh, I'll tell you what, Shepherd went right across his stumps there and would have been absolutely stone cold if he'd missed that one, but he clipped it out to the mid-wicket sweeper as a single. 11 from the over already. Shepherd's 25. And the West Indies are chugging on. They're making this close. It's 79 from 45.
Very good batting by Shepherd. That delivery that he struck 112 meters, that was a light delivery and length as well. He got his arms through it and just smacked it straight over his head. This is good batting. Good chase by the West Indies. Obviously, Shea Hope is smiling because he's now getting some help. Shepherd has gone to 25 from 14 balls.
In goes Sam Curran. Shea Hope drives into the offside without a huge amount of timing. Saltwell Field on the edge of the 30-metre circle at cover. Single taken. 78 needed from 44 here on TalkSport 2. And I think Shea Hope's currently having a conversation with Chris Brown, explaining that his gloves are so sweaty he's going to need to change them. We are in the first batch of one-day internationals that have the shot clock on them, that if there's too much of a delay between deliveries, they can be fined runs. So I think what Shea Hope is trying to do is lay the seed with the umpire to say, look, I am going to need to change these gloves fairly soon. There's 2 balls left in this over. Curran is over the wicket to Shepherd. Shepherd's taken this into the leg side, over the leg side, and into the stands for 6 more. He's decided that Sam Curran's 8th over has to be the one to go. Shepherd goes to 31 from 15 only. The 250's up, 254 for 5.
Another light delivery, slow delivery, length. Shepherd again getting his arms through the ball and hitting for the heavens and swinging it hard and far. This time it's gone 86 meters, but the important thing is that it is another boundary. So he has put pressure on Sam Curran. He needs to finish this over well. If not, he's going to find himself in trouble. But Shepherd is all out to just get at Sam Curran, knowing that he's struggling to get his line and length right.
72 from 43, the equation. Curran therefore to finish the over. Oh, Shepherd's advancing to him, hits it back past the bowler and the non-striker. Liam Livingston's up deep long off. It will be just a single. Be very interesting to know the condition of that ball, because the 6 landed straight on the concrete blocks out where the fans are sitting. It must have taken a chunk out of it. They didn't change the ball, so it'll be interesting to see what state that one is in. Jared Kimber's alongside.
So, do you remember when Sam Curran bowled really well in the World T20 and ended up as player of the tournament? Probably shouldn't have got that award, but that's a whole different conversation. But he bowled brilliantly in that tournament, got player of the tournament for how he bowled at the death. Since then, he's got absolutely hammered in the IPL. He's got hammered in the World Cup. I think people have just worked out what his tricks are now. And you could see the way that Romario Shepherd was walking across and go, you're not fast enough to bowl full and wide against me. It's still going to be in my arc, and I'm going to take it on. If I can reach it, I'll go straight. They are pouring water onto Romario Shepherd at the moment. Now they're drying his face. As I think we've got, Hope, was Hope hitting the glove?
He's also getting some treatment from the physio with his left hand.
Yeah.
So obviously there is a bit of pain there.
But you could just see at where he's facing these balls, he's gone right across outside off stump, because he knows that one of Curran's a few tricks is going to be that wide full Yorker, and he was essentially wide Yorker, on the crease line, and he's taking that away. So players now are very aware of what Curran is going to do, and since they've worked it out, he's found it really hard because he doesn't have that extra bit of pace. His back of the hand slow ball is not brilliant, even though it can be handy at times, and he does struggle a little bit.
Yeah. Kieran Otley is currently finding out what being a 12th man at international cricket level is all about. Romario Shepherd needed a drink, but was too tired to take his helmet off, so Otley had to sort of get the bottle of water between the grill and into his mouth.
They don't do that for you in your club side backup?
Not as often as I'd like, if I'm honest. Although, to be fair, they'll probably point out that I don't bat long enough to require it. So, it swings and roundabouts. Gus Atkinson, his 8th over is about to start. The 44th of the innings. 71 needed from 42 balls. Shepherd is on strike. He's got a full toss. Thigh high, leg side. Helps it on its way for 4. He goes to 36. 67 needed from 41, and Shepherd's innings just keeps on rolling.
Clearly the pressure is on the England bowlers. A bad delivery there from Atkinson, looking for the Yorker, got it all wrong, got a full toss just above the tie, and he whipped it down to deep backward square for yet another boundary. So Shepherd is on fire here. and he's putting a lot of pressure on the English bowlers, hitting the boundaries when they are required.
67 from 4. Atkinson is in, off the thigh pads, out into the square leg region. Batters will amble through for 1. 66 needed from 40, the equation. 260 for 5, the West Indies.
And what I like about Shepherd is that he's hitting the boundary and then he's looking for a single. He's not looking for another boundary. If it does present itself, I think he would. But he's using the common sense approach. Boundary, single, get the captain on strike.
Atkinson into Shea Hope. The captain swings into the leg side. Not a huge amount of timing on that one. Crawley's coming off the long on boundary. They hustle back for 2. Aston Villa had some problems a few weeks ago with their kit, with the new supplier, with it basically turning wet look and being slightly, shall we say, not quite the image they were looking for. Shea Hope is bordering on that at the moment. He's not quite in Heinrich Klaassen sweating territory.
Daryl Mitchell.
Well, I think Heinrich Klaassen's the best sweater in world cricket. Atkinson in, brilliant slower ball. Completely defeated Hope, who swung through it, and you might just have heard through the stump mic an absolute groan from the batter as he's been completely defeated. It rolls through to Jos Buttler. No runs, 64 needed.
Yes, very good delivery there from Atkinson. A slow ball at the back of the hand. Shea Hope looking to hit it over long off, and just groaning anguish of missing it, but it's good delivery. Give Atkinson some confidence.
64 from 38 as Atkinson is in once again, and it's a wide. 2 wide, says umpire Brathwaite. 63 needed from 38.
There's pressure all around.
It was a short ball, and it was too short.
Butler took it up by his shoulder, so definitely would be a wide ball.
Atkinson goes in again, run off the open blade to backward point. Duckett will do the fielding, single taken. 62 from 37, the equation for the West Indies. Good finish coming here, folks. Stay with us here on TalkSport 2.
Yes, it's a 51-run partnership from 33 balls. Shepherd has 36 from 18 out of 51 runs. So he has been the one who's taken a lot of pressure off Shea Hope, who's only contributed 12 from 13. So Shepherd has been the key in this partnership so far.
Atkinson's going to have to bowl that one again. That's well outside of off stump. It's going to be a wide. It's 61 from 37. 2 wides in the over. All donations gratefully received for the West Indies.
And this is December. This is a time of giving. So Christmas is just around the corner. So if the English bowlers wants to give it to the West Indies, I will say thank you very much. Keep giving.
Final ball of this over then. Gus Atkinson in, right arm over, takes Romario Shepherd in a spot you don't want to be hit. He's trying to swing that one into the leg side and takes it on the body. I'll simply leave it as that. Those of you watching on the YouTube stream, and don't forget to give that a go, the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, you're in for a treat because Mark Butcher's going to come in and bring you the commentary for the final stretch after Jared Kimber's final thoughts.
So I was saying before that England scored at 9.25 runs and over at the death against seam bowling. So far the West Indies are just under 14 runs and over. So they're certainly keeping themselves in it, and they've got a lot of wickets in hand. So one of the reasons England had to bat a little bit slower at the end was just because they were losing so many wickets. So there was 3 wickets to seam in the last 48 balls. And so far not losing any wickets, and it's also allowed for Hope to not really do all that much. He's been there.
He has been there, and in the course of him being there, he's gone past 5,000 one-day international runs, has joined Sir Vivian Richards, Virat Kohli as the second fastest or third fastest to do so, all of them on 114 innings. Babar Azam is the fastest of all time with 97 knocks to reach the landmark, and Hashim Amla, the South African, with 101. So Shea Hope in elite company in terms of scoring the fastest 5,000 runs in ODI history, and all of that will be academic to him, because at the moment all he can think about is trying to get West Indies a 1-0 lead in this 3-match series. As Sam Curran is in, gets the Yorker in, Shea Hope rather turned it into one by coming down the pitch. He jabbed it out towards mid-wicket and they sprint back for 2. Excellent work. West Indies captain has got the bit between his teeth here, and well, he's got some extremely good company in Romario Shepherd, who's 36 from 19 and has really turned this into a contest at the death.
So West Indies bowled 2 Yorkers in their 300 balls earlier, and we've seen a lot more from England so far, but 28 runs off 13 slower deliveries for Sam Curran today when he's bowled at slower than 120k, so they just don't work.
Yeah, he's having a great day. Well, he had a great day with the bat, not so good with the ball. West Indies have been tucking in, and Shea Hope tries to swing that violently into the leg side, but can only bottom edge it out to long on for a single. The partnership of, well, it went past 50, 51 from 33 between Shepherd and Hope. Hope has been an innocent bystander, really. The carnage has come from the huge bat and huge shoulders of Romario Shepherd, and the West Indies have turned this one into a game for us, Judes.
Yeah, they have. They've been absolutely brilliant, exciting. And my mum and dad back in Barbados be enjoying this. She did say, I'm going to give you a whooping.
What a huge swing from Shepherd. He was aiming it over mid-wicket. It's gone over third man instead, but the result is similar to what he would have wanted at the outset. That's 4 more runs to the West Indies. And Sam Curran is under the pump here, and no mistake. England have only used the 5 bowlers. They haven't gone to Will Jacks. Sam Curran will probably have to bowl his 10, and at the minute he is getting a pasting.
He's bowling runs at the moment. Sam Curran, low full toss, gone for that Yorker, not quite working, vacant down at third, and he marches on 40 off 20.
Shepherd taps the bat on the ground with loose wrists, much like Clive Lloyd used to in the old days, then raises the bat and drills the ball down the ground straight at the man at long on. It'll only be a single. Zach Crawley does the fielding there.
It's a bit of MS Dhoni about that. Almost helicopter shot style, wasn't it? Let me get this in, because it looks like it might be exciting now. And I should have done this with Macca, but apparently no one has gone over a minute in their break so far between overs. So the pitch clock, the shot clock, whatever we're calling it, works.
Yeah. Would you believe that? There was something that could have been done all along. Sam Curran in. Off cutter, slower ball. Shea Hope has just bombed this over mid-wicket. It just gets over the head of Livingston, I think, out there at mid-wicket. It's another 6, and the West Indies are tracking this one in, and no mistake. If you thought this one was over and done with 50 or 60 runs ago, think again, because the West Indies have other ideas.
Yeah, they're enjoying this. As Gerard said, these slower balls from Sam Curran are just not working. Just held up on the pitch. Shea Hope jumped on that over deep mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, Will Jacks it was, who almost lost his headwear, his glasses.
He just doesn't get a lot of revolutions on his slower balls, does it?
No, it's not coming out with the same venom as it did in that T20 World Cup that you mentioned earlier on. It's full toss this time. Jacks fields at mid-wicket. They only come back, only come through for a single. The over is another expensive one. 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 from it for Sam Curran. His 9 overs have cost him 79 without a wicket. Shepherd is 41 from 21. Hope is 74. And the West Indies, well, my goodness me, they're within 46 runs of an extraordinary victory here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Sir Vivian Richards is in attendance, no doubt enjoying some of the licks being distributed by Romario Shepherd right now.
54 of the last 23.
Ouch.
Yeah, they've been outstanding, haven't they? I was just interested in why Will Jack hasn't bowled. Will Jacks. The spinners have done well.
I wondered if, when Hetmeyer was out, that was a chance. I was thinking 2 or 3 overs. Give the other bowlers just that little bit of cushion if they needed it.
Yeah, a safety valve. West Indies were the same. They only went with the 5 bowlers throughout the innings. England look as though they're going to do the same thing. Atkinson into the dripping wet Shea Hope, who tries to open himself up and hit it through extra cover, but can only get an inside edge on it to mid-wicket, and they come through for a single.
I know there's a lot about matchups, you don't really want to off-spinner bowling to right-hand batters and stuff like that, but sometimes it's full of nonsense for me. He's a decent bowler. He bowls a lot in franchise cricket or whatever. He knows what he's doing. He comes round the wicket.
Also, I think if it's just spinning, that's the time to just give him 1 or 2 anyway, right?
Yeah, all of these things, no doubt, we will discuss in the podcast at the end of the show, but for now it's Shepherd against Atkinson. Atkinson rather outfoxes him there. Shepherd showed his hand early and stepped outside the line of leg stump, and Atkinson just bowled the ball probably 2-3 inches inside the blue line, the wide guideline for the umpires, and it went harmlessly through to Josh Butler for an unusual thing in the match at the moment, a dot ball.
Yeah, it's clever bowling.
Atkinson in once more. Shepherd again goes across his stumps, but this time to the offside. Misses the attempted swipe over square leg, and the ball hits him high up on the thigh. He's a big tall man, no way that was hitting the stumps. And a good little comeback this from Atkinson. Started off the over well, single dot and a leg bite. Rate is still up at around 11 runs per over.
It never really went above 2 runs a ball, though. They've just managed to keep it within touching distance.
Yeah, that rate is well, it's within their compass if they keep hitting it like this. That was a quick bouncer, and Shea Hope looked immediately to the square leg umpire as if to say, "Come on, that's got to be a wide," but no. But he had to bail out. He looked like he wanted to hook it, but it was really rapid from Gus Atkinson, and he had to bail out of it. So giving us one for the over. Atkinson has another one up his sleeve should he choose to go there. And he's in once more. This time ball angled in towards leg stump. Hope watches it like a hawk because it didn't bounce a great deal and still managed to swat it away to deep backward square for a single.
Really has been in fantastic form. Really important player for the West Indies, leading them. Just showing what it's all about, showing his experience. Good ally the other end.
Yeah, I think he worked out that if he wasn't there at the end, they had no chance. So he's dug in. Got a willing ally in Shepherd. So we've had a slow ball bouncer there that went down the leg side. Shepherd was in line with it because he'd given himself a bit of room outside leg stump, missed the ball, but the ball has been given wide, and Josh Butler is asking for a third umpire referral on the wide call, which given the well, there was a rather extraordinary LBW decision given by Gregory Brathwaite that was not hitting another set, and so Josh Butler is quite happy to try and take him on. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, the review was denied, I can tell you that.
Well, yeah.
Brathwaite was just like, no, and he said something about the ball bouncing twice, which didn't make any sense to me.
Well, it bounced twice before it got to Josh Butler, but certainly not before it got to the batter.
But that could have meant that it hit the body as well, so I'm not quite sure how that was a justification.
Yeah, Josh Butler must be thinking that the ball has made contact with Romario Shepherd somewhere.
In the IPL, you can review, they have a look at all the wides, don't they? The third umpire has a look at them now. That's not something that happens in international cricket
That must
yet.
speed the game up a bit. You already have 4.5-hour T20 games in the IPL as Atkinson is in once again. This time opts for the wide Yorker. Shepherd dabs it to Ben Duckett and they settle for a single. Well, that has been an excellent over from Gus Atkinson. His figure's 1 for 57. He's got 6 deliveries left. 41 from 24 is the equation for the West Indies, and we're just going to have a look at that again. And Josh Butler was absolutely right. Romario Shepherd, the slower ball, Romario Shepherd actually caught the ball up on its way past him as he attempted to swat it, and he did get a massive piece of glove on it. To be fair to Gregory Brathwaite, in 2D, his view of that would have been obscured because the ball had gone past Romario Shepherd, but Josh Butler was 100% certain.
So that's why Brathwaite was saying that it had bounced before him, because he thought that Butler was appealing for the catch. Butler was appealing for the non-wide.
Okay, now you see, confusion can occur sometimes by really strange things entering the minds of other human beings. Under no circumstances would Josh Butler have been appealing for a catch on that, because it bounced about 2 metres in front of him.
Or if he did, that I have to respect him.
Yeah, no, you're right. That is housery of a high level, but Josh Butler had a case there. As Cars is in, he attempts a slower ball and he loses control of it completely. It ends up a high, wide, full toss. Shepherd gets a fine edge on it, but it doesn't matter. It flies away to the boundary, and that's a poor start after an excellent over from Gus Atkinson from Bryden Cast.
Yeah, it's not a great start. Back of the hand, slower ball. Slow full toss. He's thrown absolutely everything at it. Vacant down there at third. Goes between keeper and sort of gully line. Flies down there. Boundary first ball, bowl under pressure.
Shepherd waits. Bat in the air. Steps across his stumps. Good Yorker from Cast. Good comeback. It's dug out 2 extra cover and they scamper through for 1.
He's not just about brutality. He's got a bit of finesse with him as well. Just
see, it takes a bit of brutality not to rip every single vertebrae, given how hard he swung at the ball before. So he's a strong boy, that is for sure.
If he gets any wetter, we'll be able to count how many chest hairs he has. Because he is absolutely sopping.
Hope on strike now. Towel tucked into his trousers, gets a wide full toss and sides it away back with a point. Harry Brook does his best but can't stop it. It's another boundary to the West Indies. They are staying in touch with this rate, that is for sure. And England's bowlers, this new look bowling attack is under real pressure here. Can they withstand it?
If you want to review something here and you want to get funky, wide full toss, slices away. It's good that he got a boundary here as well, Hope, because he hasn't got as many. But when the dive comes in here, the towel comes off. It wasn't that far away from a 5.
Well spotted. Well spotted indeed, Jared Kimber. Good contact, excellent contact. And that has flown away over mid-wicket. What a shot from the West Indies captain. He has added some real muscle to that finesse and hunger for runs. And that is a magnificent strike. Bryden Cast with the slower ball, the short slower ball, and it's pumped over mid-wicket. What a shot. 81 metres. The West Indies are still in the hunt.
They are. These slow balls are just not working. They're just holding up in the wicket, and he has swatted that. A fantastic cricket shot. And this could be the over which turns it for the West Indies.
Not a murmur, not a flicker on the face of the Master Blaster in the crowd. Viv Richards just a small nod of appreciation.
These boundaries are hurting a lot more because this is Hope as well, and Shepherd is tiring. As we said, he's wet at this point and the swings that he's doing, it's probably like swinging four shots in one.
Yeah, it looks like a big old heavy bat he's got there as well. West Indies get to 300 with 3.2 overs to go. Need another 26. England are second favourites here at the moment. Drilled down the ground. Hope with a grunt of disgruntlement because he didn't manage to avoid Liam Livingstone at long off. He'll pick up a single. But England need a wicket. They need to break this partnership right now.
Yeah, they do. It's 88 from 49. It really is a fantastic partnership by these two. You would say pretty much if they don't lose the wickets, they win this game.
Yeah, 25 to win. 25 to win, 19 balls as Cast is in to Shepherd, who gets across outside off stump and again can only find Livingstone at long off. Cast gets out of the over. 17 from it, 1 for 73 for him from his 9. West Indies now need 24 from 18, and how that pendulum has swung. West Indies for most of the innings were below England's run rate. As the worms pop up on the screen, they're now just about to get above them. And this has been a quite magnificent and unexpected partnership from these two.
Yeah, 76 runs off the last 35 balls, so more than 2 runs a ball, which is where they were flirting with at that point as well.
Yeah, West Indies have been behind all the way, but have now reached 300, 3 balls faster than England managed in their innings as Atkinson comes in for his last. Oh, that's straight, that's bang in front. Brathwaite sticks his finger up once more. Surely the West Indies will review this. England celebrate, think it's plumb, but it's got to be worth a look for the West Indies just in case they can save their skipper.
Yeah, he looks like he might be under pressure here. Just walked across his wickets, hit him straight in front. It's a cross-seam delivery from Atkinson, and this hit him just below the knee roll. Looks like he's hitting leg. He went for the review, but he's walking off.
Yeah, that's why he was applauding. He was trying to work out there as the replays flashed on to Shepherd. He was clapping his hands together. He must have been applauding Gus Atkinson because he's done him all ends up there. Delivery was length, it was quick. He was expecting something else, and it would have crashed into leg stump about 3/4 of the way up. Brathwaite absolutely correct to give him out. The review comes back in, and well, it's academic because Shepherd is in the dressing room. He's already left the stage, but he's left the stage in a much better state than when he found it, that is for sure. West Indies 24 runs from a famous victory at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as Alzari Joseph makes his way out to the middle with his captain. Now the discussion here has got to be that Shai Hope will do the bulk of the work here. West Indies need just a tick above a run a ball now, and they've got themselves to within victory. As long as they don't lose Shai Hope, you have to imagine that the West Indies are going to go 1-0 up in the series.
100%, Butch, and you know, to be fair, when they were on this reply, we wasn't thinking that they would get close, but this is what happens in sport. This is why we watch it, it's why we play it, and you're listening to it and watching us on the YouTube channel.
Oh yes, you are.
Yeah.
Jude, can I ask you as a bowler, so slow balls in this game, the economy is 10.9 runs per over when you bowl a slow ball. When you bowl on seam pace, it's 6.7 runs an over. You can't not bowl slow balls from here on in, because you need to at least be able to mix it up a little bit. But you got to be feeling, don't you, that you got to bowl on pace.
Yeah, 100%. I think your stats tell it all, really. There's just trying to do too many change up, and as I said, it's sometimes the wicket's not conducive for it. Just seems like it's sitting up. And they're strong players, the West Indies. They hit a lot of sixes, a lot of boundaries.
Yeah, the harder you've hit this pitch, the more variable the bounce has been. So pace on is definitely the way to go. As Atkinson is in to Joseph, he does the right thing, nudges the ball just to the left of Sam Curran at short extra cover and hands the strike over to his captain. I must apologise in all the excitement. I thought it was Hope that had been dismissed by Atkinson. It was, in fact, Shepherd. But goodness me, did he do some damage while he was there. 48 from 28. Magnificent innings that's turned this ODI on its head.
Not quite a like for like. Alzari Joseph, 384 ODI runs at a strike rate of 71.
Well, today's the day. Hope through extra cover. He should pick up 2. And do so comfortably. The perfect scenario for the West Indies. Captain back on strike.
That's all he has to do at the moment. And you need to stay away from boundaries. Bowl your best delivery. Don't try and get too funky. There's enough in this pitch. Just keep hitting it hard.
Cross seam. Atkinson, and again, whack the ball in back of a length, and that ball just dribbles along the ground. No chance of hitting that anywhere, no matter how skillful you are, no matter how fast you've made at 5,000 one-day international runs.
That's, for me, Butch, what's been disappointing, you know, watching the bowlers on both sets, really. You know, there's indifference in bounce, and we're trying to get too funky with slower balls. Just hit that wicket hard. Pitch will do the rest.
Hope waits. Short ball from Atkinson. And Hope rather swats it out too long on to the right of Zach Crawley. Crawley's quick, but the ball was placed well enough for them to come back for a comfortable 2. And West Indies, unlike England, are looking comfortable. The England team must have thought they had this wrapped up 10 overs ago. And the West Indies have come storming back into the contest. Worried looks on the faces of Matthew Mott and Richard Dawson, the England coaching staff. Slight mishap with the calling. Shai Hope sends young Alzari Joseph back, says, no, now young man, you leave this to me, stay where you are. That's the end of the over. 5 runs on the wicket from it from Gus Atkinson. Shepherd has gone. West Indies 307 for 6. They need 19 from 12.
Well, what it shows you, Butch, is that, you know, when at the start of the series everyone thought just England just show up and they just go about their business. But what it's shown is give opportunity to the others. They come out and they show everyone what they can do, and it's what it sets up for is fantastic series, I think, if West Indies do win this first one.
What do you do on this next ball if you're the captain? Because you've got Alzari Joseph in. Is it not worth bringing the fielders in and trying to get 2 or 3 dot balls and make him play a stupid shot? Or do you just do it normal and hope you get dot balls?
I think for sure, I mean, Josh Butler is having this conversation with Sam Curran right now. I can guarantee
he might be saying don't bowl a slow ball.
But yeah, I think that would be a good start. I think clearly your fielders inside the circle, 4 of them have got to be very, very tight. Extra cover and mid-wicket, although it looks as though Curran is going to be bowling to 3 men outs on the leg side. No one saving a single in front of the bat on the leg side. and then the offside sweep at cover and long off. So it's a pretty orthodox field, really. So whatever the conversation was, nothing has changed particularly from what Sam Curran has been bowling to before. But really and truly, you're absolutely right. They've got to try and keep Joseph on strike. Extra cover is the only man really in front of the bat who's saving a single, and he is right on the edge of the circle as far as I can see. So big over this for Sam Curran. He's in, and that ball is swung away. Lands 30 yards short of Harry Brook out there on the sweep, and he will have done his job. Turned over the strike to the captain. Another conversation coming up between himself and Josh Butler.
See these bowlers, maybe their palms are really sweaty, but see a lot of low full tosses. They're trying to get that Yorker in that Gerard wants to see, but they're missing it by a good distance.
Again, I ask you, the fuller the ball, the easier it is to hit on a two-pace surface. Should they be looking for length, back of a length instead? I know Sam Curran a little bit different because he doesn't have the pace of Atkinson and Cast, but the Yorker seems to me very, very high risk, particularly as they're not being able to get it in there often enough.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of variable bounce if you just hit it hard. You know, you be it across the seam or whatever, but there's enough indifference for you, as a bowler to say, this is what I need to do on a regular basis.
Hope has the strike, gets himself across in front of the stumps. It's another full toss, and it has been dispatched. That has gone 40, 50 metres outside of the boundary. And whatever we're sat here thinking about slower balls and Yorkers, it's not getting through out there in the middle because Sam Curran has just dished up a juicy full toss, and it has been dismissed out of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the style of the great man himself.
Hit with disdain, hit 93 metres. Again, another full toss. I've seen so many today, and Shea Hope's not going to miss out on that. Dispatch that of a deep mid-wicket.
Well, that's the game right there for me. 12 from 10 now. Hope moves to 97 from 80. What an innings it's been from him. He stood there and watched as young Casey Carty chewed up deliveries at the other end, as Hetmeyer and Rutherford came and went. What an innings from Shafane Rutherford on debut, by the way. 6 first ball. A review for LBW declined second ball, out third ball.
With a half tracker as well.
And all the while, the captain stayed at the other end, kept his head, and just kept piling on the runs, waiting for somebody to join him in a partnership. Romario Shepherd was that man. Sam Curran in once more, goes wide, pace on. Hope misses, and it's a dot ball.
Really has been a fantastic innings by Shea Hope to date. 97 from 81. Sam Curran just bowling that with a little bit more pace. It's wide on the off stump. He's missed that one. I think third's up. So if he gets a fine edge on that.
Well, again, it's strange because ever since he's been bowling with that third man up, you're thinking he wants to bowl wide of the stumps. He's bowling at the tram line across the right-hander. You get any bat on that at all, it's 4. Just seems to be muddled thinking here at the moment. Pace on, length, and that has gone many a mile. Same direction. It's an absolutely wonderful shot and a magnificent 100 from the West Indies captain Shea Hope. That is quite sensational. His 16th in one-day internationals on a day that he's passed 5,000 runs at the same rate in terms of innings as Sir Vivian Richards. And on his ground, on this stadium, he has just played one of the great innings in one-day international cricket. 103 not out, brings it up with a 6, and England are in absolute disarray as the West Indies close in on this target.
All you can do is applaud. Quite magnificent 100 from Shea Hope.
Curran short this time, it goes mid-wicket again, and it's gone all the way again, and that is game, set and match to the West Indies. What an innings. What an innings. A low-key series, some might have said. A poor West Indian side, some might have said. A chance for England to reset, some might say. Well, they'll still be saying it because the West Indies have just bashed England, chasing down a record total of 326 at the Sir Vivian Richards ground, and they have done it thanks to their captain, Shea Hope.
Well, that's just unbelievable, Butch. We've seen a fantastic innings from Shea Hope, the captain, the leader. the most experienced player within that West Indian side, and he's just showing everyone his quality. His 14th ODI 100. He's been in fantastic form. And just the disdain of those last couple of sixes, Butch, were outstanding. 7 balls left in the innings. I mean, you would not have said that halfway. No way. They've been absolutely phenomenal. Take a bow.
Quite remarkable. Sam Curran and the rest of the England team trudge off as dejected as you like, because that win has come completely against the head. Romario Shepherd gave West Indies the impetus, also gave Shai Hope a little bit of a break. He seemed to be struggling perhaps with cramps in his left hand at one point, and then he came with renewed vigour and energy, and after the dismissal of Shepherd, and seen the team home in magnificent style. 3 sixes. Sam Curran has racked up some extreme figures. Not through his allotment of 10, but I think he might well have gone for a gallon there, at least just short of it.
These are the worst bowling figures, I think, by an English player with 10 overs.
Yeah,
because I think Wokes was 10 for 91. So what did he go
98.
for?
None for 98 for Sam Curran. And well, for all the talk of New England, new approach, a new dawn, it is the West Indies who have watched the sun set at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in some spectacular style. The drummers are drumming, the crowd are dancing, and the England fans can barely believe what they've just witnessed.
I mean, Shai Hope, just how much he's changed his career in the last year of going from a guy who, hits it strike rate of 75 to think that 109 of 83, and he played that perfectly. He stayed with Shepherd as long as he needed to, and then he went at the end. He just found another gear, and this is a guy who couldn't always find himself in the CPL, and all of his friends are playing T20 cricket around the world, and he's struggling to even score at a reasonable rate. So I thought that was remarkable. But Shepherd, that 48 of 28. The last 47 balls, I said they were flirting with needing 2 runs a ball. They actually scored in the last 47 balls. They scored 101 runs, so they went above 2 runs a ball. They didn't need to worry about it because they had time on their hand. Only 5 fours because they hit 8 sixes at the end there. Not a lot of singles. 5 twos. Mostly sixes there, and obviously Shepherd started it and then Hope finished it. It was brilliant effort from them. I think a fellow said at one stage that they were he said that he would back West Indies from where they were. I looked at the win predictors. I never got a chance to say it. There was a 7% chance on some of the win predictors at that point, and they've won with 7 balls to go. So Philo Wallace 1, win predictor 0.
Well, gambling's a mug's game. I've always said it. West Indies win by 4 wickets. They lead the 3-match series 1-0. We'll be back here again on Wednesday for round 2 before the 3rd game is played in Barbados. A match now that England have to win to stay in the series. It has been quite a turnaround, quite an incredible last 25 overs or so of one-day international cricket as West Indies chased down 325. England must have thought at the halfway stage that they had plenty on a pitch that was offering a bit of indifferent bounce, a little bit of up and down for the seam bowlers. Certainly offered some spin. Rayan Ahmed with 2 for 40 would certainly attest to that. But that man, Shai Hope, with his 16th one-day international 100, 109 not out, finished the game off with 3 sixes in a row off Sam Curran. And a big shout out to Romario Shepherd, who came out and played an extraordinary innings. The vice-captain, 48 from 28 for the big fast bowler, finding the boundary at will and scaring the life out of England's deaf bowlers to the extent that the game was a cakewalk at the end. Who would have thought it, Alex Tudor? West Indies 1-0 up. Mummy and Daddy Tudor very happy out there in Barbados before their trip over for Christmas time. And the West Indian fans, well, they can go home extremely happy after a wonderful showing from their team.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. As you said, people just felt England want to get on this plane, go to the West Indies and show West Indies how they're going to play. And that just shows you can't take sport for granted. You've got to go out there and you still got to show up and show your skill. And the West Indies with the captain, Hope, And as you say, Shepherd just gave the impetus that the West Indies need, hitting big boundaries and allowing Shai Hope just to nerdle it for ones and twos. When he got out, he took over. You said he had a little cramp in his hand, really. Didn't show that effect. Wasn't Sam Curran's night with the ball. Batted well, but with the ball, very expensive. Just muddled mind, possibly, with too many slower balls.
I wonder if also you look at one of England's issues during the World Cup was the lack of big scores. Batters getting in and going on to make significant totals. Shai Hope there showing the value of somebody batting all the way through, not leaving it up to somebody else. England's batting lineup in making 325. Phil Salt got off to a flyer 45 from 28 before he rather gave it away. Will Jacks 26 from 24. Ben Duckett got himself in 20 from 23. None of these guys batting more than 30 deliveries. And Harry Brook with 72 was the longest at the crease. 72 deliveries for his 71. And so England, of course, have pushed the game forward, or like to think they pushed the game forward in the Owen Morgan era in terms of worrying more about strike rates than worrying about individual scores. But at the moment, England find themselves in a position where the strike rates aren't extraordinary and batters aren't making significant runs. That's a long time since we've seen big hundreds from top order players who have got themselves in, and perhaps that's something for England to look at. Shai Hope certainly showed the way in this innings today.
Yeah, he did, Butch, and you're right. As you said, everyone bar the captain got starts. They got in, and they were batting nicely. But you then got to kick on. As you said, sometimes we're too worried about in this modern era about strike rate. Sometimes you've got to play the situation, play the ground and the wicket. Sometimes you just can't go out there and bully bowlers all the time. Sometimes you've got to assess the situation. There were batters in. Go out there, get a 140, get a 150, and then people can come and play a cameo role like Sam Curran did. Bryden Cast came in and did it. They can do that. You've got depth and hitters lower down, but someone's got to put their hand up and say, listen, I need to make the big 100. Shai Hope done that, his 15th 100, and that's the difference between the sides, isn't it? You've got someone who's scoring regular hundreds. Yeah,
he's a wonderful player. It's been a fabulous day for the West Indies captain. Perhaps a word for Alec Antonazi as well at the top of the innings, making 66 from 65. Got them off to a great start with Brandon King, that 100-run partnership before England broke that via Rayan Ahmed. So the West Indies, in terms of names, I suppose people will be thinking to themselves, well, I don't recognise half the names on the score sheet. But the part of the reason for the squad picked was that they'd give opportunities to lesser light. Shai Hope, of course, is not a lesser light, but he's been given some assistance and the extra sort of responsibility given to somebody like Romario Shepherd, who's now vice captain and very much a senior player. That's a terrific result for them because it kind of vindicates the selection in the first place.
Yeah, you're right, Butch. And then, as you say, it just gives individuals, they've not got a team that have a lot of experience. You say Azari Joseph and Shai Hope are the ones that have the experience, and everyone's scratching their head to look around on their stats and who these players are. But they've been absolutely phenomenal, and that will give them a massive lift, and they go on to the next game now knowing they can chase pretty much whatever England put. You've got dangerous players, you've got someone in Shai Hope who's a gun quality player, and then you've got the power of a Shepherd, and as you said, the young man at the top there batting extremely well and giving them that launch pad for the likes of Shepherd to come in and do what he does. He's a dangerous player.
Philo Wallace has just joined us. Were you expecting that?
Yes, I was expecting that. Did you look at it? No, the beauty about this cricket is that we sit here and we can see things, and Sam Curran is struggling. Shepherd is dangerous in the back end, and he showed his quality. That's why he's such a sought after player in the IPL. He's very, very strong. He hits the ball to different parts of the boundary, but he hits it with power. And with Sam Curran struggling, your two spinners are out of the equation. You're only bringing back Seam, which is up West Indies Street. And again, England has gone. There were 5 bowlers. West Indies went there with 5-2, but they were lucky, and they didn't even try jacks, which was another thing. And sometimes so much pressure is on the captain that he doesn't see things. And you have guys sitting in that dugout who should be sending messages. It's not about protecting yourself. You got to look at the entire team. This is the defending champions of a World Cup that did not qualify. They've come to the Caribbean looking to rebound. You scored 320 odd, looking to win, and you've lost. So something has to be wrong with that. That backroom staff is not sending out those messages that are important to help Josh Butler. He's struggling. You can see it.
Yeah, certainly you could question the idea that Sam Curran would get through 10 overs of his allotment, given how much he's struggled. He struggled in the World Cup at times. He really had a bad day today. And yes, Josh Butler did have the option to throw the ball to Will Jacks, perhaps when Shimron Hetmeyer was in, and the left-handers Rutherford, and try and get through a few overs so that Curran wouldn't have to get through the whole 10. That was a decision that wasn't taken. And in the end, he's ended up with England's worst ever ODI figures on the way to Shea Hope smashing him for 3 sixes to win the game.
9.5 overs for 98 runs. This is a one-day game. This is not a 4-day game. He's struggling. And Shea Hope obviously has taken his batting, his one-day batting to another level. We're saying that the boundaries are small, but you still have to bowl the right balls to the ball for the batter to hit over the boundaries. And he bowled a lot of length deliveries, pace off. And I keep hearing Alex Tudor saying, hit the ball into the pitch. There's an indifferent bounce. Hit the ball into the pitch. But you're going pace off length. And the batters are just going to swing you over mid-wicket. Easy peasy. And they've done it wonderfully well. Shepherd came in and read the situation good. Obviously, do what he had to do in getting and taking that pressure off of Shea Hope. But when he departed, Shea Hope just knew it was a foregone conclusion. And sending Alzari Joseph, the newly appointed vice-captain, that was a sign of confidence. He went before Yannick Correa, who is a batter. They sent the vice-captain, who can also bat, but he sent him out there to partner his captain to say, you win this game for us, both of you, vice-captain and captain. So that speaks volumes and gives them a lot of hope and a lot of confidence going into the second ODI.
What about West Indies' bowling performance then in the first half? Again, a similar thing. I think you were critical of the fact that they've only got the 5 bowlers there, which doesn't give you anywhere to go if someone's having a bad day.
Yes, West Indies got away with it. Obviously, the slow bowlers pulled it by Moti and Correa. But I think going in with 5 bowlers in this modern ODI game is dangerous. And England saw it. When one of your bowlers are going, you don't have any no room to maneuver. I think you need to find a 6th bowler, although they would have said that Rutherford would have been the man to come in and bowl the trundlers if required. But I still think they are bowler short. But that was a perfect one-day innings from Shea Hope. Our bowling still needs a bit of tweaking. We dropped some catches as well, which needs to be polished up. There was a camp before this series started, so obviously they have to go back and say, look, we need to just polish up our fielding a lot better and put some pressure on the English batters when they're batting, and let's see what they can do under pressure. And we saw today that the reverse was when West Indies were chasing. Pressure was on the England bowlers, and they obviously succumbed to the pressure.
Great stuff. Well, the West Indies have had a fantastic day, despite it not being perfect. But goodness me, they'll be thinking it's pretty close to that as far as the run chase is concerned. One of the heroes of that is Romario Shepherd. He's with Sam Millard.
Romario, be honest. 5 down, a lot of runs needed when he came to the crease. Did you think that was possible?
Yes, I think it was possible because at that time we still had myself and Shroffin Rutherford and the skip at the wicket there, and we know it's a good batting wicket, and we know there is a hard challenge to bowl with the wind, so we were targeting that end.
Talk to me about your innings, because you came to the crease, you had one thing in mind really, you were striking at 200 for pretty much all of that innings. Is that one of the best innings you played in this format? It was breathtaking to watch.
Yes, I think so, because we also won the game, so I'm going to say that is one of my best innings so far.
And what about the captain there? How special did he play? He held that innings together. That was a real captain's innings, wasn't it? I think he showed the whole world there his class.
Yes, Shea Hope, we know the class of Shea Hope, so today is just one of those innings that he normally play for us, and it's good to see that he stayed there to the end and get his team over the line.
What were you thinking at the halfway stage? England won the toss, chose to bat. Did you think at the time maybe they had a few more than you would have liked?
At the time, I definitely think we pulled back the game a lot, because when you're looking at the start, they were looking up 400. So when we got to 326 in the meeting, our coach told us that we're going to get this because it's a good batting wicket and we have some good batsmen in there. Yeah.
We know it's been a challenging time for the West Indies not being in the last Cricket World Cup. Many people can't quite think of a world where the West Indies aren't in a World Cup. But is this the first step now for the West Indies to try and have a really good 6-month period building into that T20 World Cup here on home soil, because it's clearly a very talented team?
yes, it's for us to be consistent because we have been scoring 300 here and there, but you know, I think this bunch of guys is a solid bunch of guys, and it's for us to be consistent. We need to, you know, capitalize on these kind of moments. You know, we got a first win on the board in this 3-match series. It's for us to go now, think and try to repeat what we did this game into the next game and into the other game for us.
And what about this place here? It's still absolutely rocking, isn't it? Antigua, some place to play your cricket.
Yeah, we have a lot of support here, and you know, the English guys also had a really big turnout for them, and for us, you know, in the end when I was batting there, you know, the crowd was, you know, vibing.
And I need some help. They're vibing. We want to vibe tonight. I'm led to believe Sunday night, Shirley Heights is the place to be. Is that true?
I'm not sure.
No, don't lie to me. The smile says it all, no? Shirley Heights tonight?
No, I'm not sure.
Romario Shepherd there being goaded to get out on the town by Sam Ellard, but I think with that game coming up in a couple of days' time with West Indies 1-0 up, he'd be better off getting an ice bath and putting his feet up. Superb. He mentioned there, Philo, that consistency is the key for the West Indies, and that's pretty much the case all the time, isn't it?
The capital C though, Mark. You don't become consistent with a common C. So you have to be consistent with a capital C so you can see it, that it means something. And obviously to start this series with a victory, with 2 more to go, it is important that West Indies take this momentum into that second game. There's just a day break between these 2 days break between this game and the next game. So you just need to reflect, enjoy the moment as it is, but then come practice day or whatever it is. You get back into the zone and you look at what you have done in that first game that was successful, and obviously look to repeat it in the second game. England will have to do some reflecting. They tried things that did not work, and they will say, well, look, we got 320 odd, but we need to have carried on some more. Maybe if this person had scored another 15 runs, we would have gotten maybe 340, 350. But this is a time now for West Indies to enjoy the moment. Captain Shea Hope continues to lead, and obviously he will now tell them, look, we're 1 up, with 2 to go. We need to win 1 more and win this series convincingly, and then move into the T20s. It's all about momentum right now for cricket for West Indies.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. A splendid day, a wonderful run chase for the West Indies. I know waiting patiently out there at the moment is an Antiguan legend, Sir Curtly Ambrose. What did you make of that, Curtly?
It was certainly a fantastic game of cricket. You know, very, very good batting by the consistent Shea Hope. We all know how prolific he has been in this format for the West Indies, and he once again showed his class. Romario Shepherd played a cameo that really changed the game and tilted the balance over to the West Indies. But generally, for me, it was a wonderful game of cricket. Both teams played well, and that was really, really good for the spectators that are here.
Now, I know you didn't get the chance to play at the Sir Vivian Richards ground, but had you been bowling out there at the back end on that surface in particular, would you have been bothering too much with slower balls, or would you have just been pounding away at that surface with the indifferent bounce?
Well, I mean, back when I played, which was many years ago, you know, the slower balls weren't a huge thing then. Very, very few bowlers used to use the slow ball. You know, for me back then, especially in the death overs, for me was more Yorker length deliveries. You know, because I backed myself to execute my Yorkers more often than not. But if I was playing in today's cricket, obviously, because the game has changed so much, I would have developed a slower delivery and other different variations because of the game is played now. But I just thought that England should have scored a little bit more, considering the way they started, putting on 70 odd in that first 10 overs in a hurry. And then I thought they fell away, you know, in the middle and towards the back end. There was not a century scored, only 1/2 century. Other guys gotten starts and didn't carry on. But quite frankly, I thought they should have scored a lot more runs than that.
Your thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts on the West Indies bowling. Alzari Joseph, who's been elevated to vice captain, and also the bowling of O'Shane Thomas. What you think of him? Should he have been given the opportunity to bowl the new ball, you think?
I thought that would have been the case. You know, Alzari Joseph and O'Shane Thomas, the extra pace, probably with a bit of preparation, moisture might have made a bit of a difference. Romario Shepherd, on the other hand, tend to bowl okay, with a new ball as well. But I would have preferred to see Alzari and O'Shane with the new ball, and then Romario Shepherd could have come after, but it wasn't to be. And the way the both openers played, would it have made a difference if O'Shane Thomas was the other bowler, pardon me, Alzari? I am not so sure, because they really got off to a flyer, but I would prefer to see O'Shane and Alzari with the new ball.
Okay, well, perhaps we'll get that on Wednesday if you pass a message or two through to the West Indies dressing room. For now, we look forward to hearing from you on Wednesday. Sir Curly, thanks for your thoughts. Go and get that bass out and play a few tunes for Shea Hope, because that was quite magnificent.
It certainly was, and that should really give them some confidence going into the next game in a couple of days' time. But I'm quite sure England will bounce back. They will go and have a look at where they went wrong, and I'm sure they will bounce back and probably do a lot better on Wednesday. But like I said before, I think they should have scored more. But congrats to the West Indies. They played a magnificent game and deserve to win.
They certainly did. Thank you, Sir Curly Ambrose from North
No
Sound,
problem.
Antigua. Fabulous stuff. I think now we'll get the chance to hear from the England captain Josh Buttler, who's with Sam Ellard.
Josh, thank you for your time. Obviously a tough one to take. How did that game, do you think, out of the back there, get away from England?
I thought credit to the West Indies guys there. I thought they batted outstandingly well at the end, some fantastic hitting. They had a lot to do and they played really well, so I thought it was a really good performance from us for the majority. I thought the wicket may have just got a little bit better at the end. I thought they played some fantastic shots, but I thought we put up a really good score. We did a lot of things really well and we just couldn't quite close it out.
If we go right back to the beginning of the day and the positives, 80 runs on the board after 8 overs, was that a real positive to see the two guys at the top of the order going hard and getting the innings off to a flyer?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought those two guys were brilliant in the way they set the tone. In the first over, Phil Salt whacking one straight back down the ground and just playing his natural game and asserting himself. So I thought it was a great effort from us to get up to the score we did, and we did a lot of things really well with the ball. We just couldn't quite close it out.
Yeah. How tough is it as a captain when you got one guy at the crease who's striking at 200? Obviously Shea played a great innings as well. How hard can it be behind the stumps when it feels like everything you do, every ball you try and bowl, is getting pumped for 6 runs?
Yeah, I think credit to them. They played really well, some fantastic hitting. They managed to find the boundary when they needed to, and sometimes you have to say well played to the other guys.
Well, it's not the first time we've heard a disappointed sounding Josh Buttler at the back end of a one-day international over the last couple of months, Phil O'Wallace. Was there anything that he could have done, perhaps tactically and during the run chase to have curtailed that partnership, to have broken that partnership, or at least made it more difficult for the West Indies at the end?
Oh, maybe he obviously he went with his 5 trusted bowlers, but there's Will Jacks, who could be the X factor, and he could have gone to Will Jacks and say, look, Will, I need to get a wicket here. If you get a wicket or 2, we'll pull you out and go back to the main bowlers. Obviously, clearly Sam Curran was struggling, but Josh believed that his 5 bowlers could pull them out of the rut. Maybe he underestimated the batting ability of Shepherd. And when Shepherd really got in, he realised, oops, things are too late now to bring Will Jacks. He's under the pump, not a good World Cup. He's come to the Caribbean with renewed vigour. He said he's the man to lead England. The court said, yes, they're the ones who are going to revive the white ball format, the 50-over format for England. And they've started badly. Yes, they would have wanted a few more runs, but what you scored is what you have to defend. There's no more few runs you can get. You scored whatever you scored, you have to defend it. And if they bowl a bit better, hit the pitch a bit harder with the deliveries, maybe they could have pushed the West Indies batters further. But you allow a lot of light deliveries to be bowled, and the guys are going to hit the ball hard. They're strong. The boundaries are not as big, and they're just hitting the ball. As Shepherd said, they targeted Sam Curran, and once you find that guy that you're going to target, it's going to be hard to come back. And I think they missed the plot again by going in with 5 straightforward bowlers. There must be somebody on that bench that they can rely on to be a 6th bowler that can also help with the batting.